Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Welcome to the Big Air Kite League in Cape Town. You're here with me, Ruben Lenton, and besides me is Hayden Jonas, local shredder and golden caddy, actually, they call you. How are you doing today, brother?
Doing good, and you, Ruben. Welcome, everyone. This is the final stop for the Big Air Kite League here in Cape Town. Like I said, next to me, Ruben Lenton, the pioneer of kiteboarding. Let's get this first heat underway. I think this is Division 2. We're starting with Round 1, Heat 1, Ben Rootman, Hamzawy, Dahab, and John Deinum.
Exactly. The action just fired up. The green flag is live, so this is the first heat to get things warmed up, as these riders are already throwing some contra loops board offs. Epic, landing that one spot on. So in this competition, we start with the second division. After that, we have the first division and the women's division. The wind came in quite late, so we have to see how far we can finish today. But, oh, nice action there already. And it will start building throughout the day as the wind will keep picking up.
Absolutely there. We just saw Hamza throw a kite loop, late back roll, board off, gone his way out now in the red lycra. Johan, as he makes way, a kicker builds up in front of him. There we go, kite loop with a late back roll. No extra rotation, coming down nice and clean. Very, very steezy there. Now making his way in on the F1 kite. That is local shredder Ben Rootman.
Come on, guys, root him on. Ben Rootman is feeling it today. And he's about to turn around and look for his kicker. It's all about looking far ahead, scanning the water. And for this perfect takeoff, it's all about the timing, the speed you have. And then obviously if you can catch a good kicker and a gust, like Ben Rootman is doing here. Unfortunately, the gust and the takeoff didn't align. So he aborted that one.
Yeah, watch out for Ben Rootman. He's been training those unhooked kite loops. So he's been doing a lot of unhooked kite loops with added rotations. Here goes Hamzawy. He's finding a kicker now that is a little bit choppy. And Ruben, you know what it's like in Cape Town when the wind's this strong and it's this choppy. It's so hard to find that kick and really, really send it.
I mean, it is kiteboarding mecca after all, but yes, the conditions are very tricky here in Cape Town. I remember the first time when I came here in Cape Town, I couldn't perform any of my moves and I got really, really pissed off. It's just because the wind is so thick and strong out here that it's really challenging. The water is nice and cold. But it's once you get it, it's some of the best wind in the world. So that's why we're here with the Big Air Kite League in Cape Town. Thanks for tuning in.
Absolutely. Yeah, guys, like, share, send it to all your friends on your kiteboarding groups. This is the start of it, and it's only going to get better throughout the day. Here goes Hamzawy out the back. A doobie loop. Is he going to stick it? Got dropped a little bit there, but comes on with the added rotation. Nice and clean there by Hamzawy.
Very, very cool move. I've been trying to get my head around this doobie loop, but it's one of the scariest moves out there, to dive forward 2 times whilst pulling your kite in a big fat mega loop backwards. I still have deep muscle memory for the boogie loop, which I invented in 2015, but now the guys are just keeping it to add rotations there in every move, so I hope I will land the doobie loop soon.
It's crazy to see where kiteboarding progression has come. I mean, let's think about it. Back King of the Year 2015-16, a late back roll would win it. Now a late back roll won't even get you 5 points at Red Bull King of the Year, let alone Big Air Kite League.
Unless it's 40 meters high and 100 meters tipping.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to see the combination of old school and new school, or I mean, old school and Big Air. With the board offs, the rotations. Board offs were cool in 2002 until probably 2004 or something. And then, freestyle took over, wave riding took over. And then Big Air found its way. But now they're combining it all. The board offs, the rotations, and the mega loops. And we also see the live scoring coming in there from the data from the 3 judges. We have 3 judges to give their scores. And all the riders get 7 attempts, 7 trick attempts, that is.
Yeah, we just saw Ben Rootman there. He threw the first unhooked kite loop late back roll just out the back there. So quite interesting to see what the judges will score. That is very difficult from our position to see someone unhooking. But you can see them by the way they swing down, hanging on for dear life on those kites. Hamzawy also threw I think it was a boogie loop I saw at the corner of my eye. And Johan is now on his way out. He's sitting now on a 4.5 out the back, kite loop, late back roll. Nice and steezy again. Very, very smooth landing by these riders here, Ruben.
Exactly, that was very, very smooth. And the conditions seem to be building, so that's good. I can see a lot of white caps out there. And he's timing that kicker very good and doing 2 front rolls with a board off and a contra loop and just wiping out, landing on a bit of a chop there. Very unfortunate.
I think that was Hamzawy that unfortunately came down a bit hard. We're just looking for Ben Rootman. I see he has his spare kites up in the sky, so you will see that a lot throughout the day, guys. We'll be changing kites. I think once the wind picks up, we will start to see some double loops as we saw in previous events.
Exactly, we had the Red Bull King of the Air earlier on, and it was an amazing day with super strong winds. And there you also saw the guys changing mid-heat to their smaller kites, which actually is easier for the double loops and scores quite well. And it's actually nice that here in the Big Air Kite League, it's only one rider jumping at a time, so there's a nice overview. And after the rider has landed, we will move to the next rider who can then take his trick attempt.
So Ben Rootman looking for a kite change, but not just yet. Still sitting pretty. I think he's on a 9 meter. He makes his way out. There is a kicker forming just out the back there. He is charging up. Will we see another unhooked kite loop? Here goes Ben Rootman. Oh, Hums on the inside. Kite loop board off with a tic-tac, but doesn't seem to stick it. That was very, very steezy there by Hamzawy. Just unfortunate not getting the board around. It's always so tricky with these kite loop board offs, Ruben. I mean, just to try to get the board back on while swinging down from after a kite loop. It's so tricky. I mean, I've attempted 1 or 2. Don't know if I'll stick it, but hats off to these guys that do it with their eyes closed, basically.
Yeah, exactly, Hayden. It's a lot of elements you have to combine into one. You have to check the water which is moving, the wind is blowing, you have to find the right gust. The kite needs to be in the right position. You need to absorb the yank of the kite whilst rotating and taking your board off, and then finding a time to put your board on before the landing. So it is getting very technical, and as the day is going to build, we will see some nice height being added to these tricks as well.
Absolutely, hoping for a good 35 knot day, classic Cape Town day, where we can see them throw it down. But now still leading it so far is Ben Rootman, so the local boy is leading. Oh, Hamzawy has just gone to the top with 11.75. So his best score there was 5.9. Ben's best score was 6.1. And Johan just trailing behind on 8.85. But here goes Hamzawy now. There's a kicker building up for him. Here we go. Loading up. What are we going to see here? He hits the whiteboarder. That is a front roll contra with a board off. Sticks it. Oh, just unfortunate there. Very, very smooth there. It's so tricky when the wind just isn't there. I mean, you know this better than most of us. When the wind isn't quite there, makes it super tricky to land these tricks.
Yeah, exactly. And these guys are putting it on the line already in this first heat of the Big Air Kite League here in Cape Town, the final stop of the year. We will probably run this event over 2 days. So we'll be probably back in January when the wind kicks back in and the holiday season is over. But today here the action is getting underway nicely. Oh, just got hung up on the takeoff there. Ooh, nice double rotation. Ooh, crashing it out. That's actually some of the most tricky situations when you're riding out full speed, aiming for a kicker to take off on, and then the thing just claps right on your ankles and just stops all your speed and throws you off balance. So definitely want to abort that if you can before taking off.
Yeah, if we turn our minds back to last year, Julian Huying, unfortunately that happened in the wind. The wave broke just in front of him and unfortunately snapped his left tib and fib. So that was very, very unfortunate. But he'll be back. We will see him later on. I'm not sure which division he's in, but there's a kite loop late back roll by Hamzawy. Not getting the height on that one. Don't think the judges are going to score that quite high, but they are running out of... I think that was his last trick. If we're looking at it, I think that's 7 tricks done.
Exactly. And the final score is made up of the 2 highest scoring tricks out of the 7 attempts they get, plus an added variety score, which can be made out of 24. Sorry, the total score can be 24. So the variety score can be up to 4 points.
Oh, the crowd loves that on the beach. We can hear them from the commentary box. Hamzawy with a kite loop late back roll board off. came down really, really nicely. I mean, you can see in the bottom left of your screen, coming down 28 kilometers an hour. That was insane. 11 meters high. Not super high, but that was a very, very technical move. Now, this is a kite change for Ben Rootman. Now, let's see what he's going to do here. Off the kicker, out the back. Unhooked kite loop, lay back row, into rotation. Oh!
Into crash. These guys in the second division are standing it, unhooking, looping it, rotating, and crashing hard. It's a nice warm-up heat.
Absolutely.
And there's 1 minute left in this heat, so only Johan has one more trick to go. One more attempt left. And then in the next heat we'll have Marius, Sanchez, Jurre, Brujin, and Youssef, Dahab. So that's going to be an exciting heat as well. And in heat number 3, we've got Jett, Bradshaw, Zens, and Meijvogel. Nice clean landing there on his last attempt. The variety score is a very important score and can add nicely to your 2 highest scoring tricks, just to make you advance to that next round. But even in this first round, it's not a straight knockout. The number 3s in this heat still get a second chance in round number 2. And the number 2s will go to round number 3. And who actually wins this heat in round number 1 goes straight to the quarterfinals. So,
yeah, you want to make sure you win these first heats. Same like within King of the Air. You want to get through these first heats so you avoid kiting too much. You want to save yourself, save your energy. So when the moment calls for it, you're ready to send it. So Hamzawy, so far Hamzawy is leading this. That's the end of heat 1, and Hamzawy looks like he has a 12.57. But we got to wait for those variety scores to come in. Ben Rootman really did put on a good show there, kicking us off with those kite loop late back rolls, unhooked. Cameron Westman started that I think at the beginning of the season, going absolutely massive, and it's just started a trend, like with everything.
Yeah, exactly. There's definitely some inspiration from back in the days, which I also drew a lot of inspiration from. The guys on Maui, even in 2002, 2003. Lou Wayman.
Yeah, Lou Wayman on 2-line kites in boots.
Bertrand Fleury also always on the short lines, unhooking and just throwing those kites like very low to the water. And nowadays the kites are more efficient with a lot more lift, and you see the guys going into some big air with short lines as well. Jett Bradshaw also just landed the first double kite loop on short lines, which was super impressive.
I could be
So that was an exciting start to the Big Air Kite League in Cape Town with the second division. And we're just waiting for heat number 2 to take off on the water. There's a 4-minute transition time between the heats. And thank you for tuning into the live stream. You're in for a treat. You're here with me, Ruben Lenton, live from Cape Town. And besides me here is Hayden Jonas. What have you been up to lately, man?
I bought a motocross bike.
So
I've been riding motocross. I've been working really hard at the moment. So running a guest house is pretty busy this time of year, so it's pretty chaos. But yeah, just enjoying myself, kiting as much as I can, and just trying to live life to the fullest, I suppose.
Sounds like it, man. On that motorbike. Well, you have a background of motorbike racing.
I've been riding bikes ever since I could. I couldn't even walk. I've been on bikes. So yeah, I raced sewer bikes up and until I was 21. And then, won 7 championships and then hung up my race suit and called it a day and tried to become a pro kiteboarder, and I broke myself.
That's what happens.
So, I just enjoy kiting now. I like to help out with R&D with my sponsors and, do events like this for everyone and just enjoy myself and see everyone send it.
It's always beautiful when the Cape Town season kicks off. It's everybody coming down from all over the world. The kiteboarding community together is always a blast. And also in this event, there's such a good sportsmanship going on and just so much fun on the beach and everybody hanging out and supporting each other. And that's how we see the wildest tricks. So heat number 2, here with Jurre, Marius Sanchez and Youssef Dahab.
That was Jurre out the back there with a kite loop board off with a tic-tac. Going out now on the duotone kites in the red lycra. That is Youssef Dahab. Kite loop, late back roll. Very, very steezy on the landing. Oh, the crowd loves it. We can hear the crowd from the commentary box. And now here goes Marius Sanchez making his way out. Kicker's building up. Here we go. Oh, just not there. I think with all the dune work that they've done here along the beachfront and pushing all the sand back, it really, really has affected the way the waves break. I don't know if you've noticed it, but ever since they've done this work, it is a little bit tricky to try get the...
Some nice beach restoration, some dune restoration going on here. They do it every decade, I think.
Every 20 years, bro.
Every 20 years. So making the dunes rise up again. There we go. Who was that on this? That was Marius. Yeah, that was Marius on his 3rd trick attempt. You can see it in the scores on the top left of your screen. How many attempts the riders had.
All right, here goes Jurre de Bruin. Out the back, kicker is starting to build up. Just in front of him, here we go. Back roll, board off by the fin. Oh, just not getting it on in time. He had the angle, he had everything there, just unfortunately couldn't put it together. That was very, very unfortunate. But here goes Youssef now. Now a kicker's built up in front of him. Here we go. Boogie. Whoa, nice and inverted. Look at that. Very, very steezy there by Youssef. That was very, very clean there.
Nice. Yeah, Jurre just couldn't get his board back on, but it was a nice move. Maybe he just didn't have the height or was just out of balance to put his board back on his feet. But it was a nice move, some good height. Looking forward to see some more of that.
Here goes Jurre again. Do you think he's going to try the back roll board off? Here we go. Back roll by the fin. Does he stick it this time? Here we go. Oh, just couldn't get it around. Such a technical trick. So difficult to put the board on by the fin. And now adding in a kite loop and a rotation just makes it even more harder.
Yeah, you see the riders when they take the board off that they actually make it a nice swing. Like they leave the board out and then swing it back to their feet. I'm also still practicing with that, but it's really fun and exciting once you land one.
Marius just on the inside there with the board off, making his way out now. Here a kicker goes just in front of him.
Oh, that's what I mean. When the waves just close on you, and it can even be the little waves on the inside, which are quite powerful. But those thin lips just flip quick, and they can just snap your ankle or just put you off balance for that jump. Oh, like this. Nah, was a bit of a gamble on the takeoff. Nice and far, but not a good score.
Too much forward momentum there. You don't want to be looping the kites if you've got too much forward momentum. It's not going to be good. But so far, Jurre leads us 10.03 over Youssef on a 9.7. Very close between Youssef and Marius. 9.7 to 9.07. So, yeah, the tricks are coming through. What, 4 tricks, and 5. So, still plenty of action left in this heat. Here goes, I think that's Marius. Yes, kite loop, late back roll. Coming down. Oh, slight butt check. The judges have to check that one. He rode away from it.
Yeah, it needs to be a clean landing to get the full rewards. There's 3 top judges checking out the riding in fine detail, and they can see everything that you do. They have a very advanced judging system where they can put in the data into the system and a beautiful score comes out. Unless you crash, then the score won't be counted like that. And remember, the variety score up to 4 points can be added at the end of the heat. So what you see in the top of your left, the top left of your screen is not the final scores yet. The variety score still has to be added, and it means if you jump to the left, to the right, and just how many different tricks you do, the judges look at everything.
Yeah, goes Youssef now. Jurre was just in front of him. He hit the kicker, unfortunately, not doing anything. Just a little bit too difficult to make something happen. So Youssef on his way out. Also, nothing going to be happening. So we're looking for Marius. He's also on his way in. So heat's taken a little bit chilled now. Or up on the inside. Never mind. There goes Youssef. Kite loop, board off. Nice extension. Oh.
What a bummer there on the landing. He had it to get. Oh no! Also in a tangle there, a bit of a dead loop. Yeah, released.
Keep the triple loops for the sky.
Yeah, sometimes it's really nice, strong wind on the inside as well, but it does get a bit shallow there. So yeah, you need to make sure you land your trick, otherwise it can be a disaster for sure.
Yeah, you don't want to be landing in shallow water from these heights. It's not a lot of fun. So still Jurre leads this heat. There he is on your screen on the green slingshot kite in the yellow lycra. Making his way out to sea now. Over one kicker. There's one building up in front of him. Is it going to be... Oh, there's one just at the back there. Will he get there in time? Yes, he will. Back roll. No, just a plain old back roll. No kite loops. Very unfortunate there.
There's just so much excitement running through these riders and even taking off through the whitewash. Still doing a nice kite loop board off and sticking it. So he will definitely be rewarded for that.
That could help Marius just maybe with that kite loop board off, just maybe edge ahead of Youssef. It's very, very close between second and third place. Actually, well, between all top 3 of them. But Jurre does seem like he is in control of this heat so far.
Also jumping to the inside.
Just a nice kite loop there with a 1-footer. Nice and steezy.
Crashing out the back there. There's a nice crowd on the beach. Everybody loving it. Been waiting all day for the wind to pick up. But now it's finally here for the final stop of the Big Air Kite League here in Cape Town.
Well, there's a kite change going on. Trying to see who that is. So it is Marius going for a kite change. I think he's gone into a smaller kite. I don't know if we'll see the first double of today. The wind's still a little bit light. But out the back, oh, that was Jurre just unfortunately not sticking it. He is struggling to stick these kite loop board offs going out to sea. We just need that wind to be a little bit stronger. And then I think we'll see some bigger moves coming from him throughout the event.
Marius is riding out, looking for that kicker, but doesn't see it yet, so he will turn around and come back to the beach and head out again and hopefully spots and times the right kicker. He did a little kite change. I think he went a size down. Curious to see what he has in store for us with that. Also in the next heat we have Jett Bradshaw Julian Zens and Julian Meijvogel. So that's going to be promising to be a good show. Thank you for tuning in to today's live stream. We're well on the way with the second division here in heat number 2, almost coming to an end of the Big Air Kite League in Cape Town. Here we saw a nice contra loop. Not too big. The wind is not super hard, so yeah, the stronger the wind, the bigger the jumps. But the guys are making the most of it, trying to time the waves well. And we see Marius here. No, oh, he's going for the double loop on a very tiny jump.
The commitment was there, and that's what we love to see. This is Big Air Kite League, and that's what it's all about. Riders pushing themselves, pushing the limits, and trying to get those scores in. But hats off to him for really trying that first double loop of the event. I think the wind just up at Milnerton peaked at 30.4 knots, so it's averaging out at 23 knots. So the wind is still not there. But as Cape Town goes, the cooler it starts to get throughout the day, the stronger the wind becomes. So hopefully by the, what's it now? It's now 3:15. So maybe in the next 45 minutes to an hour, we'll be hitting the high 30s and see some big action coming through from these riders.
So it looks like only Youssef Dahab has one more trick attempt left. As you have 2 trick attempts. Oh, this is Marius again. Oh, bad takeoff. Still going for the contra loop. Traveling quite the distance.
Whoa.
Landing it clean.
He took off and he had so much horizontal pull, then still managed to pull the contra. That was insane. Here goes Marius now. Oh, he went for an S loop. Bombing out on that one, unfortunately. And there the horn goes off.
It's like pushing the limits of low jumps. Like, how many loops can I squeeze into this meter?
Red flags up. So that's the end of Heat 2. So Heat 3 is up next. Go to commercial. And we'll be back for Heat 3.
So we are waiting for heat number 3 to kick off here for the Big Air Kite League. So here at the Big Air Kite League in Cape Town, just waiting for heat number 3 to kick off with Jett Bradshaw, Julian Zens and Julian Meijvogel. And the last heat advancing to the quarterfinals is Jurre, who came in first there. Youssef Dahab came in second, and Marius Sanchez unfortunately came in third, so he gets a second chance in round number 2. He's joining Johan Deinum there in round number 2. And definitely this Big Air Kite League, thanks to Core for powering it. It's always amazing to have your support. And also here at Dolphin Beach, the number 1 kiting spot in Cape Town with no road between you and the beach. Always great views, great food. Ride engine, the surfer app, all measuring all the jumps. And Kite Mana as well. Thank you for all the support so these riders can send it and we can bring you the live stream. You can also vote for Kite Mana Rider of the Day. Just go to kitemana.com/vote and then the winner will get €1,000 for the rider.
Your €1,000, you can buy a house in South Africa for that.
Some of them.
Yeah, this next heat's going to be quite insane. So we got Jett Bradshaw, short line specialist.
So here we see the results from the previous heat, which is pretty cool to check out. At the end you see the total score, which is made up of 2 of the highest scoring tricks of the 7 attempts which they had, with an added variety score. You can see that Jurre scored a 5.03 and a 4.85, and then with his variety score of 2.1, you have 12.13, which he won the heat with. Very cool, all these statistics. You can also go to buckle.heatscoring.com to check out the live results and really dive into there deeper. A little bit to go before heat number 3 will kick off, the final heat of this first round of the 2nd division here in Cape Town. You're here with me, Ruben Lenton, and besides me is Hayden Jonas, and we're bringing you live commentary during this epic Big Air kiting event. We hope you're loving it. We hope you're comfy. And Jett Bradshaw, local boy, is definitely going to send it. Always loving the short lines. I'm curious what he's going to do in these conditions. It's not super strong yet, so he will have to pull everything out of the back to beat these other guys, Julian Zens and Julian Meijvogel.
Absolutely, just waiting for the green flag to go up. Julian Zens in the yellow lycra there. He is on a blank kite, so I wonder what kite that is there. Jett Bradshaw on the north orbit and Julian Meijvogel on the Nash pivot. Swell starting to roll in now. Low tide is at 7 o'clock, so the tide's going to start to go low. And that means the kickers are going to start rolling in. The wind's going to start picking up as the day starts to get cooler. And we're going to start seeing guys really, really send it.
The riders are just waiting for the green flag to rise. Still a little bit to go before they can kick off their best tricks. Always some nice nerves going into an event. Imagine being a rider in this competition. You definitely want to come out on top and land all your tricks. But there's just so much detail and chance that goes into it. You're not just competing against yourself. You're also competing with Mother Nature. Is the kicker going to be there for me? Is the gust going to send me to the sky? And it's just a big puzzle, and everything will have to be in place. It's not just all the knowing all the technical aspects, but also definitely some competition experience. And yeah, how you're keeping your head cool in this challenging conditions. There's riders or there's spectators on the beach, and riders that want to kick your ass. So you better do good.
And yeah, the classic Cape Doctor is on its way. The tablecloth forming over Table Mountain as the red flag is down. So we're waiting now. The heat's going to start any moment now. Julian Zens looking ready. Jett Bradshaw and Julian Meijvogel. So Jett Bradshaw is in the green lycra, Julian Zens in the yellow, and Julian Meijvogel in the red lycra. Julian Meijvogel's kite does match his lycra, so it makes it really easy to follow. So we're waiting for this heat to start. It's always the worst at the start of a heat when it takes us long. You know, the nerves are there, getting a bit anxious, really thinking about the heat. But when it comes to an event like this, I mean, do you think going into a heat, or you just full out?
No,
yeah,
I
just flow with it.
I zone out quite a bit and just try to focus on the conditions and be one with my kite. Sometimes I will land a move and I won't even remember what it was. But this is the start of the last heat of round number 1 here at the Big Air Kite League in Cape Town. Heat number 3.
Whoa, Jett Bradshaw opening up with a kite loop, late back roll, putting that kite nice and low. Here goes Julian Meijvogel out the back, a doobie loop, getting the kite angle. That was with another rotation. Oh, big crash. That was a very, very nice move. Very steezy. Just unfortunately not coming down right.
Yeah, I wonder how they will score that. Was it the butt check? More like a rip check. But yeah, definitely a steezy move to kick off your heat with from Julian Meijvogel. 3 rotations plus looping that kite. Almost landed it clean.
Oh, Julian Zens with a nice boogie loop with added rotation. Coming down nice and clean. Scores are going to start rolling in now. Yep, you see they didn't score Julian Meijvogel big on that. 1.4. So not a very good score. But I think he's going to come out swinging again with that trick, because that was insane. Had the heights, had the kite angle. That's what we want to see at Big Air Kite League, and that's what the judges want to see. Keep riding like that. You can really, really advance further through the event.
We see Jett Bradshaw aiming for a kicker out to sea. So, yep, there's one more coming lining up after this. But no, he's not going for it. He wants a better one. So he's turning around, really taking his time to have a proper takeoff. A proper takeoff means there's room for a proper move. If you mess with the foundation, then that's not ideal. And here we've got Julian Meijvogel with a double back roll kite loop and an added rotation. Again, skipping out, kissing his ribs to the water.
Big butt check. Yeah, goes Jett Bradshaw. He's found the kicker. Oh, just missing. There's another one at the back. Here we go. Off the white water. A huge boogie loop there by Jett Bradshaw. Got dropped out the sky a bit there. Bit of line slack. Sticks it. That was insane stuff there by the young South African. That's what we want to see in this event. Incredible stuff there.
Definitely some extremity going on with the shorter lines there. Getting really leveled with that kite or even above the kite during that trick. And that will definitely be rewarded well. Some surf cook cruising through the event. Loving it.
There's a kicker bowling out the back there, Ruben. Here goes Julian. Oh, that's nice and big. A big kite loop board off. Oh, landing on the face.
Yeah, unlucky there. Sometimes you take off on the wave and you have the exact same flight path as the roll of that wave, and then you just land on top of it. And yeah, that's always hard to take. But it was a very, very nice move from Julian Zens.
It is always a nice feeling jumping it off the kicker and landing back down the face of it.
If you're lucky. It's hard though, because most of the time the wave will break. You're landing on some mush, some whitewash, making you a very turbulent landing. Here we have Jett Bradshaw again with a double back roll kite loop. Yep, getting leveled again, sticking it.
Wow, Jett Bradshaw really, really coming out swinging in this heat.
Here, there we have Julian Meijvogel again with a doobie loop. So double forward rotation with a back kite loop. And now he didn't kiss his ribs to the water, so definitely getting a score for that.
Yeah, getting some good scores in there, hopefully, for Julian Meijvogel and Julian Zens. Zens now finds a kicker. He sees a kick out the back, but it's just not there for him. So Jett Bradshaw still leads us 11.4. What, 2 tricks there, 5.9 and a 5.5. The man is on a mission. He really, really is putting these short lines on the map.
But the conditions are definitely building. When I look to the left, lots of white caps, lots of kites out there. A nice cloud over the Table Mountain called the Table Clot. And the Cape Doctor is kicking in nicely. So the action will keep building. and you're here with me, Ruben Lenton, and Hayden Jonas, live from the Big Air Kite League here at Dolphin Beach in Cape Town.
That was a huge back roll, late back roll there by Julian Zens. Found the perfect kicker. And like Ruben says, the wind is starting to pick up. The clouds starting to form over the mountain. The tide's starting to drop. And the kickers are getting bigger. Jett Bradshaw off whitewater. A kite loop board off. Does he stick it? Oh! Oh, going into a little bit of a cartwheel there by Jett Bradshaw. That is insane. To do a kite loop board off on short lines. I mean, that is insane. The yank you get with short lines and then still taking the board off. Incredible stuff there by the young South African.
100%. This kid ain't scared of anything. No fears. Just pull the... Nice, very controlled. Boogie loop board off. That's one front rotation with a board off and a back kite loop from Julian Meijvogel. Almost reaching the 10 meters there. Traveling 43 kilometers an hour and clearing a distance of 41 meters with a hang time of 5 seconds and a nice landing with 2.6 G.
So Julian Meijvogel 11.5, so it's getting close. 11.4 by Jett, so it is super close between these guys. Jett Bradshaw, I see a kite is being prepared for him. He's going down into an 8 meter. But here goes Julian Zens in the yellow lycra. Kicker's built up just in front of him. Unfortunately, not going to be able to make that one work. So the kite has gone down. Looks like the lines are a little bit short on that 8 meter there from what we can see from the commentary box for Jett Bradshaw. So we're going to see even lower loops from Jett Bradshaw.
Uh-oh. That's going to be pushing
Here we go. Absolutely.
Here we see Julian Meijvogel with a nice double back roll, board off, and an added rotation.
Ooh.
Again, not keeping that landing together. He must be bummed about that.
His ribs really do like kissing the water today. Julian Zens just taking it nice and easy, not rushing it. He's waiting for the kickers to come to him, as now there is a few kickers rolling in. And I think he sees that.
We saw Jett swimming there back to the shore to fetch his other kite because he just inverted his other kite. And here goes Julian Zens. Nice kite loop with a board off from the fin. Sticking it clean. Not going huge, but definitely a technical trick to get into the books. And I don't think it will better his scores, but to the variety score, always welcome.
Absolutely. It does just give you that upper hand advantage if we think about the variety score.
It was actually not too bad. It was 10.9 meters. So.
Well, there we go. Here goes Julian Meijvogel. The kickers are coming through. Even though they are small, they are rolling in. And sometimes a small kicker can be as efficient as a bigger kicker. But the problem is just trying to spot it when it's this choppy. Like I said, the tide is going out. So you're going to see nice gaps between the kickers. Nice run-ups. So the guys are going to start going a lot bigger as the day progresses.
I'm getting a nice data graphic from Cohan there, who's not even in this heat. So,
But a warm up there.
There we see the Table Mountain and the beautiful city of Cape Town in the back. And the guys just trying to navigate the choppy waters here. Trying to find the gust and the perfect tackle spot to perform their 7 best tricks. The overall result is made up of 2 highest scoring tricks and an overall variety score, which can lead up to 4 added points.
Here goes Julian Zens. Nice and easy. Whoa, a nice doobie loop, but it wasn't very inverted, but very, very clean and very smooth there by Julian Zens. And yes, Ruben, Jett looks like he is on shorter lines. I know he normally rides 16 meters. Could he be on shorter lines? It does look a lot shorter than what he was riding previously.
Uh-oh. It looks like the boy's got a double up his sleeve on short lines. I think the lines he's using now is 12 meters. And this was an extreme doobie loop from Julian Meijvogel. And again, signature crash. It's starting to become a signature move now. Why land on your feet if you can land on your ribs?
Absolutely. Why conform? Here goes Jett Bradshaw. Kickers built up in front of him. Here we go.
Oh, no.
What? He brought that around so late.
He was feeling the stoke there, adrenaline pumping with the kite just swooping so low and throwing in that late back roll on that mega loop on short lines. Absolutely incredible riding from Jett.
Jett's pumped at that one. The only problem is the short lines, Ruben. You know it as well. It just doesn't give you the height, and this is a big air competition. So yes, it is extreme what Jett is doing, but he is at a bit of a disadvantage in terms of height. Oh, Julian Zens looking for a kicker.
But I think now it says Cohan, but I think that's actually Jett's score. And he still went 13 meters, which is still some of the highest.
It's still, I mean, absolutely.
But yeah, shorter lines do give you a little bit of a disadvantage in terms of height, but a big reward in terms of extremity and risk. So the judges definitely love that. And
well, yeah, they do. Jett's just gone to the top, 11.75. So the judges do love it. We love to see it, and it's good to see it's good to see the judges judging this really well. I mean, it's super difficult to judge guys on longer lines and short lines. How do you look at it? What do you look for? And they really, really are judging this incredibly well. So hats off to the judges. Great work by them. Here goes Julian Zens tacking out now. There's a kicker just behind this piece of white water. He does see it loading up now. Here goes Julian Zens out the back.
Oh, tricky.
Oh, that was a contra boogie board off landing on his back. Oh.
Landing it on his back. He should have ridden out just on his back to the beach.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
It might have come as a back landing.
Nice and clean there by Julian Zens. It was a very, very smooth takeoff. We got 1 minute left of this heat. Here goes Jett Bradshaw. Wow, Jett Bradshaw really is stomping his authority in this event. A boogie loop on short lines, and those lines are really short that he's flying now.
The riders will have one more attempt left in order to come out on top. Right now it's Jett in the lead with Julian Zens following and Julian Meijvogel. All very close together, so the variety score is definitely going to come into play in this one. There's the beautiful Table Mountain here, right from Dolphin Beach.
Someone's in the competition box. I think they've lost their board. There goes Julian Zens out the back. Kite loop, late back roll. Oh, look at the yank. Landing down the face of a wave. Nice and clean there by Julian Zens. Really, that is going to add to his variety score. But I think that was his last. Oh, no, he has one more trick attempt left. But that is the end of the heat.
No, I think they're waiting until the riders had their attempts. They're not necessarily looking at the time too narrow. The red flag is still down, so the heat is still on. Because there's 2 more attempts left in this heat. Just flying out the screen there. A beautiful day here in Cape Town. My name is Ruben Lenton, Here is Hayden Jonas, and we just finished round 1 of the second division here at the Big Air Kite League in Cape Town. Thanks to Core for sponsoring and powering the Big Air Kite League. And also here at Dolphin Beach, which has some great accommodation. Lovely spot, one of the best spots here in Cape Town. Ride Engine, thank you very much for supporting our event, so the riders can push their boundaries. And the Surfer app, which is a free app where you can measure the height. You can either measure it or bring the phone on the water or a watch. It doesn't have to be the latest version. You can grab whatever phone you have, load it on there. No need for a SIM card in there. You can just make it happen. So it's a really fun tool, really motivating, and see where you're at. If your friends are jumping higher than you, then there's work to do. Let's go get them. In 2023, we can do it. And Kite Mana, of course. Thank you very much for partnering with us. And you can vote for Kite Mana Rider of the Day at kitemana.com/vote. And the rider will win €1,000. So throughout the event, if there's a favorite of yours, don't forget to vote so they can take home the prize. Thank you very much for tuning in. We are about to head to round number 2, where we see Johan, Deinum, Marius, Sanchez, and the number 3 of the last heat we just saw. I'm just waiting for the scores to come in. The heats are 12 minutes long, and the rider, they have to take off within the designated competition box. The riders will get 7 tricks per heat, except in the final. Then we will do limitless tricks, and there's from the 7 trick attempts, you get your 2 highest scoring tricks, accompanied by a variety score, which will be added at the end of the heat, determining how much variety you did in your tricks. Did you jump to the left, to the right, and which ways you looped, which way you rotated, which board offs you did, and that can add up to 4 points to your 2 highest scoring tricks, and that will determine the winner of the heat. You can also go to Bakl, bakl.heatscoring.com. Just some results coming in from the last heat between Jett, Bradshaw, Julian Zens, and Meijvogel. Is it the short line guy? There we go. Julian Zens coming out on top. We see Jett Bradshaw in second place and Meijvogel in third. So we see the 2 highest scoring tricks from Julian Zens actually being a 5.62 and a 6.12, and his variety score as a 1.87, combined for a 13.61 to take the lead in his heat and advancing him to the quarterfinals. Congratulations, Julian. Thanks for the show. Epic riding, bro. Jett Bradshaw also giving it his all on his short lines, and Meijvogel just skipping out on the landings, not getting it together. But unfortunately, it's not a knockout round. Or fortunately for him, it's not a knockout round just yet, so he gets another chance and will be up against Johan, Deinum, Marius, Sanchez in the next heat. This is a beautiful drone shot from the beautiful Dolphin Beach here in Cape Town, and if you've never been, definitely come check it out.
Yeah, if we look at the heat, whoever wins this heat now, heat number 4 goes into heat 5. That'll be against Ben Rootman and Youssef Dahab. And second of heat 3, so that would be Jett Bradshaw in heat 5. But now we go into round 2, heat 4. Here we go. Like Ruben says, a beautiful shot of Dolphin Beach, Cape Town, the mecca of kiteboarding. As a local, it is insane growing up in these conditions, learning and just progressing, and to see all the guys from around the world come and share this beauty, this beautiful spot, and share waters with everyone is a really, really, really cool feeling.
From this angle, you can also see the lines in which the wave come, and to maintain the speed, the riders actually have to navigate and manage their speed over the bumpy water. So they're hopping over the first couple waves, and the waves actually always come in sets. So they always want to grab the biggest one, the steepest one, the most powerful one, to send it the biggest. So let's see who can put it together in this heat between Johan, Deinum, Marius, Sanchez, and Meijvogel. Meijvogel didn't get much of a break there, and sending it straight into the sky here.
Oh, he landed that. That was a nice boogie loop there by Julian Meijvogel. So nicely landed there by Julian.
Here we see Marius aiming for an epic kicker. Is it no, like it's gonna close? Ooh, he did that very well to abort it. He already felt it coming. He monitored his takeoff spot closely and saw that it was gonna break, and yeah, that can hurt you. So nice one on the abort there, Marius. You get another chance. So head back out to sea and find your kicker.
And here goes Johan at the back. Now here's a kicker just in front of him. Kite loop with the late back roll, very delayed on the back roll, but coming down nice and easy, putting it down. Not getting the height, unfortunately, but nice and easy. And there goes Marius Sanchez. I think that was a kite loop late back roll out the back, coming down nice and clean there.
Getting quite some height, some nice distance.
That's what the judges want to see. Judges want to see kite angle. They want to see height. They want to see distance. It says Big Air Kite League. We want to see riders push it, push themselves, and push the limits of the sport. As Julian Meijvogel now makes his way out. There are a few kickers rolling in out the back. I can see from the commentary box. Here we go. One rotation, two. Does he come down? Yes, he does. Oh,
He's keeping it together.
Yeah.
He learned from the previous heat. He's just warmed up, and now he's sticking him.
Absolutely. A beautiful back roll, left back roll kite loop there by Julian Meijvogel. As on your screen now, that is Marius Sanchez waiting for a few scores to come in, but Meijvogel is leading so far on a 8.9, so 4.5 and 4.3 are his two best scores. Marius Sanchez now, here's a kicker building up just in front of him.
The Big Air Kite League, definitely a great platform for big air kiteboarding. A beautiful display, and also a great platform for the riders to make name and yeah, get some competition experience.
Here goes Marius Sanchez attacking now. Is there a kicker building up in front of him? There is one just in front of him. I think he sees it. Here we go. Kite loop with the late back roll. Nice. And getting the height and getting the distance. Sticking it down. Nice and clean. Very, very impressive stuff there by Marius Sanchez.
Also quite a young lad. How old is he, you reckon? I think he's 16. Maybe older.
Can he party?
We'll find out if he wins.
Well, here goes
or loses. There's always a good reason to party if we even need a reason. Life is a party, and this is a kiteboarding party, a big air party.
Well, look at that. Meijvogel stuck it nicely. A boogie loop board off came down nice and easy. So yes, Ruben, he learned from his first heat. He's warmed up now. He's got his eye in. The wind's picking up. I think he is really starting to flow now. Very, very impressive stuff there by Julian Meijvogel. But Sanchez leads this heat. A 9.3, but 9.05. Julian Meijvogel.
And it all comes down to who can contain themselves, who can keep his head cool, and who's got the tricks that you can put in this event, with which will score the highest. It's all about reading the playground, timing your moves well, and yeah, managing your energy throughout the event as well. It takes quite some skills, and most of the times a few tries. Just collapsed on him as well, this kicker, so his takeoff got messed up. Sometimes you're building up so much speed and you want it so bad, you're like, is it gonna stay open for me? And then it's a gamble. I learned how to gamble less and just abort more takeoffs because they can hurt so badly. Just dropping out of the sky there a little bit. It's Julian Meijvogel on the doobie loop. Sometimes you put so much pressure on the kite and on the lines that you actually just stop, fall out of the sky a little bit, but he held it together well there, and a nice recovery.
Yeah, I don't think in his first heat he would have landed that one, but he rode away from that nice and neat. That was very, very good there by Julian Meijvogel.
See the Table Mountain in the back? Oh no, that's a container ship. Sorry, guys. No, the Table Mountain, the seventh wonder of the world. Epic, beautiful, looking different every day, but always shining, giving us energy. And with a nice tablecloth. The Cape Doctor is pumping through here for the Big Air Kite League in Cape Town. The final stop.
Whoa, there goes Marius Sanchez. A Back roll, contra loop, board off. And he sticks it down nice and clean. Very, very nice there by Marius Sanchez. But here goes Julian Meijvogel. Oh, there was 2 loops at the back. That's going to be tricky for the judges because both Julian and Johan. But Johan was the first one to take off. He did a kite loop lay back roll. So I don't think the judges are going to count Julian Meijvogel's score because they did take off at the same time. But Julian was the one to take off least. Well, at the latest.
But it is also about the priorities. So the riders get 7 tricks. And I think they did score Julian's trick attempt there. So he had 5 attempts. But Johan only has 3 attempts. So maybe there's a little delay. But we still see Julian's graphics here with his 10.5 meters brought to you by the Surfer app. It's a live heat scoring. Also available at buckle.heatscoring.com where you can follow along.
Yeah, there we go. There's the tablecloth forming over Table Mountain. The wind is starting to pick up, and it's going to start getting even more crazy now with these riders as Meijvogel now makes his way out to sea over the first piece of chop. Here we go. There's a kicker building up in front of him. Oh, is it backed off a bit? There's a kicker at the back. Here we go. This is going to be a nice takeoff, Ruben. And kite loop. Oh, it's a boogie loop. Board off coming down. He sticks it nice and clean, and he is stoked with that one.
Ooh, very, very nice from Julian Meijvogel. And he rode all the way to the back to catch the biggest kicker he could find and timed it well. And he performed a beautiful boogie loop board off. Landed it clean, so this will definitely up his scores. Oh, he got a 6.65 for that. So very, very nice.
Very, very nice stuff.
Well, somebody added some flavor to this water. Didn't expect that. Also, our dear partner, the Surfer app, which is a free app which you can download to measure your height, which you can then read live from your phone, which you can put on your board or in your wetsuit, or from your watch, which I've been enjoying a lot lately. They're also giving away a prize to the rider who jumps highest, and this is the height of their the average of their 3 highest jumps. So that's going to be very interesting to keep an eye out for throughout the event. So thanks to the Surfer app, they're handing out €500 to the winner.
Well, it's all going off here between Julian Meijvogel and Marius Sanchez. They're going trick for trick. We just saw Marius Sanchez there with a contra loop board off. But here goes Julian Meijvogel. There's a kicker just in front of him. Oh, wave broke just in front of him. That's not what you want. A beautiful kicker builds up like that and then crashes on you just at the last minute. We also saw out back Johan. He threw a kite loop lay back roll. Very, very steezy. Nice and inverted and came down nice and clean, which is what the judges want to see. It's going to help with these variety score. But here goes Marius Sanchez. Now you can see the wind has picked up. They're edging super hard. But as the tide's starting to drop, the kickers are rolling in. Not massive, but they are rolling in. Here goes Julian Meijvogel on the inside. A kite loop back roll board off. Oh, coming down hard. Not sticking that one, unfortunately. Yeah, the wind's starting to pick up. Can see out the corner of our eyes further upwind. Some of the guys are warming up and they are throwing down some big tricks. So get excited, everyone, because as the wind gets stronger, the action is going to get even more intense.
What's up guys, it's Tino here from SpaceX Kitesurfing. Shouldn't there be more kiteboarding competitions for everyone? This year we're collabing with the Big Air Kite League here in Cape Town to create the biggest big air kiteboarding competition of the world. Anyone can join, you only have to be able to jump. You can ride against your own level of participants. Same as this competition, we'll use the server app to measure the height. We have great money and gear prizes, which are easy to win, and also a groovy after party. If you want to find out more details and information, you should click the link down in the description, and see you at the beach.
New to the Surfer app. Accurate session tracking with just a smartwatch. Available now for Apple Watch and currently being developed for Wear OS. Are you just learning to jump or sending massive airs? The watch tracks it all.
That's right.
Yes, and we're back already round 3 with Ben Rootman, Youssef, Dahab, Jett, Bradshaw, and probably Julian Meijvogel. We're still waiting for the scores to pop in. And the guys are, there's some guys warming up and the wind is really starting to kick in. So that's lovely to see.
Julian's going to be very tired if he makes it through. He's going to be a very tired kid after this.
Some old scores coming through the screen, trying to find the correct ones. Look at that view there. So many kiters loving life out there, sending it to the max, looking for that adrenaline rush that kiteboarding gives you. We definitely are addicted to being out there, to getting our suit wet, getting our hair nice and salty. We all love it.
Sorry, bro.
Still the old scores coming in. But I will put my money on Julian Meijvogel to join in round number 3. Ben Rootman, Youssef Dahab, Jett Bradshaw again on the short lines, and Julian Meijvogel, who looks finally warmed up and sticking his landings nice and clean. So let's see what the judges think. And in this heat number 5, which is coming up, it's round 3. Only one can advance to the quarterfinals. And there we have 2 heats with Hamzawy, Dagab, Julian Zens, and then Jurre Bruin, who will be joined by the winner of the coming heat, which is going to be a very exciting heat. I'm sure that the Jett's going to fire things off big time. And the guys are going to step it up as the wind is cranking in. Look, that's what I mean with the tablecloth, the white cloud over the Table Mountain. That means that it's going to crank throughout sunset. And thank Mother Nature for this beautiful playground. I've been coming here for 15 years. You've been around a bit longer here, Hayden.
Yeah, but I only started kiting in 2015.
Yeah, you were too busy motorcycle racing.
Too busy riding bikes.
What did you get injured with more?
Kiting.
Kiting?
Kiting, yeah. Never hurt myself too much on bikes.
Oy,
but yeah, kiting I hurt myself. Bruised lungs, bruised ribs, broken legs, concussions, knockouts, you name it.
Sounds like you should have stuck to the bike, mate.
Yeah, that's why do you think I bought another one?
After this second division, we're gonna switch to the first division, where we have some really exciting riders for you as well. The riders fleet consists of Jinne Boer, Luca Ceruti, Cohan van Dijk, Jorris Herrewijnen, Adrian Emmerz, Jason van der Spuy, Michiel Schipper, Evan Klijn, Stijn Mul, Mostafa Abbas, Scott Barenson, Jeremy Burlando, Filippos Tsamantines, Lucas Gramstroop, Giel Vlucht, Julian Hein, Josh Gillett, and Andrea Principi. These are some big names in the sport. Definitely the next generation is here. Some of these guys were riding in the Red Bull King of the Air as well. but are giving it their all here in the Big Air Kite League and trying to come out on top in today's beautiful condition. So thank you for tuning in to the Big Air Kite League here in Cape Town, live from Dolphin Beach. My name is Ruben Lenton, and besides me is Hayden Jonas, broadcasting to you about all the heats, what's going down, what's cracking, and what's flying. And obviously a massive shout out to our dear sponsors who make the Big Air Kite League possible. So thank you, Core Kiteboarding, absolutely amazing, tremendous support as always. Dolphin Beach Hotel, actually the location where we are now, great restaurant, great accommodation. There's no road between you and the beach, which is very convenient. And we got Ride Engine with their beautiful hard shell harnesses. And thank you for supporting this competition and pushing Big Air Kiteboarding to the next level. And also, of course, the Surfer app, which you can see the live graphics, the data coming in. They are our software which we use to measure all the data from G-forces, hang time, distance, you name it, it's right there, and you can check it out. Also, very fun to play with yourself. You can read it out from your watch or your phone, and they're also handing out 500 euros to whoever has the average highest jumps throughout the event, scored of the 3 highest jumps. So that's going to be very interesting. Another one, which is in your hands actually, back to the spectators at home, you can vote for Kitmana Rider of the Day, which will win 1,000 euros that will go straight to the riders from Kitmana. So head to kitmana.com/vote and pick your favorite rider. The vibes are on. Spectators are at the beach and the riders are in the zone. Some are walking around with headphones. Others are chilling in the car. Others are chilling here in the hotel and managing their stress, anxiety, and just visualizing what their heat is going to look like. Thinking about what conditions they're going to do and which will be the highest scoring tricks for them. Visualizing is actually one of the most powerful tools that we use in order to learn new tricks. It helps drastically with minimizing the risk of injury, and it will just get you into the right mindset. It will prepare your mind for what your goal is, whether it's a kiting goal or a live goal. Visualizing it and feeling it definitely helps to manifest it. So we highly encourage that.
Absolutely. You really want to think about what's going to happen in this heat, and in any of your heats that you're going to go into, visualizing is a really, really important tool. What Ruben talks about, it helped me a lot when I used to race. It helped me a lot when I did a few competitions. Just being calm, being in your own mind, and just focusing on what's about to happen. But this heat now.
Yes, it's
round 1, heat 1. Here goes Luca Ceruti, the South African from Langebaan. There's a kicker out the back. This is going to be a big opening account from Luca Ceruti out the back. Oh, it hit the kicker and it just broke in front of him. Very unfortunate. Cohan van Dijk in the red lycra. So he's out there in the green lycra. That would be Jan Boer. Yep, the kickers are just breaking a little bit too early. It's catching all the guys out. We saw it in Division 2, and we're going to see a little bit of it in Division 1 as well. It's really difficult to read these kickers at the moment as Jan Boer makes his way out.
So we see Jan Boer riding the yellow kite. That's the Nash pivot. And he's looking at that kicker. Oh, is he going to take this one? Yes, he is. Riding full speed. Throwing himself straight into a doobie loop, and he had so much speed that he also added a rotation on the way down. Probably wasn't the height he was looking for, but still performed that move.
Yeah, here goes Cohan van Dijk. There's a kicker building out the back. Here we go. Back roll, board off. Very, very nice. Sticks it down nice and clean. Cohan put on an incredible performance at the Red Bull King of the Air. I think making it all the way to the semi-finals from the golden ticket. So he had a lot of kiting that day. Cohan van Dijk, a name to be reckoned with, a force to be reckoned with. A massive inspiration for a lot of the younger riders. He really just sends it and just doesn't give up. But here goes Luca Ceruti now. Kickers built up in front of him. The kid from Langebaan. Here we go. Out the back. Back roll, board off. Oh, no, he switches to a double front roll. It looked like he was going for a back roll board off, but it was a back roll to a double front roll on the way down. That was...
What a tornado.
Wow.
Yeah,
Sure.
That was quite creative. And that's what comes into play in competitions as well. We want to see some creativity, some never been done before tricks, but ultimately we want to see height, difficulty, and distance. And here we see Cohan van Dijk also with a board of tornado back rolls.
Yeah, that's Cohen's signature move. He really has been training that a lot. We've seen him training. I've seen him train that trick at Witsands. An insane move that he does. A back roll board, well, a kite loop back roll there by Boer. So these guys really are opening up this account for Division 1, Heat 1 here at Big Air Kite League.
All the riders get 7 attempts. And this was one of Luca's signature contra loops and wiping out, unfortunately. Normally he sticks that clean, but I think it's pretty challenging conditions. But the riders get 7 attempts with their 2 highest scoring tricks plus a variety score, combining their overall score to see who comes out on top. But it was actually surprising to see Cohan go for a combo there, like he already landed his kite loop board off a triple back roll. And straight after, he went into another trick, a 1080 back roll, I believe, with a kite loop. But I don't know if the judges counted that because you only get 1 attempt at a time.
He's like a dog with a bone. He just doesn't stop. As here we go, Cohan van Dijk. A boogie board off into late front. Oh, that was a bum back and head check. Wow.
Bouncy.
Luca Ceruti on his way out. Now the kickers rolling in. Look at that, Ruben. The kickers are rolling in thick and fast. There's a bit of white water, but there's a kicker just behind there for Luca. Are we going to see anything? Here we go. He's loading up. Contra board off.
Yeah.
With another rotation. Very steezy by Luca, but I don't think it's windy enough. It's just not there for Luca. He needs a lot of wind, and Boer just a straight kite loop out the back. Just adding some variety into the scores there.
Yeah, they're not jumping that high at the moment. Might be a little low in the wind actually, but no doubt it's going to come back. The water is full of white caps. Cloud is still pushing over nicely, so there should be plenty of power to be found out there. And it's just very hard. Like once you see this good kicker build and you can't find the power or not the gust, like it's such a gamble and yeah, I don't know, a very fine game actually to hit this right takeoff and decide what to go for. If you pull the trigger, you got to commit full power, but you can also abort last second if the wave or something changes not according to plan. It can be very challenging. This was here like this. It was a good takeoff, but this kite was not in the right position, making him have to abort that loop.
Yeah, very unfortunate there for Cohan van Dijk. He had the speed, he had the power, he just couldn't put it together. But that's just due to the kickers. The kickers really are just so difficult to read at the moment. They are flowing in. Like I said earlier, the tide is starting to drop. Low tide is at 7 o'clock, so as the tide starts to go down, the kickers will start to get bigger. There goes Luca Ceruti. A huge, well, that was a boogie loop into a late front.
A doobie loop into another edit rotation.
Oh, there we go. Doobie loop. Thank you, Ruben.
Yeah, sometimes I cannot even follow, but these guys are combining like 3 tricks in one. So you really have to check it out and not get distracted.
Oh.
Oi! Just falling on his face there, Cohan van Dijk.
He really does like to hurt himself.
Oh, he's a strong guy.
Yeah, have you seen his videos on Instagram of him training? He's an absolute beast. So I think he can take a beating.
Exactly. All of the athletes, they know what it takes to do big air kiteboarding, and that's definitely to take care of yourself. And that doesn't involve only kiteboarding.
A front roll board off contra there by Luca Ceruti, sticking it down nice and clean. Very, very stoked with that. As the scores are in 11.6, Cohan leads from 11.3 of Luca Ceruti and Boer on a 10.0. This Division 1 is only going to get even more intense with a lot of riders. It's a stacked field, and we are in for an insane day of riding here at the Big Air Kite League in Cape Town.
You might have noticed that we switched from the second division to the first division as the wind is coming in nice and strong. So we want the first division to get the proper conditions to show the biggest moves. And this is actually Heat 1 from Route 1 of the Division 1. And it's Jinne, Luca Ceruti and Cohan van Dijk getting 7 attempts to put 2 highest scoring tricks on the board. And what scores high? That is definitely height, Yes, extremity, getting angled with that kite, and difficulty, technicality. And obviously a clean landing, otherwise the scores drop to 0.
Absolutely, and I watched that trick build up there by Jan. He had the speed, he had the power, the kicker built up, everything was there for him, just couldn't put it together for that landing. But like Ruben says, it's a lot to think about, you know, pulling the kite for a kite loop, doing the board off, doing the rotation. There's just so much, so to really spot your landing and to stick it does take a lot of focus. But still, incredible stuff by these riders. Here goes Luca Ceruti. Just a double front roll contra. He's so steezy with that, and he has it so clean. If you want to see him throw down with that, go to his Instagram page. There's a video there of him doing a huge contra board off front roll, and it was absolutely massive.
Oh, we saw a nice board rotation in there from Cohan van Dijk, but landing on his back and just flipping and skipping out. Unfortunately, crashing that. You saw he was traveling 44 kilometers an hour through that trick, covering 60 meters distance with a head of 5.5 seconds, and a G-force, which was probably a bit higher than 1.4, straight onto his back.
Yeah, but he's fine. He can take a beating. Jan Boer now making his way out. Kickers have dropped off just a little bit, but the nice thing is with the tires starting to drop, like Ruben was saying earlier, you got the flat sections between the waves, really helps to build up speed and to hit that kicker as fast as possible, pull the kite up and really get as high as you can to throw the most extreme move that you possibly can. As we see Luca Ceruti, I think he sees the kicker out the back, but the white water is just causing a bit of drama for these riders, but he found it. There we go, a contra back roll board off with another rotation. Very, very nice here by Luca Ceruti. It's very close between him and Cohan.
You don't see that often when they do the contra and then they actually do a back roll with it. That late of a timing. It's very hard to rotate at that point, but he pulled it off very nicely.
That man trains those contras. Whenever there's wind, that's all he's training. He does them on 6s, he'll do them on 11s. He is an absolute animal. But his training regime, whether it's training in the gym or kiting as much as possible, Luca Ceruti really, really is something special. Straight out of Langebaan, hour up the road, also a beautiful place to kite. So I do recommend, if you do come to Cape Town, also head your way to Langebaan. There goes Luca Ceruti. Oh, look at how he delays the rotation, goes into one, unfortunately crashing. Oh, butt check, a big butt check. Delays the rotation, delays the loop. But there goes a huge doobie loop there by Jan Boer with another rotation and also a butt check. Judges aren't going to like that. But it's the name of the game. As here goes Cohan van Dijk. There's a kicker at the back. He sees it. Here we go. Oh, just not getting the speed that he wanted. Unfortunately for Cohan van Dijk. But he still leads this heat, 11.6 to Luca Ceruti on 11.3 and Jan Boer on a 10.0. So it is a close heat. This is round 1 of Division 2, Heat 1. And it's all kicking off here in Cape Town, South Africa for the final stop of the Big Air Kite League. As now Cohan van Dijk makes his way out. Kickers are starting to roll in. Luca Ceruti's just behind him there. There's a kicker. Here goes Cohan. What is he going to pull out the bag? Front roll. Board off. So a nice boogie. Ooh. He really does a late down loop there. He got a bit of forward momentum. But he stayed calm. Put it down nicely. Very impressive stuff there by Cohan van Dijk.
That was absolutely massive and extreme. So I hope the scores will show that as well. Currently leading Cohan van Dijk. But we got Luca Ceruti here. Oh, just skipping out on this trick. But they will have an added variety score, which can make a big difference if the scores are this close. So let's see what it comes down to.
Yeah, Luca just seems like he's struggling a little bit just to put it together. But knowing Luca, if unfortunately doesn't make it through this heat, he still has another opportunity, and I think we are going to see some big things from Luca. not only in this event but within the future. And a lot of these riders are super young and are absolute senders. There goes Luca. Kite delays that loop. The contra comes down. It's a double. Nice and clean. That's what you want to see from the young South African. Here goes Boer. There's a kicker building up. Oh, broke just in front of him. That's not what you want to see. And it really is disheartening as a rider in competition when it's this close and you gain all that speed and unfortunately that kicker breaks in front of you. It is disheartening, but that's when you got to keep your composure, stay calm, stay cool, calm and collective, and know that you still have another heat to really prove yourself. It is a long day and the wind's only going to get stronger.
You're here with me, Ruben Lenton and Hayden Jonas, broadcasting live from the final stop of the Big Air Kite League here in Cape Town, kiteboarding Mecca. And we're here from Dolphin Beach, actually one of Cape Town's hotspots. Definitely Blaubergstrand, Dolphin Beach is where it's at. Beautiful downwinders, a nice stretch of wind with the Cape Doctor blowing perfectly.
What's up guys, it's Tino here from SpaceX Kitesurfing. Shouldn't there be more kiteboarding competitions for everyone? This year we're collabing with the Big Air Kite League here in Cape Town to create the biggest Big Air kiteboarding competition of the world. Anyone can join, you only have to be able to jump. You can ride against your own level of participants. Same as this competition, we'll use the server app to measure the height. We have great money and gear prizes, which are easy to win, and also a groovy after party. If you want to find out more details and information, you should click the link down in the description, and see you at the beach.
New to the Surfer app. Accurate session tracking with just a smartwatch. Available now for Apple Watch and currently being developed for Wear OS. Are you just learning to jump or sending massive airs? The watch tracks it all.
Let's try to predict this jump. Height 8.0. 7.9.
Back here, thanks to all our dear partners for supporting this event, supporting Big Air Kite League to the next level. These are the riders that are throwing down for us today, and you're here in round one. Heat number 2 is about to kick off with Joris Herrewijnen from the Netherlands. We've got Adrian Emmerz from Germany and local boy Jason van der Spuy. Jason also did very good in the Red Bull King of the Air, and I'm looking forward to see his performance here. Very well-rounded rider. He can do all the handle passes, he can do the short line loops, and all the big air moves. So I'm expecting a big heat from him. No pressure.
No pressure at all. Jason van der Spuy, multiple South African freestyle champion. He's grown up with the sport. That's all he knows, and it's all you'll probably ever know. He is so dedicated to the sport. So in the red is Jason van der Spuy. In the blue lycra or green lycra, that is Jorris. And in the yellow would be Adrian Emmerz.
Which might be hard to see with a bit of a backlit sun there.
Yeah, Adrian is on a blue kite and Jorris on a white kite, opening it up with a doobie loop there.
That was Adrian?
That was Adrian. So Adrian is on the white kite. Jorris is in the yellow. Yeah, no, sorry. Jorris is on the yellow on the blue kite. So which he's just landed and crashed now. So they're both on dices. Blue kite would be Adrian.
And then Jason van der Spuy picking out a nice kicker there. Straight into this heat with a nice doobie loop and an added rotation on the way down. Those are 3 rotations, a 1080 with a mega loop. Going very inverted on those front rolls. And also those added rotations on the way down, it's sometimes nice for them to just unwind. But imagine, it's just super scary coming down from a trick like that and still adding one rotation just before the landing. Super, super nice.
It's just chaos. But here goes Jorris now. Jorris sees a kicker just in front of him. Here we go. Front roll. To a late front roll. That wasn't really a doobie loop. He wasn't inverted. But a nice effort there by Jorris. Here goes Jason van der Spuy. There's a massive kick in front of him. Again, white border has broken. It really, really does upset the rider. And if we look, Jason van der Spuy has a second kite up in the sky. It is a 6 meter. So, will we see the first double in Division 1 from Jason van der Spuy later on in this heat?
Yeah, you saw that the kicker was just closing in on him, but he still got some nice takeoff from that, powering through the little whitewash, through the lip, and stomping down that beautiful trick right there.
Here goes Adrian now. Kickers are starting to flow in front of him, but I think he's going to start making his way up. Here goes Jorris. Oh, nice and steezy back roll, late back roll to another rotation.
4 rotations.
4 rotations. That was very, very clean there by Jorris.
I don't think he was going too big. If you check out the so the results from the previous heat, just in and advancing through to the next round or to the semifinals is actually Cohan van Dijk with a 14.02 overall score. You see he's got a 1.9 for his variety score, which was lower than Luca's score, but his 2 highest scoring tricks were just a little better. So ending him in the first place, congrats Cohan. And Luca Ceruti in a second position. He will have to go another round in round number 3, with Jinne Boer getting a second chance in round number 2.
Here goes Jason van der Spuy. Now there's a kicker just in front of him. You just saw on your screen there, we saw Jorris unfortunately going down there, but delayed on the rotation and the kite loop. Unfortunately, looping the kite a little bit late. Unfortunately, didn't let the kite catch him. Jason van der Spuy makes his way in now. Will we see a kite change in this heat? Most likely.
I'm sure Jason van der Spuy has got something up his sleeve. He's got his caddy on the beach already with a spare kite or a smaller kite on the beach, so he can quickly go for a kite change and bust out. Yeah, what are we going to see? A double loop or an S loop? I'm very curious to see what he's got up his sleeve. It will definitely add to the variety score, because sometimes the double loops are not necessarily the highest scoring tricks, but they definitely add to the variety score, and they're just impressive to watch.
Absolutely. And here goes Adrian now. Oh, Adrian and Jorris. Fortunately, just not finding the kicker. And nice thing what Jason can do, Jason can throw it down with handle passes. So will we see a kung fu from Jason? But here's a kicker now. Here we go. Jason van der Spuy. Oh,
Nicely aborted there. It's super, it's a bit of a mind beep, actually, because you want to go in the air, you want to perform your trick, but you can also hurt yourself on the takeoff. So really nice composure there from Johan van der Spuy.
Whoa, Adrian, 3 rotations. That's a doobie loop with an extra rotation, but the third rotation was just as inverted as the first. That was insane stuff there by Adrian. That is what we want to see here at Big Air Kite League. Jason van der Spuy just waiting. There goes Jorris out the back. A back roll board off kite loop to another rotation.
That was a rewind. So he did a...
What?
He did a forward rotation with a board off and a kite loop. And then when he put his board back on, he actually spun back. So a little rewind there.
It is insane what these guys can do with the kite in these kind of winds. It's amazing to see the progression of kiteboarding from where it all started back in Maui to where it is today. It is really, really incredible. Feel very proud to be a part of this sport, and can't wait to see what the future holds. Here goes Jason van der Spuy out the back. 1 rotation. A beautiful front roll kite loop board off.
Doobie loop board off.
Doobie loop board off. The crowd love it. We can hear the crowd from the beach get excited. Jason van der Spuy, that was incredible stuff there.
Not disappointing at all, but he's got his hands full with Adrian Emmerz there as well, going big with multiple rotations. So, let's see. I think Jason will definitely get a nice variety score, because he's just performing really incredible moves and different types of moves. But the variety score will be added at the end of the heat. And each rider will have 7 attempts.
Here goes Adrian now. He's found the kicker. Oh, again, this white water is just causing havoc for these riders. So they're all making their way. And here goes Jason Van der Spuy on the inside front roll. To a handle pass. Does the Kung Fu. Here we go. Not very big, but that's going to add to his variety score. First handle pass of the competition today. Incredible stuff there by Jason Van der Spuy. Here goes Adrian out the back roll, late back roll to another inverted back roll, going into another one.
Yeah.
Oh,
Just butt checking that, but he's got his rotations down, man. Once he spins, he just can't get enough and can't stop anymore. It's like 4 rotations whilst looping that kite. And we saw Jason Van der Spuy earlier doing that Kung Fu front spin handle pass. Actually, move one of my signature moves. That I invented back in the day, and it's great to see it still be part of Big Air kiteboarding today, which not many riders can actually do. Unhooking brings a whole different part of the game to the game. It's very difficult to unhook, especially on Big Air kites, because they're just so powerful, so lifty. So you really have to be strong and committed to hold on just with your bare hands without your harness.
absolutely. And Ruben, you were doing those in boots in almost 40 knots of wind on a sea kite.
That's what's up.
Yeah, there we go. Stacked like a lion. But Jason Van der Spuy, is he coming? There we go. I think the kite change is coming. Where's the caddy? No, I think he's going to stay on the 9. I think they put the 6 down.
Just not enough wind to go for those doubles. Like I said, they are not always the highest scoring tricks, especially when the wind is not really super strong. Then it's super hard to go massive on a 6 meter. You're going to need some more wind for that to pull a proper double. And here we see a nice doobie loop from Jason Van der Spuy with an added rotation.
Look at that extension and the way he places his body. Super steezy there by Jason Van der Spuy. And that's a freestyle background coming in. If you ever watch Jason Van der Spuy do freestyle, he rides very clean, very steezy, and he brings that sort of calm, clean riding into his big air riding. So it is fantastic to see that. You know, all these guys, a lot of them do some incredible stuff, but just look a little bit sloppy coming down. And Jason Van der Spuy just manages to keep it nice and clean all the way through the trick.
Yeah, and I think the wake style, freestyle riders who are used to doing handle passes, they will have a big advantage, because I think the handle passes are definitely gonna play a big role in the big air kite scene. It just has that extremity, the risk, and you can go super high. And the guys have also, he's going for that blind landing, which is something unique but very hard to pull together on a big air move.
Trying to do a Tom Bridge on us here. And there we go. There goes Jorris out the back. Back roll kite loop, board off. Does he get on in time? Oh! Taking impact there.
Some of the riders do choose to wear an impact vest during big air sessions, just to save some bruised ribs and save your back a little bit.
Adrian now on the tack out. There's a few kickers rolling in. I think he sees one in the back, but Jason's ahead of him, so Jason has priority. Here we go. Jason Van der Spuy. Back roll. Late back roll with a late kite loop. Really delayed the loop there. That was incredible. As you saw on that second rotation, he sort of fell down. Slacked a bit, but nice and clean there by Jason Van der Spuy. And he's leading this heat on a 13.2 ahead of Adrian on a 12.4 and Jorris on 11.0. So Van der Spuy coming out swinging.
Hopping over the wave. Was he unhooked? No. Yeah, unhooking in these type of conditions definitely brings a lot of risk. So I think we're going to see a lot more from it from a few riders who can do proper handle passes, proper kung fus, and proper double handle passes. So the action will unfold to even more crazy stuff. Massive again. This is a doobie loop with 2 added rotations. So 4 rotations plus a mega loop. That's at 15 meters, 15 and a half meters actually. Absolutely incredible. His speed was around 100 kilometers an hour there.
Wow. Holy moly.
The distance also around 100 meters. With
It's all going off here in Cape Town. Final stop for the Big Air Kite League here at Dolphin Beach. And it's all going off here in Heat 2 between Jason van der Spuy, Adrian Emmerz and Joris Herrewijnen. Incredible stuff here by these riders, really pushing the limits of our sport and making us rethink what kiteboarding is all about. Jason van der Spuy, I think, has hit his 7 tricks. I think that's it for Jason. I think he's done all 7 tricks. It says on our score, and that's the same with Jorris. And Adrian still has 2 tricks left in him. So let's see what he can do. But so far, Adrian's leading this heat from Jason van der Spuy and Jorris.
Yeah, 7 trick attempts, and 2 of your highest scoring tricks will count. Plus the added variety score of a maximum of 4 points will be added at the end of the heat. So what you see here, actually, Adrian Emmerz just jumped himself to first position here. But that is without the variety score added. So let's see what the judges say, whether it's going to be Adrian or Jason van der Spuy in first place. But it's not a knockout round. They get a second chance. So whoever comes third in this heat between Joris Herrewijnen, Adrian Emmerz and Jason van der Spuy will get a second chance in round number 2. The second place will join round number 3 and then straight to the semifinals if you manage to win your heat. Thank you very much for tuning in into the live stream of the Big Air Kite League. We are here at the final stop at Dolphin Beach in Cape Town with some of the world's best big air riders battling it out for the first place. Here we are with the first division in round 1. Heat 3 kicking off. We got Michiel, Schipper, Klijn and Stijn Mul. A full Dutch heat. 3 Dutchies battling it out. 3 good friends who all want to take it on to the next round.
Michael Schipper just opened up there. I think that was a boogie loop out the back. And here goes Klijn. Evan Klijn in the yellow lycra on the core kite. Here we go. Kicker's built up for him. Out the back. Back roll. Board off. Late back roll. Into another rotation. And putting it down nice and clean. That's what you want to see. Stian Mill there on the Cabrina in the red lycra. So still waiting for a kicker to roll in. But as the tide starts to drop, the kickers are rolling in. The wind's picking up. And the action's going to get even more intense.
Yeah, there was some precision jumping there from Evan Klijn. Really squeezing in 4 back rotations and that board off just before the landing. See, that must have hurt him. The kicker just closed over his legs, slamming into it. That's why he couldn't perform the trick that he had in mind.
But that's what you call commitment. He really commits to that. But here goes Evan Klijn. The kicker's built up. A bit of white water. The one behind it. Here we go. Whoa, a doobie loop. Board off. Putting it down nice and clean. Evan Klijn. Wow, what an opening account by him in this heat. As here goes Michael Schipper now in the green lycra at the back on the red north kite. There's a kicker over this piece of white water. Here we go, just going a bit downwind. Unfortunately, backing out of that one. There's a nice kicker just behind that. I think if he held on just a little bit longer. But it's easier set up here. When you're on the water, it's a completely different ball game. And these riders are professionals. So if they do pull out, there's a reason.
Yes, when you're riding on the water and you're looking out to sea, you're trying to scan the water as best as possible and seeing if there's a set of kickers coming your way. But you can actually not see over the wave, so you're just hoping that there will be the dream scenario lining up in front of you. And it can be quite a frustration game. Because sometimes it's just flat out there, or it's a chop, or you're in the wrong position, or the timing is off and the kicker is just breaking in front of you. So it can come with a lot of frustration, but that's why it takes more determination to read the playground well and time it good. And Evan Klijn, a master at all these technical tricks. Look at how he stomps this. Again, 4 rotations and a board off. Absolutely incredible riding from Evan Klijn here.
And Stian Mill also on the inside, a back roll board off, late back roll. But it was about at the same time as Evan was in the sky. So I hope the judges saw that. But it is priority, and Evan was midway through a trick. Here goes Michael Schipper now, over one piece of white water. There's 2 kickers. There's one in front of him, and there's one just behind. I think he sees the one behind. Yes, he does. Is he going to make it? Absolutely, he is. Back roll. Oh, hitting it wrong. I think just put too much pressure on the board, and sometimes when you get to the lip or the face of the wave, sometimes you do tend to just lose your grip and slide, and the board slides out from under you. Not what you want when you are in a heat like this.
Yeah, Michiel Schipper doesn't seem to have connected with his perfect takeoff spot just yet. Just eyeing out to sea and hoping for the best. So here are some results from the previous heat. We have Jason van der Spuy coming in first place with a nice overall heat score of 15.87. With an epic variety score, which can be a total up to 4. And he has 2.67. Super nice riding from Jason van der Spuy. Looking forward to see him build after this nice warm-up. And congrats to Adrian Emmerz and Jorris Herrewijnen. Jorris getting another chance in the next round.
Yeah, we saw Stian Mill there with a contra boogie board off. That was very steezy there by him. As on the inside, here comes Evan Klijn. Boogie, board off. Very clean. Oh, just on the butt check. Couldn't get the kite around.
It's more like a butt sink. It sounds a bit sketchy. Even more sketchy.
Hey.
But yeah, Evan did a bit of a contra loop there. You can either loop with your backhand, which is a normal kite loop, or mega loop if you go all out. And it's a contra loop if you pull with your front hand. So the riders have lots of different tricks to play with and add onto the variation of these tricks. I wonder if anyone is going to do some unhooking in this heat. Maybe Stijn Mill has got some unhook tricks up his sleeve which could help him land in first place.
Oh, there we go. Oh, Michael Schipper again just can't get it together. These kickers are really making his life hell, unfortunately. But here goes Stijn Mill out the back. There's a kicker. He's going to go over Michael Schipper. A nice kite loop board off, nice and clean, nice and steezy. And Ruben was
What a
talking.
take.
And Ruben was talking about unhooking in this heat. I saw at the corner of my eye, Evan Klijn he hit the kicker, unhooked, not a very big one. I think he's just getting a feeling for it. But if he can do a handle pass in that XR, I'll be well impressed because that kite pulls like a truck. It is insane. But here goes Michael Schipper. There's a kicker at the back. Again, he just... I think there's something not adding up there for Michael Schipper, unfortunately. Very unfortunate, but he needs to start getting some scores on the board as Evan Klijn and Stiamul are running away with this.
It's going to be very tricky for Michiel Schipper to keep his head cool. He must be filled with frustrations now because he wants to show his best moves. And every time it's just not working out on the takeoff, which can lead to big frustrations and building anxiety and stress.
Way. There we go. It wasn't a very big handle pass, but Evan Klijn threw a small dangle pass, a back roll dangle pass. So I think that would be a kung fu, but he needs to do extra rotations for that to be a kung fu, if I'm correct, Ruben.
This is Michiel Schipper finally landing on his back. But yeah, to come back to you, Hayden, the kung fu means that you put the kite all the way to the side. It's not necessarily a rotation, but the kung fu just means that you put the kite all the way to the side and go as high as possible.
Absolutely. Cool. Thank you for that, Ruben. Bit of education here from the legend himself, the man who did pioneer kiteboarding to where it is today, invented the mega loop, and actually did an S loop way back when, before most
2009 that was.
2009. Were some of these riders born back then?
On a little 5 meter. And just to come back to that kung fu as well, it was actually Lou Wayman in Hawaii in the early days on short lines actually. I think he was riding 10 meter lines and just riding the nuking winds of Maui in Hawaii. And he was jumping unhooked, sending the kite to 12 o'clock and all the way to the side, almost hanging level with his kite, and just fully stretching out, letting one hand go of the bar, looking very extreme, which he named the Kung Fu. So we just took that inspiration and started building on it, and adding a front rotation and a handle pass, which feels epic and scary.
Yeah, and then you get guys like Jesse Richmond who do it at 20 meters high with 55 million rotations on the way down. It's insane to see the progression of kiteboarding, like we've been saying, from where it all started in Maui to where it is today here in Cape Town. The final stop for the Big Air Kite League. Beautiful Dolphin Beach. The wind is blowing. The sun is out. Sun's out, guns out. And the tide is starting to drop. Kickers are rolling in. And the action is only getting better. The heat's calmed down a little bit. The rider's just waiting for that perfect kicker. As Michiel Schipper, like Ruben says, needs to get it together. He needs to find that perfect kicker and put some numbers on the scoreboard.
That's what it's all about. So we see Evan Klijn riding full speed, just hopping over the whitewash. And unfortunately, there was no good kicker for him behind it. So you can see way out the back at sea, you see some lines coming this way already. And as a kiter, you're always very aware of the ocean and how it moves. And also the wind, you just need to feel it, you need to see it, you need to do everything in your powers to find the right gust and time it well to be in tune with your kite. And we see...
Oh!
Was that Stijn?
That was Stijn Mull doing a handle pass, but I think with a 1 footer. His 1 foot was out.
Yeah, he did some rotation. I think his foot accidentally slipped out, but he was unhooked, and he probably wanted to go for like a back roll handle pass. Unfortunately, not putting it together. And I think that must have been his last attempt. The riders have 7 attempts to put 2 highest scoring tricks on the board, and we can see Evan Klijn in the lead now.
Yeah.
With his highest scoring trick being a 6.71. Very, very nice. I think it was the 4 rotation board off mega loop. Very impressed by that.
Yeah, Michael Schipper was on his way out there looking for a kicker. Unfortunately, just didn't build up in front of him.
But
and
if you lose this heat, there's you just have a lot of work to do to make it to the final, because you get a second chance in round number 2.
Absolutely, but I mean, he can take some inspiration from his friend Cohan van Dijk, who made it all the way to the semi-finals at Red Bull King of the Air from the Porsche Golden Ticket. So if you don't make it through here, don't stress. Have some water, rethink your strategy, and then come back swinging in the next few heats.
More like have a beer, mate. Just kidding. No, that doesn't go hand in hand. Trust me, first-hand experience. But I hope you guys are all very comfy wherever you're watching from. Thanks for tuning in here to the Big Air Kite League, the final stop in Cape Town. Live from Dolphin Beach, you're here with me, Ruben Lenton and Hayden Jonas, broadcasting you through this first round of the Men's Division 1. Michiel Schipper just not getting it together. I was riding with him yesterday, and he also slammed into a wave. I was like, ooh, almost broke his ankles, I think, his legs, something. But yeah, definitely something to be very aware of. I keep repeating it because it's just one of the most dangerous things that can happen easily here. But hopefully everything goes according to plan. Nobody gets hurt, and we just see bigger and bigger action as the wind keeps building and gives us some steady action.
Oh, Evan Klijn unhooked. He's a madman unhooking on an XR. The amount of pull on his shoulders with that is incredible. But yeah, let's thanks to our sponsors, of course, Big Air Kite League running this event, and throughout the year, incredible stuff by them, developing the sports and developing riders. Core Kites powering us through. Dolphin Beach Hotel for providing us an event and an amazing place to stay. Ride Engine, incredible products that they make. Some beautiful harnesses, beautiful looking impact vests and wetsuits. The Surf app, download it. It's a free download. Get the mount it on your board, and yeah, have a little mini competition with you and your mates, and the loser buys a round of beers. And of course, Kite Mana, you can vote for the rider of the day at kitemana.com/vote. And that rider will win €1,000. So incredible stuff there. Thank you to all our sponsors.
What's up guys, it's Tino here from SpaceX Kitesurfing. Shouldn't there be more kiteboarding competitions for everyone? This year we're collabing with the Big Air Kite League here in Cape Town to create the biggest big air kiteboarding competition of the world. Anyone can join, you only have to be able to jump. You can ride against your own level of participants. Same as this competition, we'll use the server app to measure the height. We have great money and gear prizes, which are easy to win, and also a groovy after party. If you want to find out more details and information, you should click the link down in the description, and see you at the beach.
New to the Surfer app. Accurate session tracking with just a smartwatch. Available now for Apple Watch and currently being developed for Wear OS. Are you just learning to jump or sending massive airs? The watch tracks it all.
Let's try to predict this jump. Height 8.0. 7.9.
From the sandy beaches of Cape Town, you're here at the Big Air Kite League. This is Ruben Lenton here with Hayden Jonas, just broadcasting live from Dolphin Beach, one of the best kiteboarding spots around. And we're just actually having a small break as the wind has a little lull in it. The riders weren't happy with the stability of the wind. So now is a good time for you to head to kitemana.com/vote to vote for your rider of the day. So that rider can take home the massive prize they're handing out. €1,000 for the winner of the rider of the day. It's all in your hands, so don't forget to check it out. Also, grab another brewski, some water, a drink, a tea. Make yourself comfortable as we are waiting for the wind to kick in and pick up a little more.
Welcome to the new Core Pro Shop in Cape Town. We're here at Dolphin Beach, the best big air spot in the world. We've got an extensive selection of new and used gear. We got a compressor at the beach and a rinsing station. We're right above Blowfish Restaurant, so you can grab a coffee before and after your sessions. We've got internet in the restaurant, so even when there's load shedding, you can pull in to get some work done. Everything about this shop is premium. We've got the best gear, the best service, and the best coaching at my favorite spot in the whole entire world. So pull in for a coffee sometime. We look forward to seeing you here. Meow.
So there we see some riders on the water just whilst we are having a little break. They're testing out the wind. There was a little lull, and we're just waiting for it to come back to strength and stability. That's all part of the game, waiting for Mother Nature to provide the perfect playground for the Big Air Kite League to take off. We want to bring you the best action live here from Dolphin Beach in Cape Town. Let's see if some of these riders are going to show us some magic tricks. We got Michiel zooming in on that kite. The gear also massively improved and keeps improving. Every year we're adding a few meters, adding some more speed, so these kites handle better and better, so that the riders are at ease in the sky and are feeling very confident, knowing at all times where their kite is, when it catches you. And for every discipline, there's just a different kite out there with a specific design that will give you the right characteristics and feel for that discipline. So always make sure that you're on the right kite. And I always encourage you to try lots of different things as well, because it's a highly personal preference of how you like to be powered on your kite. Also play around with your settings, maybe swap some boards with your mates, just to really try out what's out there. And go check out some demo days. Visit your local shop, just to try out some fresh gear and get a feel for it, because it's easy to get stuck and hung up on a certain kite or a certain board, but it's always good to broaden your horizons and really get a feel for something that might work better, because you get stronger, your skills might get better, and then you might need a faster board. Also, for the various conditions, it's also very important to maybe add some gear to your quiver. Some guys they like to switch out their kites, but you can also just grab a bigger board and then you can use the same kite. It's also a little technique to get the most out of your quiver.
Yeah, on the topic of new kites and new edge kites, I mean, Ruben, when you started kiting and really pushing Big Air to where it is today, up and until, let's say, 2016, 2017, you and a lot of the first generation riders were riding 5-line C kites in boots, in high-powered winds. I mean, going from that now to a bit more open bow kites for Big Air, I mean, what has that transition been like for you? I mean, and I think a lot of viewers at home would like to know as well.
5 lines, mate. What are you talking about? You never used it. No, yeah, we started off on 2-line kites, obviously, and that was quite a struggle. Big directional board. I remember being 12 years old, had my directional surfboard with 2 foot straps on there, or 3 foot straps, and my 2-line kite in the gusty conditions of the Netherlands in the cold North Sea, just trying to get up and ride, and it was super hard. It was quite challenging. It took me, I think, 3 to 4 months of trying to finally get the hang of it, and once I got the hang of it, it just felt amazing, and I could never stop. And then the gear also started developing and becoming better. And we were able to do more and more maneuvers, and things were gonna get safer out there with the invention of the quick release, which was very handy for some. I've actually never had to use mine, luckily, just by accident. Oops. But yeah, it's great to see how all the brands are pushing the gear, and for every discipline, like I said, there's a specific or wave kite or foil kite. You have the Big Air kites, and every kite with their own feel, and maybe with your favorite color or design on there. Definitely go try them out and play with it. You see a lot of guys now playing with the line lengths as well. You see Jett riding very short lines, then they're 12 meters, or a little bit longer, 16 meters, up until the guys that ride 24 meter lines, just to get the more height and make the loop a little, give some more room for the loop. This comes in handy when they do the board offs and the rotations, and maybe something for you to play around with as well. Also, bar size, bar length can play a huge difference in the handling and the speed of the kite. Like we see Jeremy Burlando, one of the next generation favorite young guns from Italy, sending it through the sky here with absolute great control. These guys are absolutely nailing the new moves, combining board offs, rotations, and mega loops all at the same time, and making it look like a breeze, like a walk in the park, actually.
Yeah, it's amazing to see where kite design has gone, and from where it started to where it is today. 2-line C kites. If you are interested, for the viewers at home, there is a movie on YouTube called Up the Wind, I think it's called. And it is basically about the origins of kiteboarding. You'll see guys Flash Austin, Lou Wainman, Pete Cabrina, and they basically show you how kiteboarding started with these big reels of letting the kite out and seeing people crash in the most spectacular ways. So yeah, like Ruben says, with the invention of the quick release of how and how safety has improved over the years from kiteboarding way back when to where we are now, it's incredible. And with all of that, the progression of kiteboarding, you know, a couple of years ago you see guys at Red Bull King of the Air, they could win with boogie loops and kite loop late back rolls, and this year it was all about double loops, S loops, with massive amounts of board offs, multiple rotations, and guys riding 24-meter lines. You know, it just gives you extra height, that extra lift. And we saw a big upset at this year's Red Bull King of the Air. But the new generation is here, and I think we owe a lot of that to Big Air Kite League. Big Air Kite League has created a platform for a lot of these riders to train in some incredible conditions and compete in incredible conditions. So they all travel together, they all compete together, and they're bouncing ideas off one another, and they really are. So even though they're not competing, if there's no event, they're all kiting together. So they really are pushing each other, egging each other on, and that's what we see here. So what you're seeing in the event is 10% of the riding that actually goes on. Behind the scenes, guys are pushing the limits every single day whenever there's wind. They're driving hour, 2 hour up the road, just to go find wind, to go train together and really push the limits. Like Ruben used to say many years ago, ride hard and fly high, and these kids really took that literally. And now they are riding hard, flying high, and pushing our sport to new heights. And it's an incredible thing to see, the next generation coming through.
Absolutely, Hayden. And yeah, it's lovely to see also some bigger brands and networks coming to support our sport. It's also in the 2024 Olympics. That will be foil racing. Very exciting time for kiteboarding. So if you feel like kiteboarding is a good fit for you and your brand, your company, then yeah, definitely partner with one of the riders or some of the riders. You can also support our events and definitely get involved with this epic action. There's lots of advertising opportunities, and we can really use your support. So thank you very much. There's also on the bigairkiteleague.com you can reach out to support any future events. And I think soon we will head back into competition mode with the first division here at the Big Air Kite League in Cape Town. So it looks like we got some very good news. The wind is stable enough again, strong enough again to continue with heat number 4 of round 1 of the men division 1. And thank you for tuning in to the live stream. In this upcoming heat we will have Mostafa Abbas, Scott Barenson and Jeremy Berlando. Definitely going to be an exciting heat. We saw Jeremy Berlando also in the Red Bull King of the Air. Scott Barenson, we also saw him at the Tatajuba Fest, competing with some very stylish moves, and he has been training hard here, performing some insane moves. So I'm looking forward to see what he can bust out. And Mostafa also always riding hard with a big smile on his face, absolutely loving his time here in Cape Town. He's actually from Egypt, and yeah, always very nice to have him around and see him shred on the water. So stay tuned as we will become right up with Heat 4.
Yeah, here we go. Heat 4 is about to kick off. We're just waiting for the horn to go off. Mostafa Abbas in the green lycra on the red North Kite. Yellow lycra, Scott Barderson on the ozone. And in the red lycra on the slingshot, Jeremy Belando. Here goes Scott Barderson. Kicker's built up in front of him. White water again, but there's a kicker just behind. Here we go, out the back. Back roll. Late back roll. And, oh, there's priority there because Belando also threw a kite loop back roll, late back roll. But I think that's going to go to Scott Barderson. That was more priority. And now here goes Mustafa Ruben. He's finding that kicker. Here we go.
He's looking far ahead, hopping over the wide water. Oh, just got hung up on the wide water and slammed into the other kicker. Sorry that I'm laughing. It's very annoying for Mostafa, but it's all part of the game to time it well. And there we see Jeremy Berlando heading out to sea to just make some height again, to get upwind, to make some room for his next attempt. And yes, they didn't score his first trick attempt as it went to Scott Barronson, because only one rider at a time can jump with priority. Ah! What is that? Nice. Scott Barronson unfortunately bombing out on that massive Megaloop board off.
There goes Mustafa, kite loop, late back roll. Oh, see, that's the thing. From where we are, we can see the kickers rolling in. And from our point of view, if he just waited a little bit longer, got over the white water, he would have had the perfect kicker. Same thing for Jeremy Belando, but here goes Mustafa Abbas from Egypt, making his way out. There's a kicker just behind this set of white water. Here we go. Building up some speed. But the white water is causing havoc again for these riders, but there's a kicker at the back. Nope.
Jumping on the inside, Jeremy Berlando with a nice kite loop laid back roll. Oy, sketchy landing there. Bombing out. That's unlike Jeremy.
Yeah, we saw lots of big tricks on the inside from Jeremy Belando at the Red Bull King of the Air. Incredible stuff here by these riders. Mustafa just on the inside making his way through. He's a bit upwind, so the judges will be looking at him. He has priority now. He will be making his way out. There's a kicker rolling in. The tide's starting to drop. The kickers are building up and the wind is picking up. Here goes Mustafa Abbas from Egypt. Off the back, huge, very steezy and very clean boogie loop into an X rotation, riding out of that very clean. From the boogie master himself, Ruben Lenson, how do you like that?
Yeah, that was definitely quite steezy. Probably not the height that he wanted, but it was still 12 meters. Yeah, kite could have gone a bit lower, but as soon as you throw yourself into that front roll, you're putting a lot of pressure on the kite, so the kite will spin quite quick and up there, so it's really hard to get the kite low on the boogies for sure. And yeah, the added rotation was very stylish right there from Mustafa, who's actually leading this heat. Look at that. We got Scott Barronson hopping over the whitewash. You see that little trick that he uses to hop over the whitewash. Just before he reaches it, he actually does a little ollie and he pops right over it so he can maintain his speed and actually hit the wave right after. Unfortunately, the wave right after was not in his favor, and he turned around and saved his attempt for the next one.
So there is a second kite in the sky for Mustafa Abbas. So would we see some double loops from him today? And here goes Scott Barronson. There's a kicker at the back. I think he sees it. Here we go. Does a little bit of a pop off the kicker. Oh, unfortunately not. And that's going to line up for Mustafa, but no, unfortunately not. None for those two riders. As Jeremy Belando is just watching the swell roll in. The wind is picking up. And going back to Mustafa on the double loops, if you go to his Instagram, you'll see he tried a double loop, I think 2 days ago. Came down really hard. But he's feeling good. He's feeling fired up and ready to send it. Here goes Jeremy Belando. The kickers have filled in. He has some speed. Here we go. Out the back. Back roll. Late back roll. Ooh, but had a lot of horizontal pull. Not getting the height or the kite angle, but putting it down and adding some variety to that score.
Yeah, Jeremy not into his favorite groove by the looks of it. Definitely crashing out a bit, not getting the height that he wants, but I'm sure he will snap right back into it and will perform some of the sickest tricks. He is one of the best out there, so let's see how this young gun can keep his head cool and really time the waves well for some proper tricks.
Yeah, it's just looking very tricky out there, Ruben. The conditions aren't ideal, but there goes Jeremy Belando. Kite loop, late back roll with the board off by the fin. putting it down nice and easy. There we go. Talk about the rhythm. I think that rhythm's slowly coming back for Jeremy. We saw the rhythm he had at the Red Bull King of the Air. He just fired through all his heats. And I think we're going to see some epic riding. I think, I must just go double check the statistics. I think Jeremy Belando won the last events in Tatajuba. So I'll just double check those statistics and get back to you on that. But I think he did win the last events in Tatajuba.
In Tatajuba, it's a whole different ball game. It's warm weather, flat water. Well, a bit choppy it was, but yeah, in Brazil it's just like a hairdryer, and yeah, it's really hard to jump really high. It's hard to get above 15 meters. I think this year was the first time that I jumped 20 meters in Brazil, which was very fun. But yeah, here in Cape Town the wind is a lot more dense, a lot stronger, and as the conditions hopefully build to more, we're gonna see higher jumps. We see Jeremy here unhooked, just on his arm strength, not getting the right takeoff for his back roll handle pass. But we know he has got it in his bag of tricks, back roll handle pass. So that's for him to pull out of the bag within 3 trick attempts. Because remember, the riders only have 7 trick attempts in order to put 2 highest scoring tricks on the board. And you see Jeremy Berlando is leading with his nice technical and high tricks. So he's bringing it back.
Yeah, we were just watching Mostafa Abbas come in. He does most of his tricks to the right. So just do watch out on the inside there for Mostafa doing some tricks just like Jeremy Berlando does on the inside. As the wind is starting to pick up. There goes Scott Barnson. Kite loop with a board off there on the inside. Look at Mostafa, a back roll, late back roll kite loop, putting it down nice and clean. Very epic stuff there by Mostafa. Here goes unhooked. Jeremy Belando, back roll to a handle pass. Does he go for the double? He does. He does another handle pass. Jeremy Belando putting it down. That is what you want to see. Incredible stuff there. He's been practicing that for a while, and now he has stomped it in competition.
That's what I was talking about. The double handle pass making his way back. The height he got on that was pretty decent. And yeah, he just passed the handle behind his back twice. The handle, I mean bar. And it looked very impressive, stylish, clean. I'm sure he's pleased with that. I wonder how the judges will score that. You can go to buckle.heatscoring.com to follow it a little bit more in depth.
Yeah, that was insane stuff. To do a handle pass in these type of conditions with the wind pumping, it is incredible. And I think, yeah, that was done at 10.2 meters. So you missed about that height. It's a free fall. So he managed to get it dialed in. Here goes Scott Barnson. The kick is built up for him. Here we go. Out the back. Just not getting it. Not very happy with himself. You can see just a bit of anger there from Scott. But he needs to compose himself. It's still a long way through this heat.
He was not swinging. He was not singing sweet songs there. No,
no, absolutely not. As now Mostafa Abbas also making his way in. Jeremy Belando, is he going to go for another handle pass to add more variety to it? Or we're going to see something big? He's putting that kite low. He's loading up that kite with a lot of tension. The kick is built up. Nope, backing out of that one.
Yeah, it can be very challenging to manage your speed over the bumpy, choppy waters here. It's getting a bit low tide now, so it gets shallow in the front, and the waves can get very short on each other, quite steep as well, so they will break quite fast, so it's really hard to time.
Yeah, Jeremy Belando now on the inside. He sees a kicker, so he saw the kicker just behind him. Here he goes. He loads up now. Mostafa is just in front of him. Oh, I think he sees that. You don't want to be pulling the trigger on a move with someone downwind of you. It is a little bit dodgy, and that's what happens here in the Cape Town season. For those of you who do kite or who want to come kite here, when it is really strong like this and there's lots of people out on the water, just do keep a look over your shoulder as guys do come swinging down super fast. Belando on the inside, out the back, a huge front roll board off with a kite loop. Incredible stuff there, but he had the board off by the fin. That is incredible stuff by Jeremy Belando.
Nice contra loop here with a 2 forward rotations and the board off. Mostafa putting it down. Very nice. And I think that was Jeremy's last trick attempt already. And we see Scott Baronson here coming up on the way in, which will add to his variety score nicely with a nice contra loop with multiple rotations. So Jeremy Berlando definitely coming in first in this heat, but still needs to add his overall variety score. But I don't think Scott can catch up, and Mostafa there close to 10 points. Well, Jeremy already had 7 trick attempts, and he's just having some fun here because this won't be scored.
I really do enjoy Jeremy's style. It's nice and clean. It's nice and powered. It is that's the kind of riding you would like to see in events like this. When it's so strong, you think guys might get out of control, but then you get someone like Jeremy Berlando, super stylish, super steezy, and that's what Big Air Kiteboarding is about, eh, Ruben?
100%. And if you just tuned in, you're here with me, Ruben Lenton, and Hayden Jonas, broadcasting live from Dolphin Beach in Cape Town for the Big Air Kite League. We're here at the final stop. We won't finish the event today. It will be run over another day, probably in January. So today we are in the men's division, number 1. And this is heat number 4 in round number 1. So we get heat number 5 coming up next. But here goes Jeremy Berlando. There's not stopping this kid. Even if the judges won't score him, he's just having fun out there. Just getting in the groove. These kids have energy for days, skills for days. So it's a pleasure to watch.
Here goes Scott Barrison. There is a kicker building up for him. I think he sees it. He needs to start getting some more speed if he wants to make it. There's a kicker behind it. Here we go. Scott Barrison. Oh, unfortunately not. But I think Mostafa's going to pick up on that one. It's just so difficult to see the kickers behind the white water sometimes. We can see it from where we are, but when you're out on the water, it is really, really tricky to see what's happening there. Scott on the inside, a front roll, a doobie loop there by Scott Barnson on the inside, stomps it down nice and clean and rides away into the sunset. That is incredible stuff there by Scott Barnson.
We got lots of spectators on the beach here. The kite community is vibing and alive here in Cape Town. The wind is pumping. The tide is getting a little bit low, a little bit bumpy. But as the sun will set, hopefully the wind will keep cranking and we can keep bringing you epic action. Only one rider is allowed to jump at the same time, so the judges can score it precisely. And I think that was the end of this heat. Thank you for tuning in and stay tuned for the next heat with Filippos Tsamantanis and Lucas Gramstroep and Giel Vlucht, double G.
What's up guys, it's Tino here from SpaceX Kitesurfing. Shouldn't there be more kiteboarding competitions for everyone? This year we're collabing with the Big Air Kite League here in Cape Town to create the biggest big air kiteboarding competition of the world. Anyone can join, you only have to be able to jump. You can ride against your own level of participants. Same as this competition, we'll use a server app to measure the height. We have great money and gear prizes, which are easy to win, and also a groovy after party. If you want to find out more details and information, you should click the link down in the description, and see you at the beach.
New to the Surfer app. Accurate session tracking with just a smartwatch. Available now for Apple Watch and currently being developed for Wear OS. Are you just learning to jump or sending massive airs? The watch tracks it all.
Let's try to predict this jump. Height 8.0. 7.9.
Yes, guys, thanks for tuning in to the Big Air Kite League. Final stop, Cape Town, live here from Dolphin Beach. You're here with me, Ruben Linton, and Hayden Jonas. How's it going, Hayden?
What's up, everyone? Welcome back. Heading into Heat 5. Myself and Ruben having a time talking about kiteboarding. I love of kiteboarding, and we love to talk a lot of rubbish sometimes. So, you know, put two and two together. I think we really got something here, Ruben.
Rubbish. Rubbish is my middle name, man. Now, in the upcoming heat, we've got Double G from the Netherlands, Giel Vlucht. He actually invented the double mega loop, and all put our minds to the possibility of the double mega loop. It's possible, and now everybody is trying to do the double mega loop, to throw S loops. Guys are riding smaller kites, so they're faster. But with the smaller kites also comes the challenge that you need the right power for them to score proper. So it's a challenge these guys have to lay down a proper heat with massive scoring tricks and then changing for a kite, for the small kite. And I think Giel's kite is pretty fast, so it will go around pretty good. And then he's up against Lucas Gramstrup and Filipos Tsamantanes.
Yeah, so just looking at it, it's a bit difficult to see with the glare in our eyes. But in the yellow lycra, on the yellow kite, is Lucas Gramstrup. Filipos is in the green lycra, and on the red lycra, on the Ocean Rodeo, is Giel Vlucht, Double G. But there goes Lucas Gramstrup with a huge doobie loop, kicking it off. And this heat is going to be insane. I don't know if we'll see double loops from Giel. Is the wind strong enough?
I don't know. You can catch a ride, Gus, but he's definitely going to lay down some proper moves. He had a slight shoulder injury, so he's not feeling 100% fit, but still out there shredding and putting down his best tricks that he can actually do, even with an injured shoulder. And there, the live data from how high the guys are jumping is coming from the Surfer app, which you can either download for free on your phone or on your watch. And there you see Lucas jumping at 12.8. Here, Filipos, not so high, 8 meters, but still traveling 67 kilometers an hour through the sky during that trick. And covering a distance of 42 meters.
Here goes Double G, Giel Vlucht. He finds a kicker at the back. Here we go. A doobie loop. Is he going to do another rotation? Of course, Giel Vlucht will. Putting it down nice and clean. Incredible stuff there by Giel Vlucht. Here goes Lucas Gramstrup. Oh, just not lining up for him. Filipos trying to find that kicker as well. So Filipos is in the green lycra on the red north orbit. And Lucas on the yellow north orbit in the yellow lycra. And of course Giel Vlucht on that gold and blue Ocean Rodeo, making his way out now As he makes his way towards the back. Kickers are loading up. There's one just behind this whiteboard. I think he sees it. Popped over one. Here we go. Double G. Heel vlucht. Back roll. Kite loop. Late back roll. To another rotation and puts it down nice and clean. Just don't think the wind's strong enough for those doubles for Giel.
Giel always riding really powered, putting everything into every move. He's got that athlete mentality, just training for hours on and off the water, just visualizing new moves over and over again, and just laying it down on the water, spending plenty of hours perfecting his maneuvers. So really, really impressive to see. Great rider to have on the scene. There goes Lucas with a kite loop board off, but unfortunately not getting the height and the timing to get his board back on his feet and land properly.
Oh, and the kite gets smashed into a wave. But you talk about that athlete mindset. I mean, Ruben, a lot of these riders take inspiration from you and Aaron Hadler of how hard you guys used to train. You know, you get to Cape Town or wherever you guys were, you managed to be in the gym as long as possible and out in the water as long as possible. So between you and Aaron, you guys really did inspire a generation of athletes. As we see Filipos out the back, a huge, well, not super huge, but a big enough, a boogie loop board off, putting it down nice and clean and adding some numbers to that scoreboard.
It definitely looked huge from this beautiful drone view. Andy Troy getting us some nice aerial shots here. As Giel Vlucht is throwing himself into another boogie loop board off with an added rotation, if I saw that correctly.
Yes, you did. As now all the riders are a bit downwind, so they're going to start making their way back upwind just to get in line of sight of the judges. They'll stay within that competition box now. And there we go, helping a friend out. Filipos bringing a board to his teammate of Lucas Grumstup. That's what kiteboarding is about. Whether you're in a competition or out on the water with your mates, if your friend loses his board, be a hero and bring it back to him. No one likes the body drag. As now Giel makes his way in. He's making his way upwind. Double G leading the heat so far on a 10.72. So Giel looks in total control at the moment.
Yep, that's where he likes to be. He also had a phenomenal heat during the Red Bull King of the Air, and definitely one of the top competitors of these days. Definitely nailing some extreme moves and inventing some of his own. Really, really beautiful to watch. Also his heat against Liam Whaley, which was very, very close. Both of the riders almost scoring 10s in their heats for their tricks. And just laying it down, stoking each other on. And that's what it's all about. Also here, always during the Big Air Kite League, it's about the community and pushing Big Air kiteboarding to the next level. That's what we do together with our sponsors. So thank you very much. To Core for powering the Big Air Kite League. Also Dolphin Beach Hotel for always giving us a great venue and the beautiful spot that we have here. And actually epic accommodation here with no road between you and the beach. The only accommodation that has it. And I actually stayed here in 2005 when I came for the first time and always loved this place. Wow, Giel just not putting it together on that one. Giel always likes, he's quite a big guy, quite a heavy guy, full of muscle. And he needs quite some strong wind.
Absolutely.
Also right engine with beautiful hard shell harnesses. They actually invented the hard shell harness, and with their other range of beautiful products. We got the Surfer app, which you can see the live data from. It's a free app which you can download. We thank them massively for their support. They're also handing out 500 euros for the rider who has the 3 average highest jumps in this competition. So 500 euros for the rider with the highest jumps throughout the event, averaging 3 highest jumps. Then we have Kite Mana, of course. You can go to kitemana.com/vote to vote for your rider of the day. That winner will take home 1,000 euros prize money. So the riders can definitely use it to travel and train. So your support is much welcome. Epic move there. Just landing it. Lucas coming in full speed.
Yeah, this heat's going off. Like I said earlier, we spoke about in Division 2. Once the day goes on, the tide starts to drop and it starts to get a bit cooler. The wind starts to pick up. The Cape Doctor starts to pull in more as the cloud forms over Table Mountain. And the wind is getting more intense. Here goes Giel Vlucht. Like Ruben says, right, super powered up. There's a kicker building up for him. I think he sees it. Out the back, heel vlucht. 1 rotation, 2. It's a doobie loop. Getting the extension out on the board off, but just not sticking the landing. That is going to cost him on the scores. As now Filipos is now looking for that kick as he makes his way out to sea.
Still some quite a nice height, and it looks like Giel's shoulder is perfectly fine for some board offs again. So, or he's just pushing it, or took some painkillers. But he's always hungry for the win, and he often deserves it because he rides full power, riding hard and flying high. That's what the judges like to see. And there's 3 judges judging in the Big Air Kite League software, so they can precisely score each trick in detail, and that's definitely not an easy feat.
Heel vlucht, no stranger to winning though. He did win the Big Air Kite League event in Tarifa, basically his home spot. So he would like to claim it here in Cape Town. He does a lot of training here in Cape Town, spends quite a few months here. So I think this is like his second home, it would feel for him. As out the back goes Filipos at the kite loop, late back roll, board off. Does he put it down? Nice and steezy, very clean. That's what you want to see from Filipos. As Lucas Gramstab just hitting the white water at the back. But Giel is now looking very powered up. The kite's moving, he's charging hard. There's a kicker just there. Here goes Giel vlucht, double G.
One of those little ones that can just hurt you.
Oh.
Double G is stronger than the wave.
Absolutely. And I mean, you talk about being an athlete and he's all muscle. I mean, the weight cut that him and also likes of Mark Jacobs go on before an event like Red Bull King of the Air. I think Giel was trying to get down to 80 kilos. And for anyone who's, a huge back roll. Too late back roll. Delayed rotation there by Lucas Grumstadt, putting it down. But a big butt check. But just going back to Giel, he goes on a bit of a weight cut before events like this, especially King of the Air. You know, he doesn't want to be too heavy. And for anyone that has met Giel, he's super tall. So to get down to that type of weight is insane. But the training regime that man is on is incredible. A massive inspiration to a lot of us out there that if you want it, you really, really got to work for it.
100%. It gets more and more serious and at the same time more and more fun. The community is a super tight community. Our lives are hanging on those lines. And we're all out there playing with Mother Nature, and the water can be tough sometimes. So we have to look after one another, and it's always great to count on each other. And everyone always checks up on each other after a big crash, and just wishes everyone the best. So it's a really lovely community, and we also thank you for your support and tuning into this live stream of the Big Air Kite League. We're here in round 1 of the first division of the men. In in heat number 5 with Filipos, Lucas and Giel.
Yeah, Filipos just going for a huge boogie loop board off there. Nice and clean, nice and steezy. But looking at the spray coming off the guys' boards, the wind has picked up and I think we are getting into the high 30s. We need to check the wind meter. But it is turning into a classic Cape Town day. The Cape Doctors pulled in. The tablecloth has formed over the mountain. This is what we want to see. This is Big Air Kite League. The final stop here in Cape Town. Just in front of Dolphin Beach. An incredible spot. An incredible venue to kite. This is the mecca of kiteboarding. And I think for anyone that comes to Cape Town, Dolphin Beach is on the bucket list for sure. When it's firing on all 4 cylinders, like Giel vlucht is showing now on the inside, a contra boogie. Oh, just not getting it on the inside, losing his board, but his board's right there, and it is very shallow there. You can see him standing up in the water. Not a place you want to be making mistakes in water that shallow. But a lot of the guys riding in Brazil were riding in water that shallow. Back roll. Ooh, does he stick it? He got dropped out the sky. That was Filipos. He got dropped out the sky there. That was a bit dodgy. The kite came around very late. And there's a kite in the water. That was a little bit intense there from Filipos.
You saw him swinging under that kite, and the kite was actually flying very far behind him. And the kite dropped out of the sky because he lost the tension there. Unfortunately crashing. But Giel did his 7th attempt. And I think that was the last attempt of this heat from Lucas. All the riders get 7 attempts. And the 2 highest scoring tricks, accompanied by a 4-point overall score, variety score, will make up their total heat score.
Welcome to the new Core Pro Shop in Cape Town. We're here at Dolphin Beach, the best big air spot in the world. We've got an extensive selection of new and used gear. We got a compressor at the beach and a rinsing station. We're right above Blowfish Restaurant, so you can grab a coffee before and after your sessions. We've got internet in the restaurant, so even when there's load shedding, you can pull in to get some work done. Everything about this shop is premium. We've got the best gear, the best service, and the best coaching at my favorite spot in the whole entire world. So pull in for a coffee sometime. We look forward to seeing you here. Meow.
And welcome back to Big Air Kite League. I'm Hayden Jonas. Sitting alongside me, the legend, the pioneer, Ruben Lenten, as we make our way into Heat 6 of Division 1, Heat 1, or Round 1. Julian Huyen, Josh Gillett, and Andrea Principi. Here we go, Ruben. This is going to be an action-packed heat.
Absolutely incredible. Andrea Principi, also a young gun from Italy. Also a very steezy performance at the Red Bull King of the Air. Coming in 3rd place. And he's always hungry for the win. He's got all the skills and the height. Look at this signature quadruple rotation with a contra loop board off, traveling quite a distance and just making it look so easy, but it's definitely not. So well done, Andrea Principi, for taking off this heat properly.
Absolutely. Josh Gillett also opened up with a huge kite loop late back roll. And in this heat we have Julian Huyen, who unfortunately at the last Big Air Kite League last year broke his leg, and myself and Ruben are talking about when the wave breaks in front of you, it can go wrong, and fortunately he broke his leg. And now he's back, and he's back with a vengeance, and I'm very excited to see what Julian is going to produce in this heat. Josh Gillett also has been training a lot. He's been really working hard on his style and really focusing on getting that kite nice and low and working a lot with those board offs. You know, he's also been training with his friend Cameron Westman. Cameron Westman started throwing those big unhooked kite loops, and Josh Gillett has taken some inspiration from it. So maybe we'll see it in this heat. As here goes Julian. Oh, Andrea was just in the way of Julian as he was looking for that kicker. But Josh Gillett now finds a kicker out the back. Here we go. Back roll. Oh, just didn't get it right, unfortunately, there.
There's definitely some risk involved with putting your body on the line and doing some extreme big air moves. But as long as you don't break your 3rd leg, you're totally fine. And we also see Andrea Principi scoring a 7.1. I think this is the first 7 score that we see. The wind is pumping nicely. That's what we see a lot. Often when the sun goes down, the wind might increase a little bit. So that's what we need. And Hayden, as a local expert, what is tomorrow looking like?
Tomorrow is going to be very, very hot. So there's a bit of a different pressure system or weather system flowing through. So because tomorrow is going to be hot and no wind, as the sun starts to set and it starts to cool down, the hot air from the land rises up and it's going to start pushing a bit offshore. So later this evening, the wind's going to be a bit offshore as Andrea Principi on the inside. That was huge. I just didn't get that out the corner of my eye. I think that was a kite loop late back roll board off.
Yep.
That was incredible stuff there by Andrea. He is leading the Big Air Kite League Tour at the moment. And he is your current GKA World Champion. So Josh Gillett also at the back there with a board off with a tic-tac. But Andrea Principi is no stranger to winning, and he's looking hungry and he's looking ready to take this to the top.
This guy's got a confidence like no one else and the skills like no one else. He's definitely a world champion material from Italy. Young gun, I think he's 16 or 17.
18 because
He's old.
he's old. Yeah, he can retire. 17 is Lorenzo Casati because if we look back at King of the Air, the youngest was 16 and that was Jamie Overbeek.
Yeah.
So yeah, the only one allowed to spray champagne there was Andrea. Kite loop back roll, late back roll by Josh Gillett out the back, but Andrea Principi is just in total control of this heat, Ruben.
Yeah, he's got the experience, he's got the body power, and definitely the tricks to level up. So he's well in the lead here with a 7.1 and a 5.83. but also jumping to the left, to the right, doing rotations both ways. He doesn't give a beep. He is just sending it massively and really pushing the progression of kiteboarding.
Yeah, between him and your reigning king of the air, Lorenzo Casati, they really have pushed kiteboarding to this next level. Obviously taking inspiration from guys like Hilvluch with the double loop and S loop. They are now pushed it to the next level. As here goes Julian out the back. Ooh, kicker just not there for him.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to see the difference between Liam Whaley and Hilvluch, who are also kind of the middle generation, I'd like to call it. How they're going to stand up to the young guns, the new generation, because these guys are just so fit, so hungry, and so technical, and have so much creativity in their riding. And I think the most progression happens when you're actually playing out there. That's when I learned the most tricks. That's when I invented the most tricks. That's just when you feel in the zone, where you're just playing, not thinking about the risks, and not having too much fear, or actually dancing with your fear. We all have fears. And these young guys just know how to handle it a little bit better. We, as older guys, need to put in a bit more effort to do tricks like this. It just gives me vertigo to look at it, and I definitely don't have vertigo. So that just explains what this trick is. A lot goes into it, and this is super technical. I think it was 4 rotations again with a board off and a Cohan loop. It's like, holy moly. Definitely impressed, and I wonder what the judges are thinking scoring-wise.
Yeah, I just think when you're 16, 17 or 18 years old, you have no responsibility, so you just switch your mind off and just absolutely send it. And Josh Gillett on the inside. Oh, look at that. A nice doobie loop on the inside. Sticks it down nice and clean. I know he's been training that move for a while. Very stoked he's managed to stick that. Julian Huyen still looking for a score. He hasn't put one in. I think he's just struggling to find that kicker. The kicker's out the back there. They're rolling in. Is he going to do something off this one here? Oh, no. Watch the water break, Julian. But just look at the way Andrea rides. Look at how fast he comes charging in. But up on the inside, there we go. One rotation. Whoa, that is huge. The yank was insane. A boogie board off with another rotation. That was massive by Andrea Principi. Proving to us yet again why he is the GKA world champion. That was some incredible riding there by Andrea Principi. As Julian Huying makes his way out now. The kick is finally building up. Let's see a score from Julian out the back. Here we go. Kite loop. Oh, just a straight kite loop with a late rotation at the end of it. Putting it down and making sure he's just putting some numbers on that board.
What an absolutely incredible performance from Andrea to be flying through the sky like that with so much control and performing those tricks is definitely epic. See, there comes his score for that on his 5th attempt. He's got 2 more attempts left, but I think he's pretty in the clear to take home the win in this heat. And this is the last heat of round number 1 here at the Big Air Kite League. The final stop, Cape Town. You're here with me, Ruben Lenton from Dolphin Beach, here with Hayden Jonas, talking you through what's happening at this extreme big air kiteboarding event.
Josh Gillett out the back, kite loop, board off by the fin, getting the extension, just not sticking it. But like Ruben said, or Julian out the back, not able to put anything through. But going back to what Ruben says, Andrea Principi is in total control of this heat. He's sitting at now a 13.79. He is in control. And just the amount of power that he rides with, going in, coming, or going out. Here we go. On the inside again. Back roll. Late back roll. Board off with another rotation. And he does a tic-tac coming down. Super steezy. And if you look at the way that Andrea rides, him and Lorenzo Casati ride very similar. They keep that kite behind them for a very long time and down loop it super late. It does cause a lot of forward momentum, but he sticks it down nice and perfect. And that is world championship riding right there. Julian Huying out the back into a boogie loop and just putting some numbers on the scoreboard there.
Exactly, and like you say, Hayden, it's not just a board off, it's a tic-tac. That means that you grab it by the fin and then flip it and grab it by the handle. So you're actually doing a board flip whilst you're rotating, pulling mega loops and just being high in the sky. That's freaking epic.
And I see looks like a smaller kite being prepared for Josh Gillett. His caddy just launching I think it might be a 6 meter F1 bandit there for Josh Gillett. So will we see some double loops as he finds a kicker out the back? Here we go. This is big. Gets the extension on the board off coming down. Oh, he just didn't get the kite around in enough time. And unfortunately crashed on that one. But look at that, Ruben. That's what you want. You want that kicker to build up. You want that speed. And you want to fly. That is what big air kiteboarding is all about.
Absolutely incredible. How they're flying through our screens is absolutely amazing. And if you can feel the wind on the beach here, that's putting even more perspective to how extreme this is. And some results from the previous heat. It was actually Giel Vlucht in first place with 13.52. Then we had Lucas Gramstrup in third place and Filipos Samantanis in second place. This is just round one, so they do get a second chance. And Giel just advances straight to the quarterfinals.
Julian Huying now tacking out to sea. The kicker's lining up for him. Unfortunately not. Oh, yeah, never mind, he does. He goes in front rotation. Oh, late. So that wasn't really a doobie loop as the second rotation was a bit delayed. So as a boogie loop with a late front rotation there. Nice and clean and nice and steezy there by the comeback kid of Julian Huying. As Andrea Principi, the reigning GKA champion, leading the Big Air Kite League Tour, makes his way out. The kicker's built up. He's edging hard upwind. Is he going to make it in time? Nope, but there's another kicker. He edges hard downwind. Out the back.
But he already had 7 attempts.
But he's going to do what Jeremy Belando does and just have some fun.
Exactly. That's what these boys do. They just play and just give it their all. Oh, I have some time on the water in front of spectators. I'm going to send it.
Absolutely. And Josh Gillett on the inside, doobie loop. And Ruben, if you look out the window, there's a 6 meter being prepared for Josh Gillett.
He will have to pull it all out of the bag to get even closer to Andrea. But I think he's just securing his second place here if he's going to pull out a double. And look at that, hopping over the wave, timing this kicker. Is going to stay open. It was perfect. But unfortunately, he's going to do the double, and it just catches him. Oh, what a caner. Just skipping out on that one.
He's done 7 tricks, so that is basically just Andrea Principi warming up for what's to come. That is what confidence looks like, as here we go, the kite change happens. It's a Formula 1 pit stop, basically. Caddy's got to be on point here, make sure they don't tangle the lines. Being a caddy is not all glitz and glamour as we make it out to be.
You know all about that, don't
Absolutely, the golden caddy.
Who have you caddied for?
Jesse Richmond, 2019-2020, so second position, and then a win. And then Mark Jacobs in 2021 and 2022.
Yeah, you do like to take these things quite seriously, right?
Absolutely, as Josh Sticks, went for the double, but unfortunately not making it.
See that double, it wasn't a huge jump. It was maybe good for his variety score just to get that second place confirmed. But let's see what he just about that.
Yeah, that's what they had to have the discussion with the king of there. It had to be kite angle with the double loop. But as we're going to go to a commercial now before we head off into the next few heats.
Welcome to the new Core Pro Shop in Cape Town. We're here at Dolphin Beach, the best big air spot in the world. We've got an extensive selection of new and used gear. We got a compressor at the beach and a rinsing station. We're right above Blowfish Restaurant, so you can grab a coffee before and after your sessions. We've got internet in the restaurant, so even when there's load shedding, you can pull in to get some work done. Everything about this shop is premium. We've got the best gear, the best service, and the best coaching at my favorite spot in the whole entire world. So pull in for a coffee sometime. We look forward to seeing you here. Meow. Welcome to the new Core Pro Shop in Cape Town. We're here at Dolphin Beach, the best big air spot in the world. We've got an extensive selection of new and used gear. We got a compressor at the beach and a rinsing station. We're right above Blowfish Restaurant, so you can grab a coffee before and after your sessions. We've got internet in the restaurant, so even when there's load shedding, you can pull in to get some work done. Everything about this shop is premium. We've got the best gear, the best service, and the best coaching at my favorite spot in the whole entire world. So pull in for a coffee sometime. We look forward to seeing you here. Meow.
And welcome back to Big Air Kite League. This is Division 2, Round 3, Heat 5. It's a 4-man heat. Ben Rootman in the green lycra, Youssef Dahab in the yellow lycra, red lycra on the short lines, Jett Bradshaw, and in the blue lycra, Julian Meijvogel. 4-man heat, Round 3, Heat 5. Ruben Lenton, here we go.
Yes, so we've just switched back to the second division because we can probably crown a champion today by finishing off these rounds. This is round 3. Then we have the quarterfinal, semifinal, and final coming right up for you. So stay tuned. I hope you're comfy and enjoying all the epic action from the Big Air Kite League here, live from Dolphin Beach, Cape Town. And if you've never been, then definitely put it on your list because it's epic riding out here. The life is great, and we always love seeing these guys perform their sickest tricks.
That was Ben Rootman with a contra board off out the back. That was insanely big. And Julian Meijvogel is going to top that up with a boogie out the back. Well, just on the inside there. That was incredible stuff there by Julian Meijvogel to open things up. And we saw Jett Bradshaw just warming up. Some big short line loops coming in. Here goes Youssef. Front row. Oh, gets the yank. He doesn't get inverted. He swings down. He sticks. Oh,
I thought he's far behind him.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
And if you're just tuning in, welcome to the live stream of the Big Air Kite League, the final stop here in Cape Town. We are here with the second division in round number 3, heat number 5, with Ben Rootman, Youssef Dahab, Jett Bradshaw, and Julian Meijvogel.
Yeah, Jett opening up at the back there. Not the biggest loop we've seen from Jett Bradshaw and Julian Meijvogel. Just a kite loop, late back roll. So this is going to be quite an action-packed heat, Ruben. 4 riders all going for it, and this is knockouts. So I think, what do we, heat 5. So from here, whoever advances where. I'm trying to just have a look. So this is heat 5. Well, riders already there. So anyway, back to the heat. Jett Bradshaw now finds a kicker. Here we go. Oh, just not building up for him. And we're going to see the likes of Ben Rootman. The wind's picked up, and he has been training these unhooked kite loops. So hopefully we'll see some unhooked kite loop variations there.
Some epic action here, definitely. Even from the second division, these guys are hungry for some epic moves. And we got Julian Meijvogel, who's been rocking a few events with us. And also Jett Bradshaw. You'll see him on the yellow kite with the short lines. And the short lines make the loop so much more radical that you will see some extreme yank. Unfortunately, that takeoff didn't really work out. You see Jett Bradshaw riding out to sea, looking for a kicker, but just not getting the right lineup, not the right timing. And remember, these guys get 7 trick attempts, of which 2 of the highest scoring tricks will be accompanied with a variety score to make up the final score of the heat.
Yeah, so let's just have a look out there. So just for the viewers at home, Ben Rootman is on the orange F1 kites. Julian Meijvogel is on the red Nash pivot. Jett Bradshaw, the yellow North Orbit, and the grey and red duotone. That would be Youssef Dahab at the back there. He's making his way out as they're all trying to find that perfect kicker. Jett Bradshaw turning around just in front of Meijvogel, but there goes Youssef Dahab at the back, just a straight kite loop with a grab. And like Ruben Lenton says, with the short lines, it is a lot more extreme as Jett Bradshaw finds a kicker. Here we go. Not getting the height, but a kite loop laid back run. I think he's on shorter lines, Ruben, compared to what we saw earlier. I think he's back on the shorter line, so probably 12 meters.
Yep, looks like it. And he got hung up on the takeoff there a little bit because the lip just closed on him, but he still managed to go up in the air and loop the kite below him. And just squeeze in the landing there. Won't be a super high scoring trick, I guess, but he's in second place right now. Julian Meijvogel in first. So let's see where this heat will take us, as there's quite some attempts left for each rider.
One thing I got to give credit to Jett about is Jett's eye-in. You can see he's been riding the spot for super long. His eye-in and judging of the waves is incredible. Every time he tacks out, he's very, very calculated on where the waves are. But out the back, very far at the back, was Ben Rootman with a kite loop, late back row, and Jett Bradshaw topping up with a huge short line kite loop, putting that kite low. So it's all kicking off here in Heat 5 of round number 3 in Division 2. as Meijvogel with a doobie loop. It's going off here. Sticking it down nice and clean. This is action-packed.
Nice and clean on his face. Very unfortunate there for Julian Meijvogel, who performed an epic doobie loop, but just too much weight on the front foot at the landing and just plunged on his face. Getting leveled with his kite. There is Youssef Dahab, but also not landing too clean, so those scores won't be up there.
As Ben Rootman makes his way in now on the inside. Oh, he was looking for it. It did build up quite nice. And it's quite nice to jump on the inside. You just go off the lip, but Bradshaw out the back. Whoa, puts the kite super low, almost hitting the water. But he slammed down, but that was some incredible stuff there by Jett Bradshaw there.
Sorry for missing it there. We didn't quite get the visual for you guys back home, but we're looking outside the window here, and it's we can just catch a little bit more of the action. Sorry if we didn't adjust the camera in time, but we're trying our best. It takes epic team effort to bring together this live stream and show you guys what we have in store for you here at Dolphin Beach in Cape Town during the final stop of the Big Air Kite League. Thank you for tuning in. We hope you're having a wonderful day.
And we see a kite change happening here for Ben Rootman. Rootman's going on the 6 meter. So for all of you viewers back home who have just tuned in, that means, Jett Bradshaw just with a huge boogie loop there. Unfortunately crashing down that one. But back to it, Ben Rootman going on a 6 meter. This means double loops and S loops on the way. The wind has picked up and here we go. Let's get ready for it.
Yeah, sometimes you can get quite unlucky, just like Jett there, landing on the wave down, which can be very nice, but not if your balance is off and you start nose diving and face planting. Unfortunately, Jett crashed that move because of that.
And Ben Rootman stuck the double out the back. The crowd on the beach went mad. That was some incredible stuff there by Ben Rootman, landing a super clean and super big double kite loop. As Youssef Dahab is on his way out now. Kickers are building up. What are we going to see here? Oh, kite loop with a very late back roll. Nice and delayed. Brings the kite around. Just not enough in time. And sometimes when you can't get that kite around fast enough, you sort of just pin drop into the water.
What a bomb. Here goes Jett Bradshaw again. Finding a kicker on the inside and his foot slips out of his foot strap and he has to abandon the board. Look how shallow it is there. That's definitely tricky and scary to jump there. And why does he choose that spot? Yeah, just because he had a nice flat run up and the wind is cranking on the inside. So here we have Julian Meijvogel again with that doobie loop. And this time, again getting unlucky on that landing. I think this will be calculated as counted as a butt check.
Ben Rootman makes his way back out to sea. The kickers are rolling in. The wind's picked up. He's looking pretty stacked on that 6 meter, but because the kite's smaller, he has to generate more speed. Bradshaw was looking for the kite loop board off on 12 meter lines. Wow, that would be something. That would be something. And knowing Jett, he's definitely going to try.
Yeah, Jett Bradshaw. Short double G we call him now because he just landed the first double kite loop on short lines at Misty Cliffs the other day, which is definitely a scary feat to go for. We got Giel Vlucht inventing the one on on long lines. And then Jett Bradshaw taking it to a whole new level. Oh, just bombing out. Got the Ben Rootman. Or no, sorry, that's Youssef. Youssef Dahab bombing out on that trick.
Here goes Julian Meijvogel, but then the previous kite for Ben Rootman is being prepared, so he's probably going to go back to that 8 or 9 meter. I think it's probably an 8 meter that he's going to be on. As here goes Meijvogel, oh, not looking for it, but now all eyes turn to Jett Bradshaw. Is he going to go for the kite loop board off on 12 meter lines? The yank that produces already as it is, just in a straight loop. 9 needs to take the board off. This is going to be insane. Whoa, just does the late back roll, gets super inverted. Not putting it down as neat as what he wanted, but it was still absolutely massive there by Jett Bradshaw.
But that was just pure for the show because he already had 7 trick attempts. And I know how it is out there. When you're out there, you just want to give it your all, like these riders are doing. But if you have 7 attempts, that's the max amount of attempts each rider can have. And unfortunately, Jett's last jump won't be counted for.
Yeah, guys. Ben Rootman out the back. Found the kicker. 1. Oh, he was looking for that second kite loop. And if you saw that, you see how fast these 6 meters come up. So the smaller kites do loop faster, which of course does make it easier to do these double kite loops.
Jett just riding for the show as usual, loving it, loving having his mates on the beach and riding for you guys back home on the live stream. He loves putting on a good show and taking it to the extreme. So thank you, Jett, and all the other riders for putting on an epic show for us today. You're here with me, Ruben Lenton, and Hayden Jonas for the final stop of the Big Air Kite League from Dolphin Beach, Cape Town. We won't finish the event today, only the second division. We have a chance of finishing that, so this is the second division you're looking at. And our next win window will probably be in January to kick off the rest of the event. So don't worry, we've got plenty of action in store for you. And we thank our sponsors massively. Core Kiteboarding, Dolphin Beach Hotel, Ride Engine, the Surfer app, and Kitemana. Also handing out €1,000. Go to kitemana.com/vote to pick your rider of the day.
Yeah, big thanks to our sponsors for making all of this happen. As now we look out to see Jett Bradshaw. The kicker's built up. Is he going to get this perfect? Yes. Ooh, he does. He goes massive. He went for the board grab. Just couldn't get it around. But that was an incredibly large kite loop board off there. And to go that high on short lines is impressive. So well done, Jett Bradshaw. That's what we want to see. But unfortunately, like we say, these 7 trick attempts are done. Kite loop laid back roll there by Julian Meijvogel. Just adding some scores on the board. And if we look at it, he is in the lead. 11.94 to Ben Rootman's 11.7. Bradshaw sits in third on a 9.49. And Youssef Dahab on a 4.09. So Youssef, I don't see him out there. I think he's landed a kite. I think there may be an issue, but he needs to start getting some numbers on that board very soon.
I mean, all 3 riders have gotten their 7 trick attempts. So Jett is just riding for some nice content in the show. There he goes. Boom! Massive kite loop. Getting above his kite. That feeling is absolutely wicked. And that's the end of this heat. Stay tuned as we continue with the quarterfinals. And welcome back as we are just waiting for the next heat to take off. They're deciding and giving the previous rider a break, which is actually Ben Rootman, who is advancing to the quarterfinals and joining Hamzawy, Julian Zens, Jurre, and then Ben Rootman. Just edging out Julian Meijvogel, who got in second there with a 28 or 27 point difference, unfortunately. And Jett Bradshaw, he got in third. Youssef Dahab, unfortunately, didn't have a proper heat with enough tricks and came in fourth. So those guys are out, and going through is Ben Rootman in the quarterfinals. And the conditions are still looking prime. It's getting a bit shallow in the front, so I hope we're not going to see any neck breakers in the shallows. That's the last thing we need. But yeah, out on the water there, on the short lines, is Jason van der Spuy, just having some fun, because he's in the first division, who are called off for the day. And now we are just getting done with the second division of the men here at the Big Air Kite League in Cape Town. You're here with me, Ruben Lenton and Hayden Jonas.
Yeah, just looking at Jason van der Spuy there on your screen. Whoa, putting the kite super low. And for any of you Air Rush fans out there, that is the new Air Rush Lift V3. And for people out there, as much as it has been designed by Mark Patterson, a lot of the driving force behind it was Sue K, one of the only female kite designers in the industry. So she put a lot of effort and amazing work into that kite. And how you see that kite perform is all the dedication, love and passion that Sue K put into it. But as we look back now, quarterfinals, Heat 6, Division 2, Hamza Dahab and Julian Zens. Julian Zens on a fly surfer prototype, kicking things off out the back kite loop with a very, very nice delayed late back roll coming down nice and clean.
So sorry, it's only a 2-man heat. I thought it was a 4-man heat, my mistake. But exactly, this is Hamzawy and Julian battling it out to make it to the semi-finals. Or to the finals, actually. Because the first place of this goes straight to the final. And if you get second, then you get a chance in the semi-final to fight for...
Yeah, so it's not all over for them from here, basically. As we look for Julian as well. Julian has a 6-meter stoke in the air. So we're going to see some doubles from Julian. Hopefully. As Hamza makes his way out. Oh, he gets a second updraft. And that's a kind of cool thing about Dolphin Beach. If you do get the jump, you don't get it right, there sometimes is that second updraft, and Ruben will tell you all about that. But as the guys make their way in, this is going to be game on now for Julian and Hamza.
Yeah, because the wind is so powerful and thick out here, it's really nice if you fly your kite properly in the zenith, in the lift area. You are able to catch multiple times lift. As you do some heli loops or down loops, the kite will come back up and just give you that extra lift, and then you can go really, really far. Some guys jumping really over 150 meters far here, so that's definitely a 1.5 soccer field, and absolutely an amazing feeling if you achieve that. Just like hitting this kicker perfectly, it's Julian Zens, and just stomping it clean, nice, putting the scores on the board.
A nice big boogie. Oh, there's a kite flying down the beach. As now we look, Julian Zens, that was an incredible boogie loop there by him. Nice slow rotation, nice and inverted, and that is a classic boogie loop there by Julian Zens. Hamza's making his way in. The sun's starting to set, so it is in our eyes a little bit, and also for the camera's eyes, so it does make it a bit difficult. But this is prime time. This is prime time Cape Town, where the sun starts to set, the wind picks up, the swell gets a bit bigger, and the action just becomes that much more better as Hamza makes his way out. There's a kicker. There's 2 kickers in front of him. Which one is he going for? Is he going to go for this first one?
No, the one after, the one on the back. Like maintaining a speed, hopping over this one, and then timing this one. Kicking hard against it. Woo! Not ideal, but still making it. A nice kite loop, laid back roll. Getting a score on the board, landing it clean. This is a quick shout out to all the Picky Nogas watching from all around the world. To Tavi and Eddie on the couch. All the kite knetten watching, thank you very much for joining in. You're here at the live stream of the Big Air Kite League, the final stop in Cape Town. We love you very much. We thank your support, and also our sponsors here at Dolphin Beach. Great accommodation. Check it out if you come down. Also, Ride Engine making great hardware for us kite surfers. So definitely check it out. And then we got the Surfer app bringing us the live data, actual real live data from how high the guys are jumping, how fast they're traveling throughout the trick, which distance they're covering, how much hang time they have, and what G-force they are landing. So you can see that in the bottom left of your screen, and it's always very interesting to compare and check this out. They also came in as a sponsor for this event and are handing out 500 euros to the rider who jumps the biggest throughout the event. The scores will be taken off the three average, the average of the three highest jumps of each rider. So we will have to look at that leaderboard as this event progresses.
Oh, yeah. Carry on. Sorry, bro.
I think I forgot to shout out to Core Kiteboarding, of course, for making this possible and supporting us to put Big Air Kiteboarding on the map and showcasing this to the world. This is what we love. This is what we stand for. And this is addictive action. Every jump is unique. Every jump is a puzzle on its own. And once you land with speed and you pull it together, that's just the feeling we live for progression and landing epic tricks.
Absolutely. As now we look at Julian Zens back roll, late back roll. Nice and inverted, nice and delayed there by Julian Zens out the back. Incredible stuff there. But we see that 6 meter stoke getting prepared for him. Are we going to see the double from Julian? He is in control of this at the moment. Sitting on a 10.4 and Hamza's on a 10.3. So Hamza really did pick up the pace there a little bit. So it is getting close now. It's going to start getting intense. And I'm very excited to see if Julian is going to take that 6 meter stoke out and send it for a double. As he makes his way out to sea, Hamza's coming in now. So the sun's starting to set here on a beautiful Cape Town. The sun's out. It's beautiful weather. The wind's blowing. Everyone's on the beach having a good time. And we all here watching the sport we love. And riders absolutely send it and push our sport to new heights.
Exactly. And are you pushing yourself to new heights? I wonder what your next kiting goals are. And if you don't mind, drop in the comments your personal best of your highest jumps. And we can kind of compare from the viewers who is jumping highest. Really cool. You can also check it out on the Surfer app itself, which you can install on your phone or on your watch. Always interesting to measure and collect some data. Look at this move. Glinstering in the sun as the sun sets here in Cape Town in a little bit.
Yeah, that was nice and clean there by Hamza. Kite loop, late back roll with the board off. The kite loop late back roll is one of my favorite tricks to do. It's the one trick I would like to think I've dialed in very nicely. And just to try add a board off with it. I can't wrap my head around it. But incredible stuff here by these riders. Putting on a show for all of us. Mr. Lane 10 has his sunglasses on. Sun's getting a bit intense here, but so is the action. Julian Zens now looking for the kicker. I think he sees the kicker out the back over this piece of white water. He does indeed. Pops over one. Here we go. Loads up. Goes huge. Oh, board off was a late board off. Kite comes around and he got bounced.
What a bummer. He almost tried to take it, and unfortunately it was just a bit too much impact for him to take. But a very nice performance there from Julian Zens. Hamzawy in the lead. But don't forget, the variety score can still rumble with this score.
Yeah, this heat's looking very close. I think had Julian landed that, Hamza on the inside. He tried to go for the tic-tac board off there, but landing in shallow water, you don't want to be doing that, my friend. Look, I mean, it's knee height. That's not a place you want to be landing. But I do think had Julian landed that kite loop board off, was a very delayed board off, but he had the height, he had the kite angle. I think that would have helped him secure that first spot. But there's still plenty of time left in this heat. And Julian Zens is looking to wanting to hopefully go to that final.
But the wind definitely seems to be pushing through all the way to sunset. So we still have some nice action for you in store. And we can probably finish the second division of the men's here at the Big Air Kite League in Cape Town. Coming from you at Dolphin Beach, Ruben Lenton here with Hayden Jonas.
Yeah, and just remember, whoever wins this heat advances straight through into the final. So this is heat 6. So whoever wins this heat goes into the final, and then the second place goes into the semi-final.
In the semi-final, they can still battle it out for a spot in the final, though, which is pretty unusual, I think. But yeah, why not? Double
why not?
elimination. It's got it going. A dingle, they call it, I think.
As Julian Zens now makes his way out. There's a few kickers building up. Let's see how good his timing is. I don't think he sees it. Well, there's one building up. Yes, there is. Here goes Julian Zens. Oh, just didn't build up as what he wanted.
Sometimes you just lose the power in the kite and the wind is like dropping a little bit as you need it most at the critical moment right before the takeoff and at the takeoff. So if you're not feeling it, it's a very clever move to abort your trick and just save your energy and the distance for the next attempt. Because you do only get 7 attempts per heat, and your 2 highest scoring tricks plus the variety score will make up the overall score for your heat. So it's very important to stay in composure and on top of your game.
Absolutely, that is very, very correct there by Ruben. As now Hamza on the inside, always looking for that board off by the fin. Just couldn't get it around. Super, super tricky trick to get right. Bit of a mumble of the words there. But yeah, Hamza looking for the board off by the fin. As now Julian makes his way out. I think he hopefully is hoping there's a kicker just behind it. But when it's this choppy and the swell isn't as big as what you wanted, it makes it very difficult to find that kicker. As Julian makes his way in. Still plenty of time left in this heat, but Julian only has, he has 3 tricks left in the bag and Hamza only has 1. So Julian can take his time a little bit. But here we go, Ruben. The kite switch is happening. Are we going to see the double? This is going to add to the variety unless Julian just goes absolutely massive. And I don't know the guy's first name, but his surname is Wigglesworth. He rides for Fly Surf and he's done some massive double loops on that stoke. So let's see what Julian Zens can do.
Little kite switch, you can up the adrenaline for the rider for sure, because you're going on a smaller kite, so you can jump less high, but you can perform some more tricks with the kite tricks, I'd like to call them. And only if they're going big, they will be adding to your highest scores, and otherwise it's just nice for your variety score, which will be added at the end of the heat and can still make a big difference, as it's 4 points to gain from that.
Yeah, so just a quick check on the Instagram. It's Hugo Wigglesworth that has done some insane doubles on this stoke. As there goes Hamza, a front roll board off with another rotation. Contra going into multiple rotations. He sticks it. It was a big splash. So the judges are going to have to look at that. That was a big butt check, but he sort of rode out of that. So the judges are going to have to have a look at that. As Julian Zens now, there's a kicker building up at the back. Ruben, here we go. Are we going to see a double from Julian?
No, you cannot time this. It's going to close too quick on him. Like, you can already see the waves getting steeper and steeper and staying open. But then it's a gamble, and he would have not made that. And it's a very tricky decision and very hard to make. And it comes with experience and slamming a few times into those waves. But it's very interesting to see what he's aiming for, because he's got some trick attempts left. And, how is he going to edge out Hamzawy with his little kite?
Well,
must be an S loop or a double loop. Nice kicker. Coming up, speed, nice angle, boom. He's going for the double loop and it's catching him and he's landing it. And butt checking it. Butt checking can deduct some critical points that you might need. So not landing clean, but definitely adding to his variety score. So let's see what the judges think about this.
Well, it's not over yet for the riders that finished second, because there is still a chance for them to make it into the final. So this double elimination, or whatever you called it.
Some of the guys would have probably lost on purpose, so they just get some more riding time on the live stream in front of this epic crowd here at the Big Air Kite League. And why not,
If not, why not?
Well, there's a lot of energy that goes into it, but if you'd like to put on a show, it's 12 minutes per heat, so it definitely sucks the energy out of you. And it also gives you energy, actually. The adrenaline is pumping, so you're not really thinking about a lot out there, just about looking for that kicker and that perfect takeoff and then sending it into the air as big as we can. The wind isn't super duper strong, so we haven't really seen jumps above 20 meters, if I'm correct. But you can check that out on the Surfer app. and check it out more in detail. There's a lot of...
New to the Surfer app. Accurate session tracking with just a smartwatch. Available now for Apple Watch and currently being developed for Wear OS. Are you just learning to jump or sending massive airs? The watch tracks it all.
Let's try to predict this jump. Height 8.0. 7.9.
Welcome back to Big Air Kite League. Going into Heat 7 of the quarterfinals of Division 2. Jurre and Ben Rootman. And joining me, Ruben Lenson's gone for a break. We have the one and only Colin Carroll.
Big up.
Yeah.
Hello everyone.
Yeah.
I've been
where have you been, Colin?
Well, I've been running around the beach getting sandblasted. And I can actually report to you live what it was like watching Andrea he was actually, it was scary how good he was.
Oh, scary from up here. It was wild. I mean, I think we saw Andrea now just busy warming up and just going absolutely ape.
I'm not sure if Andrea's opponents are ever going to walk properly again after the seeing to he gave them. It was actually, it was horrible. I was like, no, this is this is not right. We shouldn't be broadcasting this. This is just terrible.
Oh,
Everyone said as well. Everyone was like, "Wow, it's really picked up," but I don't think it had. I think it was just Andrea. I think it was Andrea.
Andrea is just a madman.
Yeah. Do you reckon? Oh, so Div 1's been released, right?
Sorry?
Div 1's been released for the day.
I think so. Yeah.
So,
yeah.
do you think Heel could have kept up if it hadn't been?
Oh, that's a tough call. Whoa, but we just look at Ben Rootman quickly. Yeah, we need to get back to this. But Ben Rootman, a huge contra board off out the back. He sticks it. The kite falls out the sky, but he manages to hold on to it. And again, Colin, there is a 6 meter being prepared for Ben Rootman. And Herrewijnen, he's on a slingshot out the back there. So this is going to be an intense little quarter-final. And remember, whoever wins this goes into the final.
Straight through to the final against Hamza.
But it's a double elimination because if you finish second, you go into the semi-final.
By the way, Ben Rootman, I've seen him do pretty large, unhooked mega loops with a late back, which obviously is just not sensible whatsoever. So do keep a watch of this bloke on the F1 now. Is he hooked in there? Very much so.
Yeah, I was saying to Ruben, I mean, between, obviously when Cameron Westman started this whole unhooked kite loops, you know, between Ben and Josh, they're sending it. There goes Herrewijnen out the back. Kite loop, board off. Look at the extension on that.
Mate, ooh. The feet were back in and everything.
Oh.
What happened there?
Oh.
The unhooked, back to the unhooked mega loop stuff. It, like, do you want to see the sport go this way? Because some of the riders don't. Basically, the riders that can't do it don't want it to come in, unsurprisingly. But I mean, it might be the way. There's riders looking for little openings and nooks and crannies all the time, right? Like Jett's made his name with short lines. Ben Rootman's going to make his name with unhooked mega loop late backs if he sticks it. I don't think we've seen one yet from him today, have we?
No, we haven't seen a kite loop late back roll unhooked today. I mean, Ben just threw a double now. But you know what? It's a much of a much. I feel like people who can't do something don't want it to go in that direction.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's a lot of the attitude towards the new generation. A lot of people are moaning about this new generation, like what they're doing, 24-meter lines and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, does it really matter? So I think the people moaning are the people that can't do it. And I'm on the side of the fence that I want to see Big Air. I mean, Aaron Hadlow won 2015-2016 King of the Air with a Kung Fu pass.
No, he didn't. It was
Mega Loop
KGB. Come on, mate. You're commentating the Big Air Kite League. Come on, mate. We've got to be getting those facts and figures right.
A Mega Loop KGB, yes. Back roll, kite loop with a handle pass. So, you know, unhooking has always been a part of Big Air. It's, you know, with the Kung Fu pass, Jesse Richmond, 2019, 2020, Mark Jacobs, that also helped him in 2021. So you can't say unhooking isn't a part of Big Air. As Ben Rootman out the back roll, late back roll. Oh, sticks it down nice and clean.
So, for those of you that haven't quite figured it out, old mate Hayden is looking out the window to commentate, and I'm looking at the screen. So we when Hayden was saying out the back there, he's got the bird's eye view. But we'll try and do a bit of both, eh? If the cameraman happens to miss it, we'll tell him what happened anyway. But ideally the two camera guys are going to get everything. But you can't have it all sometimes. I bet there's people moaning in the comments right now about it. Okay?
Well,
but that's not going to help, is it?
We can't please everyone.
Unless you want to turn up and get on a tripod and get sandblasted for 6 hours, I suggest you stop making those comments. It's as simple as that, really. And do reach out if you do want to be one of those camera people.
it will go a long way.
Right, 7 minutes left of this heat. What are we going to see? It's 1-on-1. This is a death match.
Do you know what I've been thinking today, Colin?
What?
What is Adrian doing today?
Yeah, well, he should really be here, shouldn't he?
He should be. Him and Steezy Pete.
Him and Steezy Pete should be here. and we'd have that kind of those dulcet tones coming through the commentary, but instead he's at home in Thailand. And I actually have no idea what he's doing with his time at the moment.
We miss him. But Jurre Brain out the back. A kicker's built up. The kickers have been weird today, but here goes Jurre Brain.
Nice. We like that.
Oh,
he doesn't like it.
He does not like that one bit.
Didn't fancy it. Okay. What size is he on?
I think he's on a 9. 8 or 9. I think Ben's on an 8 because Ben has the 6 prepped on the beach. So
if he's going to do an unhooked loop, will that be on the 6 or the 8?
That'll be on the 8. For sure, be on the 8. No,
Okay.
the 6 Ben has been going ape with the doubles. He hasn't thrown an S today. I think he's been thinking about it. But I mean, what would you rather do, double or S? Which has more risk to it? 'Cause I can't decide which one has more risk.
Well, they say the S, don't they? The old redirection.
I don't know, the way Andre and Lorenzo do it, that's why I judge them.
Okay. What, and you think the way they do it's more sort of up in the window, more infinity loop, therefore less hectic, therefore S is
No,
easier?
I just think they're that good that they make everything look easy.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I do think that Andrea was sort of mugging everyone off when he was out.
Well, he finished 7 tricks and then proceeded to carry on sending it.
Yeah, and then he went for the double on his 8. And I don't think there's ever been a double on an 8 apart from heel flute. I'm going to stand by that.
I agree with you. I think it's only heel.
I reckon it's only heel, so good on the bloke. And
just a quick one.
Yeah. Let's not talk over each other,
please don't do that. But just a quick one to Ben Rootman. I mean, Ben Rootman's out there, like he's going massive out there. And a quick shout out to Ben representing Kai Time. You know, he really does train a lot with us.
What the hell is Kai Time?
Kai Time's the world's best crew.
Okay.
There we go, the Kai Time crew.
It's not better than the Chipmunks.
No, we definitely are. But Jurre Brain out the back with a huge boogie loop, extra rotation.
That was lovely.
But a lot of the riders, and Julian Meijvogel, they were all making mistakes there on their landings. I think the kickers are a little bit odd today. A little, it's a little bit funny for them on the way down. It sends them into extra rotations. And I just feel like the pressure's on for a lot of the riders today.
I do think the conditions are fine. By the way, it's always riders moaning about.
Are they though?
Yeah, it doesn't matter what competition it is. Riders are going to be moaning about the conditions. Trust me, in any discipline, it's really universal thing here.
I've seen so much moaning at King of the Air by a lot of riders.
Exactly,
and it's always by the same, like 1 or 2.
It's a bit too windy, actually. Oh, it's not quite windy enough. Same thing. Oh, we're having the curtains drawn here in the commentary booth. It's not interesting for the audience, obviously, but sometimes you run out of things to say on the commentary, don't you, Hayden? How many times have you had that today?
Not much. I speak a lot of, as you were saying, South African, I speak a lot of cuck, so, you know.
It's been going well, though. Every time I've tuned in, I've been like, wow, those two they've really got a bit of chemistry there.
Oh, you know, it is what it is. Here goes Jurre Brain out the back. Oh, the kicker's built up for him. And I see Ben Rootman is on his 6 meter. So here we go. Double loop. And the wind is sort of picked up a little bit. Like that's what Cape Town does. Once it gets nice and cool, the wind starts to pick up. The swell's supposed to pick up as the tide goes lower. Low tide's at 7 o'clock. But here goes Ben Rootman. Ahead of him though is Jurre Brain. So he does have priority. But look how shallow it is on the inside there. My goodness.
He wants it.
Oh, here we go.
He's gonna take. No, he isn't. He doesn't like it. Doesn't like it one bit. He's gonna turn around and then he's going to try again shortly.
Well, here goes Ben Rootman.
He wants
There's
it.
a kicker. Oh, there's a nice one building up.
He's feeling it. No.
Oh no, here we go.
Yeah. Wait. Oh. Need I say more? Am I good? Am I good at this commentary?
Oh, Stijn,
what went wrong there?
Moly.
Oh my word, that is big.
That was big.
That was big. Game changer from Jurre. Oh,
and he didn't stick it.
See, this is it. Maybe we shouldn't be commentating like this. Maybe we should do it tennis style. What's going on here? What's going on there? Did you just see that?
That's Ben.
Someone's in someone.
That's
the
Ben's
competitors are literally in their own. They've gone into each other's
Ben's taken matter into his own hands and decided to take the competition on with his kite.
No, hang on.
That's Ben's kite. It's a 6 meter F1 Bandit.
He would look like he was doing a toe up off of Ben Rootman's kite. This is extreme method to destroy your opponent here.
Well, yeah, take matters into your own hands and just send your kite into your opponent. Yeah,
Do a
that's
little
Ben's
toe up.
kite.
Lovely conditions for toe up though, perhaps. Making the most of it.
And there's obviously
This is chaos.
downwinder people coming through, you know, getting in the way of the
they?
spot. Yeah, there's people coming through.
So there's someone's. When I was on the beach, I realised there was someone. It was someone's job to get rid of the kooks in the box.
Isn't that the guys on the jet skis?
No, there was someone on the beach that runs up and down and goes, "Oi, get out of the box!" And I thought, do you know what? That is my sort of job. Like, I would be really good at that.
I think you'd be fantastic.
Being
at it.
allowed to be rude, really rude to people, who are just, you know, having a nice time. They're on their holiday in Cape Town. Oh, look, Dolphin Beach, lovely. And then it's just me, just being vile to them. That's my dream. One day I hope I can do that for the Big Air Kite League.
Okay, well, both kites are up in the sky.
Okay. Do you think they're still friends?
Yeah, they both got one trick left, and out the corner of my eye,
I'd love to know whose fault it was.
Ben took matter into his own hands.
So Ben's kite was down, but then Jurre was doing the toe up off his lines or something. It could go either way.
I didn't see that, but Jurre 17 meters. Andrea's kiting now, so Andrea's on the water.
Andrea, you're mucking it up. You've been released.
Go away.
Give your phone back. Andrea.
He really is just bullying everyone, eh?
17, okay. Is that the... Ooh, have we seen any 20-meter numbers?
No, we haven't
today?
seen 20s today. Eh?
Okay, so he's climbing up there.
Okay, well, here goes Jurre Brain. See, now this is a difficult part, Colin.
Mate, no, it's the end of the heat, mate.
Oh, it's the end of the
down.
heat.
Climb yourself all the way down.
So, well, then our next semi-final, whoever finished...
Oh, that's a double after the buzzer with a late back. And he's landed it. Oh, no. Someone's going to have to go and tell him. Mate, look at that. 10.6 metres. He's doing doubles at 10.6 metres.
Is that high enough, though? Do we count that?
Well, he did it. It got round.
But, I mean, are we going to...
The kite wasn't
Would
really
you
high in
score
the
that
window.
high?
Well, I'm not a judge. I'm a humble commentator. I'm just a humble podcaster, Hayden. Don't put me... That's Jason van der Spuy there.
Colin, the Kite Time crew says we have to get you a Kite Time hat. Just send your crew away.
The chipmunks.
No, yeah, just no more Kite Time.
I can't send them away.
Oh.
They'll come after me.
We'll protect
They're
you.
Vicious tries. So, Jason van der Spuy on your screen there said to me, I'm going to take short lines. And I was like, why are you doing that? You've been released for the day. He's like, yeah, but everyone thinks Jett Bradshaw's amazing, so I'm going to go out and show them that I am the true Jedi. Oh my word.
To be fair, I did get confused because they're both on yellow kites, and Jason did a massive short line loop, and I was like, whoa, it's Jett, but it was Jason.
Right, here's a controversial opinion for the live stream. Hand, this means you can't. So what I've done is I've closed the curtain.
We'll watch off here, so
And
let's do this now.
old mate Hayden's not happy about that because it means he can't look out the window, but it's fine. So here's a controversial opinion: are short lines for people that aren't very good? He doesn't even know where to begin with this. Come on, you're live. You have to say something.
I know we're live, but I feel like
I'm not saying that is what I think or that is true.
But I feel like maybe my opinion might be a bit too strong. But I side with.
What side? You can't.
Yes,
you're doing hand gestures. Yes, they're not. They are for people that aren't very good.
Yes, because it's just more of a not an easier move. I don't want to say because it is super difficult to do, but it's just like it just looks more extreme, so it looks a lot cooler than like what Andre and them do. If we're gonna compare apples with apples, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying it is easier because it is super hard. I mean, like I'm still hesitant to try short lines, but I think it is just of that side where the guys who don't want to push like Andre and Lorenzo and Gil, this is just the next thing. So because it just looks super cool. And you look steezy, and it gets the Instagram likes, and it makes for good videos. It looks amazing for content, so brands love it. Yeah, but again, it's kiteboarding. It's whatever, however you define it, and what how you want to express yourself.
Yeah, indeed. That is quite giant.
That's Andrea.
That is definitely
Can
Andrea.
we get Andrea off the water, please?
Oh!
Did he make a mistake?
Didn't stick it, though. Didn't stick it. So, yeah, back to the thing. Yeah, short lines. I think the people that do short lines, like, they would be doing the top-notch competition Andrea stuff if they could. But they can't, so they do the short lines. Maybe.
Yes.
Okay.
But I feel...
that being said, the double Jett's double on the short lines.
That was insane. And did you see Camden try it?
Yeah.
That was whoa.
So Jett said
he just committed. He just committed. He was like, wasn't gonna do that again.
On the beach before he did it, he goes, "I'm not sure where I'm gonna be sleeping tonight. It's either gonna be the hospital or my comfy bed. But either way, I'm trying the double loop on short lines."
You gotta love Jett,
and
you gotta love Jett.
As much as we've just thrown short line under the bus, you do have to just kind of respect that. Because that is absolute madness going for that. And what about that bloke Eric the other day that did an unhooked loop that was way below him on short lines?
Oh yes, and that was also and also on an XR, I think, eh?
And he broke his feet basically. It wasn't good for him, you know. But this is the kind of the plague of social media, isn't it? I think we're going to an ad break, which is about right.
Yeah, sweet.
We'll see you later.
What's up guys, it's Tino here from SpaceX Kitesurfing. Shouldn't there be more kiteboarding competitions for everyone? This year we're collabing with the Big Air Kite League here in Cape Town to create the biggest Big Air kiteboarding competition of the world. Anyone can join, you only have to be able to jump. You can ride against your own level of participants. Same as this competition, we will use the server app to measure the height. We have great money and gear prizes, which are easy to win, and also a groovy after party. If you want to find out more details and information, you should click the link down in the description, and see you at the beach.
New to the server app. Accurate session tracking with just a smartwatch. Available now for Apple Watch and currently being developed for Wear OS. Are you just learning to jump or sending massive airs? The watch tracks it all.
Let's try to predict this jump. Height 8.0. 7.9.
And welcome back to Big Air Kite League. This is semi-final heat number 8. So Julian Zens and Jurre Brain joining me, the one and only Colin Carroll.
Slight downgrade from Ruben Lenton, I think.
I'll take what I can get.
What are you? How are the vibes? Has it been exhausting today? Has it been good?
No, the vibes have been good. It's flowed very nice. I've enjoyed being up here.
It is better with Ruben though. You'd have to admit.
I don't want to break your heart.
Well,
I do miss Adrian though.
Yeah. So I'm looking in the YouTube comments. Always
beautiful
always
goalies,
a bad thing to look through the YouTube comments. Usually it's people being not very nice. But Camden Kellett's piping up. I'm just doing my thing on short lines. Good. That's following the debate we just had. Any other people that we want to shout out? Someone saying, why isn't Lorenzo Casati here? It's because he's back home.
Someone called it medium air kite league. Well, then go compete somewhere else.
Medium air kite league. It is quite windy. I set a PB earlier, so.
Oh, look at you go.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah.
Cool. Semi-final Division 2. Here we go. Big Air Kite League brought to you by Core Kites. Thank you for powering us. Dolphin Beach Hotel, the only accommodation with no road in between you and the beach.
It is good. I'm staying there.
Oh, well, there we go.
Good
Colin
breakfast
Carroll
as
staying
well.
here.
Nice waffles in the morning.
Ride engine as well. I mean, Ride engine pioneered the first hard shell harness. The
I've
Surfer
got
app.
I've got a ride engine one.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
Colin
it has
Carroll.
a hood.
There we go. Surfer app. I don't know if you're out of the Surfer app, Colin. Oh, that's Julian out the back with a boogie loop. Kicking things off here.
So the Surfer app's going to tell us how high that was.
Yeah,
Make a prediction before it comes up. Don't look at it.
14.4.
Yeah, well
I see Julian's riding under the German flag. He's a South African, but he's riding under the German flag.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Is that a mistake or is
No,
that
he
maybe
is German.
he is German?
Julian
Okay.
is German. And then
He is
also
German.
just on the last.
That was Andrea to the right of your screen, by the way, there.
Also, big thanks to Kite Mana. Guys, on the live stream, remember, go to kitemana.com/vote. Vote for your rider of the day. They can win €1,000, and €1,000 can probably buy you a house in South Africa. So you really are doing these riders a favor.
Who's your rider of the day so far?
Just because he's an animal, Andrea.
Yeah.
Only because when he was done with all his 7 tricks, he just carried on bullying everyone.
It actually, yeah.
It was brutal.
Someone
It
should have
was
told him
brutal.
to stop. Yeah, I don't know why he just kept like foot to the floor. I think
Because he can.
Yeah, but that's not really a good idea in round 1 to be doing double loops on an 8.
I mean, he is intensifying the risk factor for himself, but he just knows himself so well and he knows his gear so well. Like, does it make that much of a difference? But yeah, someone should have pulled him off the water.
That is large. Late back roll. Julian Zens. Flies over prototype. Look how far the kite was behind him there. That's why he came down so nice and soft.
And it's what you were talking about the other day on your latest video with Lorenzo.
Yeah.
How far Lorenzo keeps that kite behind him. A lot of the riders are doing that now.
And how fast he sends it forward initially as well. That's what I learned from this King of the Air watching. He
Absolutely.
Absolutely dives it down in front of him so he gets max pace, so then he can pendulum it back the other way.
But just looking at these comments, Camden Kelly, much appreciated. I mean, Camden has also pioneered a lot of the short line kite loops. If we just go back to touch on that quickly, Camden has really pushed a lot of the short line kite loops. Have you seen some of those photos and videos from him from Vitsons? That kite's almost touching the water between him and Josh Emmanuel. I would like to see that. Him and Josh Emmanuel in 50 knots on 9-meter lines.
What about a blank kite test where we just do short lines?
Oh, that could work.
Yeah.
And we get like someone like Camden and Jason and then the short line specialists.
I don't know if they'd want to do it on stuff that's not theirs though.
Well, too bad. Well, you just force them. Just kidnap them.
Okay. Yeah, and also some of this stuff will be theirs, so maybe it would still work.
Maybe
anyway,
not.
Food for thought. Food for thought.
Absolutely.
All right, so what's going on here? Do we know what we're looking at?
All right.
I think we're not in a heat.
Well, we are in the semi-final. Julian...
Where are the scores?
Well, the scores haven't popped up.
Okay. I don't think we're in a heat. We're looking at clouds coming down a hill. I think we wouldn't be doing that if it was in the heat.
Is the red flag up yet? Because the guys are throwing it down, so
okay,
the scores
shall I
aren't
have a
coming
look?
through.
I'll have a look for the flag, but I'll put my mic down. Not seeing any flags. No flags at all. What does that mean? 4 minutes? Okay, we're having a slight delay, everyone. A slight delay. Alright. But we're going to be back.
We're back. So a slight delay.
And the sun, as the sun sets here, we're going to be having Julian Zens, Jurre going
This
head
is
to head.
actually going to be a very, very cool heat. Because, I mean, both it's a good stylistic matchup. Both their riding styles very, very similar. So I think this is going to be quite a nice heat. Impressive by Julian as well to go for a double. Because the only person I've seen throw a double on the Stoke was Hugo Wigglesworth.
Hugo Wigglesworth from New Zealand.
Yeah, man. He threw a double.
I think Julian, that small kite is a Stoke, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a wave kite. That's what Luke rides.
So
Luke
it would be
McGilloway.
very turny.
Yeah, it's super pivoty.
So the winner of this upcoming semi-final is going to go straight to the final.
Yeah, so this is knockout. So it's like a double elimination.
Yeah.
So whoever wins this will face Hamza, Dahab, and Ben Rootman in the final for Division 2.
Hamza is the young Egyptian on North Kite. Ben Rootman is South African from Cape Town, is he?
Yeah,
F1.
straight out of Malkbos.
And he enjoys an unhooked loop, which we've already
haven't seen
discussed.
today.
Yeah, we haven't seen, but I think we will see it in the final. It's a sort of final move that you would do. You're not going to do that in anything less than the final, I don't think.
Like you kind of wait for like a showstopper.
Mm.
But this is shaping up to be a good final because whoever makes it into the final, it's still going to be pretty good. It's
I mean,
gonna be
how
insane.
sick is Div 2? The level is mad. This is Div 2.
This is Division 2. Like, I was thinking about riding Division 2, and I was like, I saw it. No, thank you. I'll wait till next year.
I think the riding in Div 2 now, if you took that, rewound 2 years, I think you could win King of the Air with these moves.
Oh, absolutely.
And this is Div 2.
It's amazing.
Pitch.
And was speaking to Ruben about it earlier. It's amazing where kiting started back in the early 2000s, like at the core of it, to where it is now. And I mean, how you had this first generation dominating for almost 20 years, and this next generation has just come through and bullied everyone out the equation.
I think Jeremy Belando could take it to Andrea. I can't see anyone else managing it, personally.
Predictions for the final? Div 1?
Yeah, Andrea, Jeremy Hale.
I say Jason.
Jason Van der Spuy, you
Absolutely,
reckon?
yeah.
Okay.
Dark horse.
It is his home turf.
And he had a bit of a up and down day, but if Luca can pull it together, I think Luca also has a very good shot of being in the final.
Yeah.
I don't think today lined up nicely for him.
Okay. Yeah, I think Luca looked really good at King of the Air too. Got knocked out against Mark. That was a really close heat. Crowd favourite as well. People were going literally wild for him. And
that was very close.
he goes really high,
And
especially on the contra.
And he's so delayed with his loops, but still gets the angle right and just his rotation and everything. His style is very much like Mark's.
Yeah.
It's very, very similar.
Right, we're going to talk about the heat that's in front of us here because Julian Zens is hitting a kicker. He's gone up.
So the heat started.
The kite's gone round. And we're not going to comment on the landing until he's done it.
There we
Because
go.
we're professionals.
Professional.
And it's not good to get all excited about a trick for them to then not land it.
There goes Herrewijnen out the back. Oh, it just... I think sometimes hitting these kickers, when you hit it too late, it just sends him out of balance and out of place.
A little bit of whitewash on the top, do you think?
Yeah. If it just breaks in front of you, myself and Ruben were chatting about it. It's so hard to time it sometimes, and if you get there at the wrong time, it's just an ankle breaker. Not a lot of fun. Julian Zens now making his way out the back. There's a kicker just after this piece of white water. Are we going to see something from the South African? Here we go. Oh. Did he do it? Was that a
If he
loop?
gets away with this... Imagine if he did. There was so much slack in his lines there. I was like, I'm not sure. Here we go.
That's a board off by the fin.
Wait for the landing. See?
Oh.
See? Much better commentary, that. This is like tennis, you know? They're on the baseline, they bounce the ball, you stop, you politely let them play, and then afterwards you give a little clap if one of them sticks it down the line. That's how we should be doing it.
We taking notes here, Ruben?
I do. Practice makes perfect.
So, what kites are they on? They're probably on 8s.
Most definitely on 8s, I think so. Julian will definitely be on the 8 because I know, chatting to him earlier, he's a lot more comfortable on the 8 prototype. He was up for 3 hours yesterday building bridles.
That's a nice kicker. That's a very nice kicker. He's enjoyed that.
Oh, it's a very nice...
Easy. See? What was he doing? He was tweaking bridles.
Yeah, he was building bridles for like 3 hours last night.
So he's part of the Fly Surfer research and development team. And he'll...
Okay, well...
So yeah, he'll be organising all sorts.
Absolutely, but let's just first say goodbye to the man, the myth, the legend.
Goodbye. No, I'm just going for a little session myself, but enjoy the action. The finals coming right up.
Good to oxygenate the brain.
I can do with some of that.
Yeah, very good. Right, goodbye, Ruben.
Sweet.
Not sure he's leaving the audience in safe hands, but
I think Ruben's going to go put a show on in front of the
Somehow.
cameras for all of us and just...
yeah. Are we going to be able to see you on the live stream?
I'm actually doing a little photo shoot with Eat. We're a bit downwind. It's quite crowded up here.
No, we
showing
can pan.
off.
We can pan. It's fine. Right, back to the heat. 8 minutes, 20 seconds left. And Jurre, if we're honest... Oh, no, there's some scores dropped. Okay. Jurre is yet to really make a dent in this. Julian Zens leads this pretty comfortably. And I think... What would you do if you were up against Julian Zens, who does seem to be landing most things,
Close my eyes, hope for the best, and send it big.
is going high?
Oh,
Here we go. See, just probably not enough height. Maybe the wind's slightly lulled.
Oh, well, let's actually check the wind meter
Good.
up at Mornington.
I do always think, though, a good kiteboarder makes their own wind.
Apparent wind.
Well, yeah.
But yeah, oh, well, okay, so the last reading was a high of 33.9 knots, a low of 16.5, and an average of 25.2. So that's up at the Mornington Aquatic Club, which is not even a kilometer upwind of us. 500 meters, 600 meters away.
Okay. What was it
So-
again? I've already forgotten.
A high of 33.9,
Okay.
a low of 16, average of 25.2. So it's there. Like the wind is there.
Occasionally the wind is doubling. That's what you've
It
just
is.
said.
Yeah, it is. You'll see the guys get their updraft.
When I spoke to guys on the beach, though, they were saying, this is nice, hello.
Oi, oi, oi.
I think they're counting that.
That's a bit of a butt check. A lot of butt checks today.
Yeah, but I reckon that's all right.
Okay, here goes Jurre Rain.
I don't mind that. I reckon the wind's all right. When I spoke to the riders on the beach,
The wind looks fine. I mean, you can
Andrea-
see the sand blasting and stuff. And Andrea was going massive.
Andrea said it's gusty, but it picks up for like quite a long time and then lulls for quite a long time, so you can just pick the gust. It's not like off, on, off, on. You know?
Yeah.
So that's promising.
What's nice is Julian is very much in control of this heat. He like Jurre he has to land this back roll board off by the fin kite loop if he wants to make any impression on Julian. Julian's very calm. He just flows through the heat. He doesn't really get phased too much. And I think just looking at the way Jurre's been riding throughout the day, I think when it doesn't go his way and he makes one mistake, I think he just gets in his own head a little bit. And that maybe affects him just throughout the heat.
Would be fair enough, wouldn't it? Can you imagine doing this? I don't think I'd find it enjoyable whatsoever. Having to kiteboard under pressure. No thanks.
I did when I was still soccer back in 2019. I was in a semi-final against Oswald Smith, Cohan, Van Dijk, and Yannick.
And how did that go?
I almost killed myself.
That was a nice boogie, though.
That was very clean. That was very, very
Your
clean.
life story is interesting, but that was a nice boogie.
Don't hurt my feelings, Colin.
Right, here's a kicker. Very nice. Camera zooms in perfectly. We like this. Was there a loop?
No, it's just a
I
rotation.
think it might have been a little micro loop.
Oh, down loop.
Do you get a point from micro loop?
Would they count it? Oh, I don't think so.
Red Bull micro loop?
Red Bull micro loop.
Right, under 5 minutes now. Whoever's winning this.
Well,
going through to the final.
Jurre, this is Jurre's last attempt. Julian still has 3 in the tank. Julian's been very conservative with his tricks. Throughout the day, Julian hasn't gone off the bat. Like he's really calculated when and where he needs to do his tricks, which is good. So Jurre, it's now or never for him, because if he doesn't make this work, it's game over. He's almost a full point behind.
Back up against the wall, really, isn't he?
Yeah. He needs to make this work.
Okay.
So well, here goes Julian now.
7 trick attempts, of course. You're quite right. Julian's got another 2 to go after this,
Well, there's one gone.
which he's maybe going to need
That's a
if you're a
downwinder.
Brune can sort himself out here.
He
He's
needs
just talking to his caddies. What are they saying? Encouraging things, maybe?
Shots to get him.
That's a SpaceX caddy on the right.
There we go.
That's
Yeah,
Dino. What was
nice
that?
And easy, nice and easy.
Just land something. You're going to have to. It is always tricky to know the right thing to say in a high-stress situation.
It is.
I like to say condescending things. Like, you can only do your best. Why not just try to enjoy it? I'm not bloody enjoying it. I'm having a horrible time. I'm getting thrashed. But come on, Jurre. Dig deep for us. We want to see a fight here. We might have a bit of a fight on our hands, might we? If Jurre sticks a biggie and then Julian Zens comes back with his last attempt.
Could be like a World Cup final.
They're both on their last attempt. It's just changed. They've had 6 each now.
So where's Julian? See, you see why I look out the window to commentate.
Where is Julian? He must be to the right. But there's his spare kite.
I don't think he's going to go for it, eh?
No.
And someone's doing a downwinder in the box. There goes Jurre.
Jurre.
Ooh, that's big. Back roll.
Very floaty.
Late rotation.
I reckon that could make a dent.
That was very safe, though. That was a safe bet. I mean, he could have... Ooh. Is Julian done? Because that's Julian there. Oh, he needed another board. He lost his board.
Ah, okay.
Wait.
So he's back on for the last attempt. On his Fly Surfer prototype, that's why that kite's blank.
That kite's really good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So Fly Surfer have a racing background. They make the VMG, which is the Olympic standard. And it's kind of thrashing everything else in that category. Like if you want to be representing your country,
that's what you fly.
Yeah, for 2024, you have to be on those.
But isn't Olympic standards everything has to be the same?
Yeah.
So the whole field's going to be on
pretty
VMGs.
much, yeah, especially in the big sizes because it's so efficient because it's got 1 tier less of bridling, which is like a engineering kind of breakthrough.
Oh,
just click the kicker.
He's still committed to it.
How has he made that work still?
He's on a slingshot code. I just think that kite goes around and catches him.
Okay.
I think like if you look at Jeremy Belander, like these guys have a lot of trust in those codes.
Mm.
So even though you hit it wrong, he just knew the kite was going to catch him.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, here goes Julian now.
He had the faith.
Gotta have faith.
So yeah, Fly Surfer prototype. They're the kings of efficiency. Maybe that kite is doing wonders.
Well, he stuck it. It wasn't really much of a butt check. I mean, we're running into the... Jurre's done. So Jurre can't make much... I think
they're both done.
Yeah, so that's it. I think Julian has done enough.
Go. So next up's the final. And it's going to be winner of this heat against Hamza.
And Ben
Rootman.
What now? Now, Colin, will we see that unhooked kite loop?
We're going to. It's perfect weather for it.
Absolutely.
Lovely day for it.
I think we're going to have a quick little break. Now we're going to go to commercial. And then we're going to be back for the final. So, people watching, go grab a beer.
Hold on to your hats.
Hold on to your hats. Make a hot dog. And, yeah, we'll see you in a bit.
Dolo with a new mask. To the boys were on him and he crashed that. Till they came back, run it off like heads up, yeah, all of that one pack. I could be anywhere, feeling alright. Till the game on the head is so mad at. I'm like,
Welcome back to Big Air Kite League. This is the final of the Division 2. It's been an incredible day. I've got Colin Carroll next to me.
Hello.
Just
Just eating some jelly tots.
Oh, they're the best, aren't they?
I do like to eat if I can, whilst on
you
audio.
should. You're looking a bit scrawny there, mate. So just before we kick things off, going into this final, let's just give one big shout out to all our sponsors. Big Air Kite League. Big Air Kite League hosting a platform for riders to absolutely send it, to push our sports into new heights, developing our sport, developing products, and just helping riders become more and achieve dreams that we all dream about. Core Kites, of course, launching us into the next dimension with the new XR7. The core shop is down here at Dolphin Beach, just next to Blowfish. And on the topic of Dolphin Beach, Colin Carroll is staying here at Dolphin Beach, and he can recommend Dolphin Beach as the only accommodation where you don't have to walk across the road to get to the beach.
Apartment 34.
Oh,
That's where I am.
oh,
Yep.
there we go.
Yep. Come and. I don't know where I'm going with that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Let's back out of that. Carry on with the sponsor chat. Go.
And to Ride Engine, most of the riders in the comp are using hard shell harnesses. Ride Engine did pioneer the hard shell, so incredible stuff there by them. So thank you to them. Some incredible products. The Surfer app, it's a lot of fun. The Surfer app, get the mount. All your friends you go out for a session at Downwinder, you all compete together, and I think whoever jumps to the lowest buys the round of drinks.
And it's free.
And it's free. And then of course Kite Mana. Go to kitemana.com/vote. Vote for your ride of the day. That rider will win €1,000, and we will be finding that person who won that, who the ride of the day, and we'll be taking them to Pakalolo's after the event.
I think, yeah, we'll be forcing them to buy us dinner.
Absolutely.
I'm pretty sure Kite Mine is the biggest kite shop potentially in the world.
I think so. They do a lot of brands.
I heard that they sold 3,000 kites a year.
I could believe that.
Yeah?
I could believe that. Yeah.
3,000.
I mean, I've never been in the shop, but it's...
But that's on the grapevine you're hearing
but
that's
yeah,
normal number. We're into the final here.
As
we need to
the final
concentrate.
started, here we go.
Here we are.
Hamzawy, Dagab, Ben Rootman and Julian Zens, two South Africans. It's an all-African heat because Hamza's from Egypt. So it's an all-African heat here in Division 2. And we won't see the scores because it is a final.
Oh, they're doing that. Will we know the scores?
I don't know. I don't
Not
think
even
so.
we will.
Ruben took his laptop with him.
Okay.
But here goes Julian Zens. Zens is looking for that kicker. The kicker's out the back. That is very difficult to see. Oh, he does.
Michiel saves it.
Oh.
The cameraman saves it. Pans around just in time. What was that? A late back?
Absolutely. That was a late back there.
I enjoyed it.
That was steezy.
Highly enjoyable. So, Hamza from Egypt.
On the North Kite.
Still at school.
Is he still at school?
I think he's 15.
No ways.
Yep. And he's trained mostly in Dahab.
That's where Mostafa lives.
Yeah. And he's a bit of a flat water killer, but he's having to learn everything off the waves.
Well, he's absolutely killing it. He's in the final.
Yeah, final of Div 2. And the level here, as we've said, should we even bother saying it again? The level is quite mad. Consider this. Consider the moves here today. This is Div 2. So these guys
2 years ago would have won King of the Year.
Yeah, but here it is, and this is what we're seeing in Div 2. Then, Ben Rootman, I know, because I've seen it with my own eyes, he can do an unhooked loop. It is a mega loop when I've seen him do unhooked mega
I can see Ben just out the window you're coming in. So he's coming on the inside, and he can do stuff to the inside. And Ben can also do handle passes.
He might need that. Because Julian Zens on your screen right now, late rotation added. He's landing that all day. No, he isn't. Don't ever jinx it.
Don't count your chickens. The commentator's curse.
No, don't ever do it.
Don't count your chickens
just
before they
only
hatch.
ever mug yourself off. Exactly. You don't want unhatched chickens.
Oh, Hamza. That was a board off, I think, coming down. Nice and smooth. Flat
Mate.
order specialist, eh? Look at that.
Weaving his way through the chop.
And here goes Ben Rootman. Rootman's looking for it. Oh, but you can see the second kite in the corner of your screen there. That is a 6 meter being prepared. There's 2 6 meters being prepared. There's a fly surfer Stoke for Julian Zens, and there's a 6 meter bandit for Ben Rootman. Rootman sees the kicker. He turns around, but it's just so choppy out there. We really were hoping for more swell, Colin.
Reasonably big deal winning this heat. I think it could be career changing. It will be career changing for these three. Because you are instantly on the radar of brands.
Absolutely.
They all know that Big Air Kite League is where the next generation are born. and where you can see the latest moves in Big Air. So yeah, I think there is quite a bit on the line here with 8 or so minutes to go.
And bragging rights, of course. I mean, it's bragging rights amongst that. Like, this is like an African final because it's all Africans in here.
Yeah, true.
So it's bragging rights as well for Division 2. I mean, obviously yes, you have Luca, Ceruti, and Jason van der Spey, but they're in Division 1. This is still a big final.
So Hamza has only just changed to that yellow north orbit. He's probably been riding that for a couple weeks, but he's looking pretty dialed considering.
Oh, that's big. That's
go.
large. And look how steezy that is.
Back roll 8 back.
His rotation is so slow, and Hamza going down.
Hamza looked like he might have crashed just going along. What's
But
Hamza
look
doing?
how shallow it is. Oh,
Hamza, you're in a kiteboarding final, mate. Come on, get it together. Where's Ben Rootman? He must be way upwind.
Rootman, I'm trying to. He's tacking in. I can see him out the window. Rootman is coming in now.
We're just gonna have to wait for.
So
the
he's
camera
in my
to
line
find
of
it.
sight out the window. So for the viewers that can't
There
see,
we go.
there we go.
There we go. We like that. That's a good bit of panning work. Very smooth pan. That's lovely. That. No, it isn't.
Oh,
That looked really nice initially, but then just turned out horrible.
it's his kickers, man. I'm telling you now. Ever since they've done the drone work here, it's just not been the same. Like the way the waves break, it's just not been the same. It's so difficult to time these kickers.
What? So all that
Pushing all the sand back. I think it's messed with the banks a little bit. But yeah, oh, what a drone shot that is. Look at that.
That is beautiful.
Just makes me love my city even more. Here goes Julian Zens. Oh, here we go. There's a kick at the back.
Come on.
Oh, come on, Jules.
Come on, Julian.
It's coming home.
Oh, I don't even want to think about World Cup football. I haven't recovered from that.
My sincere condolences.
Yeah, as he looked across unsympathetically at me. Right, come on, back to the. I do get very easily distracted, and you can't encourage me, okay? Otherwise, we literally won't talk about anything.
That was Julian with the.
No, that was Hamza.
Oh, that was Hamza. Sorry, my bad. Kites look very similar.
I think the board was off as well.
Yeah, the board was definitely off. He has been sticking those throughout the day. So, very, very impressive stuff there from Hamza.
We don't know who's winning, of course, because the scores are hidden. But if you were to put your house on it, who would you say is leading this heat? He doesn't know.
Maybe Julian, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe Julian. I'm feeling that one.
I wonder. I think Ben Rootman's gonna go to the unhooked loop if his back is up against the wall.
Oh,
there it is. Late. Ooh.
Just
Okay.
not enough power.
Yeah. How would you even approach that? Would you hit the kicker with loads of D power?
Yeah, so I like to do like these big unhooked front rolls and stuff, and so it's the same approach. So you just ride a lot of power, just a little bit of you depower, just a little bit, trim it, and then as you're riding up, you sort of veer off, unhook, and then in one motion you send the kite up to try and make sure you get that updraft. But it is such a fine line. It's not like jumping with being hooked in. It's such a fine line, and if you get it wrong, that happens. You sort of free fall.
He does seem to be fine. He's gone back to shore. I reckon these guys are really struggling to find the gust.
I feel like the wind's starting to drop. Remember, Colin, tomorrow it's super
Although
Who's that? Hamza?
Hamza's making it work in an inch of water. Hamza doesn't care. Hamza doesn't care that it's not windy. As his fins grate the sand there. He's probably got no fins left.
But remember, it is super hot tomorrow, so this weather system that's coming through, the wind will probably switch offshore later this evening.
Okay.
And the wind dies off.
Okay.
So there could be a possibility of the wind starting to die off.
I reckon there's a bit of a gust coming here, though.
Here
Out
we
the
go.
back. Here we go.
Come
We like
on.
this. We like this a lot. Contra loop. Board
Ooh.
off. Board back on.
Oh, Ben.
He's not going to be happy with that, is he?
No. Still long in the heat. 4.5 minutes.
Just a bit of chop. Just getting in the way of him being a Div 2 champion.
Ah, come on. But here goes Julian. So I can see Julian just out the window here. He's making his way out. There's a kicker forming just in front of him. Here goes Julian Zens.
Beautiful. Board off. By the fin as well. Not even the handle. Does he even have a handle? Maybe he's so hardcore he doesn't even have it.
Oh, those are the days, eh?
Mate. I have a theory that the handle should be banned, maybe. Because what other sport... Oh, hello. Hello.
That's a big contra. Ben coming back at it.
Hello. We like that.
Oh, he likes it.
He's happy.
Oh, there we go. Ben Rootman, take your hats off. There we go. So this is a very close heat because I was feeling Julian, but now Ben's come out with this. Hamza is just going ape on the inside. This is a very close final,
Mate,
Colin.
let's all go. And look, Ben, 15.2 meters there. Just as we were saying, the wind's dropped off. Classic. I'm just going to stop making statements, I think. That might be my approach from here on out. Don't know how good the commentary will be there if I do that.
Julian, 15 meters.
Yeah.
So the guys are going big.
Yeah.
But they're all on 4 tricks, and I think a final has unlimited, so it just runs to the end. So you just go for as many tricks as you possibly can.
Yeah. Okay, Hamza's sort of been quite quiet, other than right at the start of the heat and that move he did on the inside. I reckon he needs a bit of a reset.
He's very, very sneaky about it. He's very calculated, Hamza.
Hamza, young emerging talent, one to watch for the future, I would say. But 8.4 meters.
Like so many of these younger riders coming through.
What's Julian doing? Nope, he doesn't want a kite change. He's heading back out on his 8.
Double loop the 8.
Double loop the 8. I think probably unlikely, although we did see Andrea do it earlier, but it looked not very sensible.
He almost had it. Let's face it. He almost had it.
It was close. It was close.
Another 5 knots.
Yeah.
Oh, what a view that is.
That's lovely.
Look at Dolphin Beach Hotel. Table view in the background. The Tygerberg Hills in the further background there. Cape Town is beautiful, isn't she? The drone follows Julian Zens now. Oh, smacking the lip. This isn't a wave riding competition, Julian. The crowd is getting behind these riders in this final.
I reckon, what would you be doing if you were in there, the wind's slightly lulling off?
Unhook and just try something.
It's got to be the unhook moves, isn't it? But who can do a dangle? Who's got a dangle in them?
No, just do or just go for a back roll, an unhooked back roll, like a half cab, like what Jesse does.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Well,
I mean, it's either win it or bin it, so you might as well just try something that you can half.
So what's
half
Ben
do.
Rootman like at handle passes?
Ben can do a handle pass, absolutely. But I think for Ben to really seal the deal in this, he needs to do a pass. But he's gone out on the 6 meter, so Ben's made a kite change. Ben Rootman's gone on the 6 meter, so we're gonna see a double.
Look how small it is.
See, this is I feel like this is the same mistake that what a lot of riders made in King of the Air.
What?
They didn't do a handle pass.
Yeah.
And we all called for it.
Oh, there we go. 1, 2.
Was that 2?
Mate, he's just stuck the double in the Div 2 final.
Oh,
He's just stuck it. What's going to happen now? Julian Zens replies. Oh,
and look at that shot. Ben just riding off into the sunset.
Mate, he's got to be happy. With 30 seconds to go, he's just landed a double. I think chaos is going to ensue, isn't it? I reckon we've got maybe one more attempt from Julian Zens.
It's not burning down houses.
Who's had a lot more attempts than...
Well, Julian can't...
Hamza.
No, Julian can't do any... Ooh! That kite stalled. Was that Hamza?
No, that was Julian Zens. Difficult to see with the glare.
Well, but Julian... It doesn't matter. Oh, no, it's unlimited scores. My bad.
I have no idea.
Yeah. But, I mean, on the buzzer... He really tried. So, yeah. 8 tricks for Julian.
That was dramatic.
That was dramatic. So, that is the end of the Division 2 final between Hamza Dahab, Ben Rootman, and Julian Zens. Wow.
That was quite mad. That last minute.
That would have been a King of the Air final 2 years ago.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. And these are people in Div 2.
It just shows you the level of riding.
Tell you what, I really think these 3 riders should be in Div 1, you know. Like, if you can stick a double on the buzzer in a final, that's Div 1 material. Julian Zens has been Div 1 material the whole time. I think Hamza didn't put a good final together there, but throughout the day he's been strong.
But I think, like, the whole Div 2, from my understanding, is that someone that doesn't compete on the tour, like, you know, Jason and Luca and Andrea and them, you know, like, that's Division 1, the guys that are in competition for the tour. This is, like, just a, you know, part of Big Air Kite League. This is like saying, like, like if I have to compete, I would compete in Division 2. Whether I can win or can't win, I don't want to go ride in Division 1. because I'm going to be bullied. I'll be bullied in Division 2, but a little bit less. You know what I mean?
I sort of know what you mean. I don't really follow, but for the sake of it, I'll say yeah, I do understand.
Just say yes.
Fully. Yeah. So it's my understanding that the women's were going to go out after Div 2
at 7:30.
That's the latest on the WhatsApp. So stay tuned. The producer is shaking his head at me.
The producer's saying no.
Okay, do the opposite of stay tuned, because the women's isn't going to happen. But we've just seen a mad heat there. I'm sure you're all highly satisfied. Okay.
Okay, so yeah, so I think the producer's saying we are going to announce the winner of this.
Are we going to announce it?
Yeah, I mean, well, we have Mr. Big Air Kite League.
Do I get to announce it?
Yeah, do we get to do it?
To announce.
Surely I get to do it.
You guys can announce, but not right now.
Okay.
No, Mikey, you promised.
We're not jumping the gun.
Oh,
Okay.
do we get to do that?
Absolutely.
Okay, so we're doing a mad podium.
Podium's gonna be over here, 100%.
And is the podium on the stream or is it on Instagram?
On the stream.
Okay, so stay tuned for the Div 2 podium.
We didn't think that far ahead, to be honest.
No. Okay, so there is sort of ideas floating around.
Yeah.
How to bring this to an end. How are you feeling, Hayden, after a day of intense commentary? First off with Ruben, which is probably an honour, and then with me for the back half.
That was kind of cool. You really did bribe me well enough to come do this. Some words of motivation. But yeah, I enjoyed it. It gives me a lot of motivation to really push to be on for King of the Air next year.
Yeah.
So yeah, I enjoyed it. It's a lot of fun. I love kiteboarding. I as much as I would have loved to have been more of a pro rider, I feel like giving back to the sport in this way and being involved in events and helping people out and seeing the way it goes today. I'm super happy. Today was incredible and everything I've always thought about it for Big Air.
Are we in an ad here?
No, still talking.
Okay, no need for me to.
Yeah,
we're still live. So
and
we'll
you're
just
Colin. I mean, you on the beach today.
I was on the beach.
How was that?
I don't enjoy it being on the beach, but the duty calls,
Duty calls, absolutely.
I feel like what's happening here is we're watching an advert, but we're talking over it.
I think that is what is happening, and we're just watching Alessandro D'Ambrosio just send it in Mauritius. Look at that.
Maybe this is quite good. Maybe this is improving the advert.
It probably is. This is right engine and slingshots. Two birds, one stone. And Ali, look at that hair, just wave in the sunset, the Mauritian sunset.
He's making it work there. It didn't look hugely powered, but he's still getting back to shore. And here's Dolphin Beach.
Is that
There's
your
my
room?
apartment.
That's your apartment?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's fine. That's where I sit and have my breakfast.
Welcome to the new Core Pro
Who's that
Shop
guy?
in Cape Town.
That's Mike
We're
McDonald.
here at Dolphin Beach, the best
It is?
BS spot in the world.
No.
We've got an extensive
We are talking over the
selection of
advert,
new
I'm pretty
and
sure.
used gear.
But we didn't realise
We've
we
got a
were.
compressor at the beach and a rinsing station. We're right above Blowfish Restaurant, so you can grab a coffee before and after your sessions. We've got internet in the restaurant, so even when there's load shedding, you can pull in to get some work done. Everything about this shop is premium. We've got the best gear, the best service, and the best coaching at my favorite spot in the whole entire world. So pull in for a coffee sometime. We look forward to seeing you here. Meow.
Are we back? Yeah. Yes. Is Colin we back? He cut us off.
Right. Yeah, we were talking over the adverts there, and I'm sure you're all really enjoying it. But turns out that's not the most professional way of doing a stream.
I think, you know what, Colin? Just for the last time today, let's just go over the sponsors again. Because it's been such a great event, and the sponsors, this wouldn't be possible without these amazing
They do
sponsors.
deserve a bit of a shout out.
They definitely do, and a bit more of a lengthy one. So let's just kick off from the top.
Do you want me involved?
Absolutely, because we're going to go back and forth.
I'll bring my witty banter to it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
So Big Air Kite League, the man walking past us now, Mike McDonald, Big Air Kite League has created a platform for riders to really push themselves, push the sport into a dimension that 4 years ago we didn't think was possible.
Big Air Kite League's changed the game, really.
It absolutely has.
And it created that podium at King of the Air as well. All three of those are... Actually,
did.
to be honest, Jamie isn't. But
But
Jamie
so
is of the generation that's been so heavily influenced by the riding in Big Air Kite League.
He definitely is, and I mean this new generation that's coming through is incredible.
They are quite good.
So a big thank you to Big Air Kite League, of course. In conjunction with Big Air Kite League, we have Core Kiteboarding. Core Kiteboarding have a shop down here at Dolphin Beach by the Blowfish restaurant. Core Kiteboarding, the new XR. Have you flown the XR before?
Yeah, I have.
It's quite a
good jumper.
It's quite a punchy kite. It really gets the job done.
And tell you what, Evan Klijn passing on it is impressive.
That was insane. So I mean,
well, passing on any Big Air kite is really impressive.
So if you guys want to do handle passes and you ride core kites, the XR7 can do it. It's been proven today. Dolphin Beach Hotel, again, they provide us with an amazing view, first off, to commentate and run the event from. Amazing accommodation. You don't have to go across the road. It's right there. You walk over a bit of grass.
It's the laziest kiteboarding you could possibly do.
Absolutely.
You can sit in your pants in your living room and
have
go,
a cup of coffee.
Oh, it's not perfect yet. Oh, I'm not going to go. And then, you know,
all your mates are messaging you, how's the wind?
Yeah, you don't tell them because you don't want them to come. And then, you know, if it does become perfect and you're like, right, I can be out there in about
10 minutes.
Yeah, less.
And then you know what, you get off, you take your wetsuit off, and then you just, you know, go straight into a shower.
Lovely.
It's all there. So Dolphin Beach Hotel. So to anyone traveling to Cape Town, Dolphin Beach Hotel.
Definitely, it is the best place.
For sure.
That's why I'm here. Apartment 34.
Apartment 34. Ladies, Ride Engine, they pioneered hard shell harnesses. I mean, all the riders, I mean, you ride the hard shell, I ride the semi-hard shell. As such, I ride the AK Synth. So it's a semi-hard shell, but the base of it, Ride Engine started out with hard shell harnesses.
Can you remember how it came about as well?
Not really, but
Coleman Buckley, he would make custom hard shells for just the pros.
Really?
And it was like this cool, he'd like send the pros a template. They'd then put it in the oven, heat it up, then put it on their back so it was custom molded to them.
No ways.
And then the pro would send it back to Coleman, and then he'd make a custom harness for them with a custom design on the back. And that's how the brand started. And it was like
that's
underground
incredible stuff.
Cool for the hardcore sort of elite. And
That's
then obviously everyone was
stuff.
like, well, why aren't I using that if that's the best thing?
Yeah.
So then they started producing it for
the mass market.
En masse, yeah.
And people love it.
And the thing, I interviewed Coleman Buckley about the hard shell, and he was saying that he realised there was so little difference in between the custom ones he was doing for people. You can just make uniform ones.
And it works.
Yeah.
And
so,
it works.
yeah.
So, yeah, incredible
That's the
stuff.
origin.
Yeah, wow, thank you, Colin, for that little bit of history
that's
there
all
for the viewers and for fans of Ride Engine. The Surfer app, the new kid on the block when it comes to measuring height. You know, it's a free app. You get a mount, put it on your board, and you can see your scores, or on your watch. You can see your scores in real time. You know, it's a lot of fun. I've never used the Surfer app. I'm really keen to give it a go. Have you given the Surfer app a go?
Yeah. It's also, by the way, good for safety. Especially
because you have your phone on you, of course.
And you can do it with your smartwatch too.
Well, there we go. So it's...
By the way, there's a prize today, right, for the highest jumper, and it's the average of their top 3 highest.
Oh, yes, they get €500.
Who do you think it is?
Andrea.
Yeah.
Just give everything to Andrea.
I think
well
it
done,
probably
Andrea.
was. Was he also your rider of the day?
Yeah.
He's
my rider of the...
I think he probably was.
Yeah. Well done, Andrea.
Okay.
And then, last but not least, Kite Mana has to be the biggest.
I think it is the biggest shop.
It has to be the biggest shop within the world.
It's not the biggest shop in the world. It's the biggest kite shop.
Kite shop. What?
Well,
Yeah,
I think Zara, by the way, is quite a big chain. So they'd probably
Zara
maybe be
the
the biggest. No, Zara, Zara the clothing brand.
Yeah,
which you wouldn't think, but actually they do have a lot of retail stores.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn.
Interestingly.
Well, we're not promoting Zara.
Perhaps
Yeah?
not so. Yeah, they're not a sponsor.
Yeah,
by the way.
they're not a sponsor. Yeah.
And also, I talked about Jelly Tots earlier. They're also not a sponsor.
But highly recommended.
No, don't. You can't sell yourself out like that. You got to make them pay.
And then obviously talk about rider of the day. Go to kitemana.com/vote. Vote for your rider of the day. And
don't vote for our rider. Don't be swayed by us.
Yeah.
If you want to vote,
Vote for your rider.
For your little weird friend that was in it today that no one knows, you can. Okay.
You can do anything you want. We're
You
not
can do
telling
it.
you what to do.
You can't create your own new rider though. That's the one thing you can't do. They have to actually have been competing.
And they win €1,000. That's a lot of money.
I would quite like that.
I really hope my rider wins because I'm going to go to him and be like, I promoted you.
Yeah. I think Andrea needs to at least half it with us if he does get it.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's only fair.
I think it's tricky though because it's.
If he gives me €500, I could buy a new car.
Yeah. What would you get?
Probably a Ferrari.
Yeah. Are there any other sponsors we need to talk about?
No, that's all. That's
Excellent.
all the sponsors are done. So thank you to our amazing sponsors, of course. But
Thank you to us.
thank you to us. But Colin, to make it better, the producers left, and we can just sit here and talk. We can look at the sunset.
Yeah.
We can just talk about the day, talk about kiteboarding.
Mate, we can go unleashed now. Do you reckon anyone's still on the stream? They probably are.
Probably are. They're all sitting at home.
Big up if you are. Big up the Big Air Kite League. Big up us.
Wait, isn't this on the YouTube channel? Oh, well, where's the YouTube channel? We can look at comments.
We can look at the comments if you go on your phone.
Oh, do I have data? I do.
Okay, we're going to go on the phone. We're going to look at the
there we
YouTube
go. Here
comments.
we go.
Here we
Here's
go.
some YouTube comments.
Do some shout outs to people.
All
Don't
right.
read out the nasty comments. That's the key.
Let's just go through it here.
We're looking. Maeve Bennett says, I'm going to shut up now. Thanks. Maeve Bennett again, making myself look stupid. We're not sure. We're not sure who, what she's referring to there. Gary Sisko, just say who won. We don't know, mate.
Yeah, sorry, bro.
We would be telling you if we knew, but we don't.
Oh, hang on. Mike McDonald's here.
Camden Keller, the boys absolutely killed it. Yes, they did.
Reading out some comments.
Absolutely. You
What else we got?
gotta keep the fans happy.
We're going to do a little bit of a Q&A over here.
Absolutely. Do you have any questions for us, Mike?
The answer is black and white to the color of my underwear. Just
No way.
I thought someone asked that.
Walter Gerritsen says, good comeback. That must be referring to Ben Rootman going for that double on the buzzer in the final.
Definitely.
Yep. Which was impressive under the pressure there. Joran Blanc is talking about the Surfer app. You can turn on multiplayer so you can see your mate's height.
No ways.
Yeah.
What?
Yes, ways.
That's really insane. That's really going to cause trouble amongst friend groups.
Chaos 2.0. Will Div 1 still go again today? No.
No, sorry, bro.
They were released quite a long time ago.
Hate to break your heart.
Yeah. Candice Bacon says, hello. That's not the most interesting of comments, but that's fine.
Hi, Candace. How are you? Congratulations on yours and Ali's birth of your son, Reef. So we'll give you a shout out there. Congratulations to you and Alessandro.
What is this? Some sort of local radio station? We're Big Air Kite League. You can't be dishing out.
Well, Reef's going to probably be a kiter one day. He's probably going to, in the next 20 years, 15
fine,
years.
No more of those. Okay,
Don't
yes.
tell me how to live my life, Colin.
Congrats, but no more. Right. Chaos 2.0 says wind doesn't look good again for quite some time. That is the case, right? The forecast
Yeah, so actually, let's
tomorrow.
look at the forecast.
And then there's the issue of Big Air Kite League can't do day 2 over the Christmas period. So the next set is going to be in January.
Be in the new year, absolutely. One way to end off the Big Air Kite League season and start the Big Air Kite League season. So if we look, I mean, yeah, that is the next bit of good southeaster is the Thursday the 29th, and that's very, very light. And I mean, it'll be a bit difficult to run an event over that time because in South Africa from the 25th to the 24th to the 1st or 2nd of January, it's just you're not going to get anything on. People are on holiday.
Yeah.
So yeah, I agree with Colin. It will be within the new year. So if you are in Cape Town, Thursday the 29th is looking pretty good for some wind. So yeah.
So Mike Engelbrecht.
Mike Engelbrecht.
Next possible comp day sometime in January. Okay. We can't look that far into the future. We're good, but we're not that good. Deal with it. But yeah, we saw the start of Div 1 men's today. We saw the completion of Div 2. We didn't see the women's start.
Unfortunately, that would have been good to see.
It would have been. I don't think they'll be too peeved, though, that it didn't run because it is really light now.
Yeah, the wind has dropped off. I mean, if we look at the live wind.
And the likes of Angeli Boyer will be quite happy that she didn't have to go out in 25 knots.
Although, Colin, it's still 33, not higher 33, average 22. So it's slowly on that drop, but it's gonna start going offshore once the sun starts to set, and it's gonna be hot tomorrow. So lots of sunscreen for tomorrow.
This really is local radio station. Maybe a sunscreen for tomorrow, folks. Should we sign off? This is becoming just really worse and worse.
We need our producer to sign us off.
How is there still 300 people listening to this?
Because they're listening
They're
to
loving
us.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These are diehards. These are diehards right
loving
here.
it. Maeve's loving it. Wait. Oh, she has it muted. That's very... I don't like that.
Who muted us?
She's muted us. Maeve. And then she says, I can't understand half of what they mean. Oh, that is not the sort of... I told you, don't read the nasty comments. They're not even bad ones. Sometimes they're really bad.
It's just not worth it. I think while we are still talking, we are just waiting for the scores. But that's going to be done down by the podium.
Okay. Yeah, we're not announcing it, so we're literally killing time here.
We are killing time. That's because our producer has left. So, I mean... Does our sub-producer here doesn't know, our cameraman, sorry.
The cameraman has just sat down where the producer normally is, and he's looking looking completely out of control.
So between myself and Colin, we'd like to formally apologise.
Colin, when is the kite safari?
Yeah, when?
It needs to happen.
We're going to Brazil.
That is a good idea. No, it's going to be Egyptian boat cruise, I think.
Oh, with Mostafa.
Yeah. Have you watched the TV show Succession?
I've heard of it.
Okay, so in Succession, it's following like this super rich family, and they're all horrible. They're just horrible people, and they have this massive boat that they go on. So we're basically copying that. It's going to be loads of horrible people going on this massive, obnoxious boat in Egypt. Anyway,
when is the podium?
When is the podium? We would like to know as well. That would be good.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Still waiting for the War Pig brand to present their product. Mate, get excited because we're going to be releasing something.
War Pig?
Yeah. It's the coolest brand.
War Pig.
It's not quite a brand yet, but
it's going to be. Producer.
It's going to be very good. Here he comes.
Yeah, there we go. He's coming to save
with
the day.
An enormous tripod.
Basically, he's coming to save you guys for myself and Colin.
Very nice tripod he's got. Producer, do you know what's going on now? Because we're sort of making a bit of a mess of this, really. They want to stream the podium. Yeah. Okay.
Must we still keep speaking here, or you just like sign us off? Because I feel like we're
really sort of running out of.
We sound like a radio station now.
Yeah, he was giving tips of
sunscreen.
Make sure you wear your sunscreen tomorrow, not even today. Mate, you're gonna have to wait for tomorrow's breakfast show to do that.
What's our radio station? 94.5 KFM.
What is
all right, we're going to sign off properly here.
Mate, look at this sunset though. This is nice.
Yeah, let's sign off.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, so we're going to sign off.
Give the announcement if the official announcement.
Hang on. Okay. So we're going to keep talking for a tiny bit.
Yeah.
And you're going to help me do my homework for the podcast, which
Absolutely.
will be coming out tomorrow about this. Okay. So standout performances in Div 1. No, in Div 2, sorry, which we've just seen the completion of. Who is it?
Div 2.
Ben Rootman with his...
Ben Rootman and Hamza for sure.
Ben Rootman with his double.
Actually, no. I just say the stand-up performance would have to be the final, because the fact that Julian Zens is riding on a prototype.
Yeah.
Ben Rootman...
That he was hand-tying the bridle the night before.
Yeah, he was tying bridles, is what I heard.
Okay.
And obviously Hamza... a flat order specialist. So I think the stand-up performance has to be the final.
The podium.
But the entire Div 2, irrespective, but the stand-up performance is the final.
Jurre was also good.
He was. And Julian Meijvogel. Meijvogel could have stuck a few more tricks. He was really going big. So Julian Meijvogel for sure. He just couldn't piece it together for a landing.
And were they both on slingshot codes?
Julian. Meijvogel was on a Nash pivot.
Okay. Not that I was thinking of the wrong person the whole time he was talking or anything. Definitely not.
No, never.
But bro, I wasn't commentating the whole time, so you're gonna have to forgive me for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, good. Right, standout tricks of the day. We can't say Ben Rootman's double again. We have to come up with something else.
What? Standout tricks from Div 2.
Yeah.
I know.
Hamza did a late back board off.
He did a
I'm pretty
late
sure.
back, but you know, Julian, I think it was in the... I need to look at the heats. But Julian did a really, really nice back roll, late back roll, but super inverted, super steezy, and very high.
Back, late back.
A back, late back. And he came
Always
down
nice.
very controlled. And he didn't stick it, but he did one massive kite loop board off.
Mate, if they don't stick it, it's not worth it.
I know, but what I'm saying is that all his chicks had height to it.
Okay. Okay. Good. Right, let's talk a bit about Div 1.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Luca Ceruti.
Oh, it's a bit upsetting.
He's got a bit of a track record now for not starting well. He takes a while to warm up, and then when he is warm, he's very good.
He's very dangerous.
He's like a steam train.
Stand-up performance today. I think only because he's pushing through a lot of pain is heel.
Yeah.
You know, he's pushing through a lot of pain. But I mean, the outright, and I think you know who I'm going to say for the outright performance.
It was actually
was
ridiculous.
unfair.
It was ridiculous
It
how
was
much better
unfair.
he was than the other two.
That final
And the other two, then Josh Gillett is no mug.
No.
And he was getting mugged off by Andrea.
But I think that final, my prediction is that final, the two I really do think will be in there will be Andrea and Jeremy. A third person would either be maybe a heel or a Jason. If Luca can get it together, absolutely. But yeah, stand-up performance it has to be, and the standout trick was Andrea with that kite loop laid back on the inside board off, and he got that massive yank. I mean, that was insane. That was like 17 meters high.
I got it on video, mate. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Got it in slow motion 4K. The more I'm watching the upper echelons of Big Air, the more I'm thinking it's not good to weigh lots.
And remember, it used to be a thing. You had to like have a bit of weight behind you, like to really hold the kite down. But these kids are what, 65, 70 kilos?
Yeah. What's Andrea? Maybe 75 most. Jamie Overbeek.
Andrea weighs about the same as me because I'm about like 75.
Yeah. Jamie Overbeek 62 kilograms.
And I don't see like someone like Lorenzo being. I don't see someone like Hamza being more than 58 kilos.
And yet on a small board, they can still hold it down.
Again, it's that, you know, that circle of life. Smaller boards, you know,
It's the other thing that people always say though is for doubles, having weight is good. Weight in the harness brings tension in the lines.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Do you see Ben Rootman, who probably doesn't weigh much? Do you see him having any problems?
Ben's weighing at probably about just under the 80 mark.
Okay.
So a lot of these riders are just under the 80, but I mean.
But Heel and Mark Jacobs are 87, 90.
But they need wind.
Yeah, exactly.
They need wind.
This is why it's just not a good idea anymore to weigh low.
Why do you think Heel and Mark do a weight cut before King of the Year?
Yeah.
So
but it's not enough, I don't think. Because they're still stacked, aren't they?
Yeah.
And I don't think that's the physique anymore.
It's like being a jockey in like horse racing. Like, you'll be like small and like you want like sort of like Jesse, or you want to be tall and thin or short and stacked.
However, can you picture in your mind a time where Jesse Richmond or anyone really small went massively high? Because I can't. I think it kind of comes down to leverage, right? If your harness,
how much you can dig that board in.
Yeah, and it's digging it from a deeper position, right? If you're taller, your harness is higher up.
Yeah,
there's more leverage for you to lean back on and crank the.
Yeah, absolutely.
Crank the lines. So, yeah. Anyway.
All right. I think that's it. Our producer. Are we gonna officially sign off?
We're signing off here.
And then I'm gonna go to the podium.
Yeah, we'll check if we can go to the podium. Otherwise, we'll go on to Instagram.
Okay. All right, sweet. So.
Okay.
So from my side, from Hayden Jonas's side, thank you very much everyone for tuning in.
Yeah.
To all the riders, to Big Air Kite League, and just to everyone for making this event possible. Yeah. Colin, thank you to you.
Yeah.
And obviously to Ruben Lenton.
Ruben Lenton, he was good, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was fantastic.
Key sponsors, Dolphin Beach,
Kite Miner, Surfer App, Core Kiteboarding, Big Air Kite League, and Ride Engine. Again, big thank you to those guys that made this all possible. And we will see you guys in the new year. Stay tuned. Stay tuned on the Big Air Kite League Instagram for the next update for running of the women's and Division 1.
Thank you to us as always.
There we go.
Goodbye.
From myself, Hayden Jonas, and Colin Carroll. Goodbye.
Peace.
Merry Christmas and have a Happy New Year.
Core Pro Shop in Cape Town. We're here at Dolphin Beach, the best big air spot in the world. We've got an extensive selection of new and used gear. We got a compressor at the beach and a rinsing station. We're right above Blowfish Restaurant, so you can grab a coffee before and after your sessions. We've got internet in the restaurant, so even when there's load shedding, you can pull in to get some work done. Everything about this shop is premium. We've got the best gear, the best service, and the best coaching at my favorite spot in the whole entire world. So pull in for a coffee sometime. We look forward to seeing you here. Meow. Welcome to the new Core Pro Shop in Cape Town. We're here at Dolphin Beach, the best big air spot in the world. We've got an extensive selection of new and used gear. We got a compressor at the beach and a rinsing station. We're right above Blowfish Restaurant, so you can grab a coffee before and after your sessions. We've got internet in the restaurant, so even when there's load shedding, you can pull in to get some work done. Everything about this shop is premium. We've got the best gear, the best service, and the best coaching at my favorite spot in the whole entire world. So pull in for a coffee sometime. We look forward to seeing you here. Meow.
dolo with a new mask. To the boys were on him and he crashed that. Till they came back, run it up like heads up, yeah, all of that one pack. I could be anywhere, feeling alright. Till the game on the head is so mad at. I'm like, dolo with a new mask. To the boys were on him and he crashed that. Till they came back, run it up like heads up, yeah, all of that one pack. I could be anywhere, feeling alright. Till the game on the head is so mad at. I'm like,
What's up guys, it's Tino here from SpaceX Kitesurfing. Shouldn't there be more kiteboarding competitions for everyone? This year we're collabing with the Big Air Kite League here in Cape Town to create the biggest Big Air kiteboarding competition of the world. Anyone can join, you only have to be able to jump. You can ride against your own level of participants. Same as this competition, we'll use the server app to measure the height. We have great money and gear prizes, which are easy to win, and also a groovy after party. If you want to find out more details and information, you should click the link down in the description, and see you at the beach.
So your mate thinks he jumps 10 meters high? You can follow him live right at the beach. But don't keep the joy to yourself. Live stream your session to anywhere in the world, reach new heights and climb up the leaderboard. Join the ultimate kiteboarding game today.
But we are going to be announcing the winners of the second division shortly. Just hang tight. And yeah, just got a couple little things to sort out. Be back with you soon.
That's wide as hell.
Real good. Alrighty, guys. How insane was our riding today? Woo! Round of applause for the riders. Everybody pull it a little bit closer. It's fucking cold. We need a cuddle. Alright. Oh, no. Oh, my God. I just realized I don't have a beer. Oh, no. So guys, we're going to have a wild party tonight to celebrate the amazing performance from the second division. These guys were going absolutely huge. So, yeah, guys, first of all, huge thanks to Dolphin Beach Hotel for giving us access to all of these amazing facilities so we're able to run this comp. I think this is the third year in a row right now that they're looking after us super well. And, yeah. Massive thanks to this entire team. You know, we've got a mix of volunteers and of professionals and like pseudo-professional volunteers who are just like working for passion and working their asses off to bring you guys these events, to bring the riders these events. And honestly, like every time we run a competition, we're like, oh yeah, it's like, you think it's going to be like this much work and then it ends up being like this much work. And it's just like so complex. I just hope everybody out there can appreciate it, you know, from the spectators to the riders, just to realize how much goes into it. It's just ludicrous. It's insane. So, wow. Where are we at? There we go. Sweet guys, so huge thanks to Core Kites for powering this event. I think this is probably the 5th event from the Big Air Kite League that they have sponsored. So massive thanks, huge round of applause for them. Amazing. Thank you, Core Kiteboarding. Also, guys, huge thanks to Ride Engine. Always there looking after the riders, keeping them safe with impact vests and the best harnesses in the game. So everybody put your hands up if you ride a hardshell harness. So Ride Engine invented the hardshell harness. I'm not sure if you guys are aware of that. Massive innovators. Huge thanks to them for supporting the Big Air Kite League. And guys, how cool is it when you check the live stream and you got super cool data to see how high the riders are going, how far they jumped, how much acceleration they built up, their travel speed. It's insane. So I have a huge prize from them of 500 euros to the highest jump of the day. So huge thanks to the Surfer app for supporting the Big Air Kite League. They've sponsored this entire year. Amazing organization. If you haven't downloaded the Surfer app, you gotta check it out. It's super sick. It is the future. Actually, it's the present as well. So yeah, and also massive thanks to Kite Manor. Honestly, one of the biggest and best online shops in the world, as many of you guys know. Just like insanely good customer service and super involved in the community, and massive thanks to them. Thank you, Luca and Bart, for supporting this event once again. And the winner of Kite Manor Rider of the Day is going to win 1,000 euros. So guys, be sure to... I wonder if I should get closer to this. Oop, feedback. Whoop. Yeah, I should probably get closer to this thing so they can hear better. Hey, you guys want to go there so we're in frame? Alright. Sweet. Awesome sauce. So yeah, guys, massive thanks to Kite Manor for supporting this event. And yeah, who's going to have the whole party tonight? Put your hands up. Baby, you got to put your hands up. Party tonight, come on. Alright. So guys, do we have our podium here? Are they present? Our finalists? Alright, groovy. I need some assistance over here.
Get fucked up!
Yeah. Alrighty. And where are our judges? And our commentators. I promise our commentators they will get to announce this. Yeah, pull in Hayden. Massive thanks to Hayden for bringing the noise today. And Ruben. And yeah, Senior Colin Carroll. I don't know if he's anywhere around here. So yeah, before we announce the podium, I also just want to say massive thanks to all the riders for being on standby today. You know, there are so many variables in running these competitions, and we need 9 hours of wind in order to run all of these divisions. Now, I don't want to compare ourselves to King of the Air or other competitions, but we run 3 divisions within a single comp, and that presents enormous complexities like you cannot imagine. Not to mention, we run our comps on 10% of the budget of King of the Air, so mad respect, probably even less to be honest, probably 5%. Mad respect to King of the Air, but I just want to say thank you to the riders for being so understanding and yeah, just bearing with some of the calls we have to make as to when we run the comps. Can everybody hear me? Is it a little bit shitty? Like, loud and clear? Yeah, sweet. So, we need to get the judges in here. Where are the judges? Brian. Alrighty, guys. The reason why we need the judges is because I actually don't know the result yet.
Stand right here. There you go. It's been an insane event to commentate. All you guys rode insane, and like myself and Colin was saying, the riding in Division 2 could have won Red Bull King of the Year 2 years ago. That's how insane your guys' riding was. So hats off to you guys. So first of all, before we get to the big round of applause for our riders, we're absolutely centered today. So let's kick things off in third position. Okay, you can go. Shout at me again. Put your tone down, man. Sorry. But in third position, all the way from Egypt, Hamza! Well done, bro. And in second position, oh, I can chant it there. Go up, get there. We go. That's what we want to see. In second position, he was there. He threw some insane doubles. Well done to Ben Rootman.